What's up? What's up? Hello. I'm getting stuff set up. Okay, what's up? How we doing? Hello. Brittany, Deborah, hello. Not the thumbnail. Thank you. I got very distracted yesterday and completely forgot to make any sort of thumbnail or stream announcement or anything like that. And so I was making that about 40 minutes ago, and I was like, oh, this is the perfect one. Because I think this is the bit, I think, that me and Chad have been the most aligned on. So it felt only right to acknowledge it. There we go. I'm making sure. Okay, yeah, that's all good. For someone who famously hates music, I wouldn't have pegged you as a rock fan. I don't hate music. I wish I liked music more. If there was a genie that was like, I'll remove all music from the world so that you don't have to talk to anyone about it ever again, I would think that would be a shame. That would be a right tragedy. That would. Food, on the other hand, if I could snap food out of existence, and no one would know it was me, so they can't get mad at me, I might do that. I might do that shit. But no, I wish I liked music more. I just I don't know how to find music that I like, you know? I don't know, the process of acquiring music is very difficult for me. But I also do like rock. He is alive. He's alive. I guess no critical eyes for me. That's it. Unfortunate. That's an unfortunate thing for you, G Haircut. I'm sorry. All in on his big rock sponsorship. Dude. Oh, you want to know what's funny? This is not rock related. Although it's tangentially rock related. As all things really are when you think about it. I did not use a big rock in my last D&D session, but I did use something that I learned from Critical Role. Something that I learned from Matt Mercer. I was running a scene that was pretty much end of arc. You know, it was a short arc. It was loose. It was, more of like an intro thing, but it was still an arc. And they had broken up a ring of smugglers on a ship, and they had captured the ship, and they had been hired to do so by the town council, and they were supposed to bring the ship back and return the cargo. And so they did so, and they had this big planning sequence because they also had promised a portion of the cargo to this third party. So there was all these complicating factors kind of going on. And I thought that the scene was going to be like a 3 out of 4 in terms of like tense, you know? I thought it was going to be a little tense, but not like that tense. It was closer to like a 6. It was way more tense than I had predicted it would be. And so afterward, I was like, I had already planned for like a little bit of a festival. Not just because of Winter's Crest in Whitestone, but also because there is someone in town that is like known for throwing like lavish festivals at, basically the drop of a hat when anything good happens, essentially. And so I was like, oh, this will be like a good chance to like show them about that character and like maybe introduce some other NPCs and have a festival like Winter's Crest and Whitestone. And so I'd already planned out the festival. We're going through the scene that was way more tense than I thought it would be. And I was like, oh no, like I need like more rest. Cause I was gonna hit them with like a plot hook essentially, but like a little bit of a call to action during the festival. But I was like, oh no, this is gonna be like way too much. I'm not going to give them enough like rest. And so, what did I do? I thought about Winter's Crest and Whitestone. And I thought, I'm going to put a mini game in that bitch. And so I put I literally, they're like, oh, what's like going on at the festival, essentially. But they're still kind of amped up because they had just like basically diffused a very tense situation. So they're still a little bit amped. And they're like, so what's going on? Is there like anyone looking weird at the festival? And I was like, no one's looking weird. You do see them setting up for something that they call barrel bulging. And instantly, two of my players, 2 out of the 3 of them, are like, what's barrel bulging? I don't fucking know what barrel bulging is. I made those words up on the spot. So, but it gives me a second. I'm like, oh, you don't know. You'll have to ask, or you'll have to, whatever. You'll have to get in line. And so while they're waiting in line for barrel bulging, I'm trying to think of what the fuck barrel bulging is. And that's when I hit with like the first part of the kind of intro to the next plot. And and so during that, I'm like, okay, I think barrel bulging will be like these skill challenges, and it'll kind of, I'll escalate the DCs like this. And then we kept going back and forth. So one of the characters got taken off essentially into the plot hook. An urchin stole something from them. So they're going off into the plot hook. And that's a little tense as well, which I knew it would be. But I kept switching back and forth between the more tense plot hook and our fighter doing the barrel bulging minigame. And it was a great time. The players loved it. It was really nice. It was like a nice little moments of levity. They were super into the minigame. And afterward, literally, the fighter, the character who was actually doing the barrel bulging, said to the other players during our round table discussion that I do after each session. He was like, yeah, I hope that I wasn't intruding too much with all of the barrel bulging stuff. I just really liked the juxtaposition between doing this fun, silly thing and then this, tense thing happening over here. I really liked the juxtaposition of those two. And in my heart, I'm like, that is just, oh, there's nothing better. It's just pure adrenaline straight into the veins when a player identifies something that you did on purpose like that, and they just name the exact goal of it. They're like, oh yeah, I really like that. Oh, yes. So the moral of that story is Winter's Crest and Whitestone, man. There's nothing like a festival with some goddamn mini games to really let your players' minds rest, or to even juxtapose it to continued tension or stress. So that was sick. I was very happy with that because I've mentioned it before. Transitioning between arcs, one of the toughest things for me. It's why I think that the ending, I'm like, oh, it's falling action. We're past the climax. And then I present this and it's way more tense than I think it will be. And I don't have enough resting in between. So that's always been one of my problems. And I am happy that CRs is helping me improve. I've been sick for the last week, and the VOD was great entertainment. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, wait, before I move on, I want to read the rest of chat, but I need to check to see that transcripts are working, because they didn't work last stream, and that will be very bad if they continue to not work. Because those are what like make the chapters and such doable. Let's see. Okay, so that's working. That is okay. Okay, it is working. Good. It may not entirely work. We'll see. But it's at least mostly working. It's working far more than it was. I made an improvement, and inevitably the improvement broke it for at least one stream. I use Smart Shuffle on Spotify. The problem with because I have like my liked music playlist on YouTube Music, but it doesn't insert new stuff. Like I want to like very occasionally insert new stuff. But I don't want to listen to a thing that's like your discovery playlist. I'm also not that into looking for new music. I'm both bad at it and not really interested in getting that much better. But it's really hard for stream music, especially. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Fair enough, Brittany. That is a feature that would be nice. I would like that. Yeah. A ring of smugglers to summon. Nice. Greetings, rock lovers. It's good to see that Mega is learning from CR as well as analyzing CR. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, there's things that I am like, I would say that like the festivals and the mini games and like the arc transitions, those are things that I'm like base level learning. Like I don't even think that I'm like good at it. And so I am like going from bad to good on that. And then there are other things that it's even just like in the process of analyzing and like talking about it, I have to kind of pin down some beliefs. Because it's easy when you're just like in the habit of doing something, which, can happen to DMing. And if I'm not like really actively, like reviewing tape and like, analyzing my own performance, it's really easy to get into habits of doing things that if I saw someone else do them, I would think were bad. But I don't, think about it out loud. And I don't even think about like the opinions that would cause me to think those behaviors were bad out loud. And so doing the show has just given me some like specific things that it's like, oh yeah, I do believe that. And I can work it in. Literally, my like 2 or 3 sessions ago, I don't know if I mentioned this on stream. If I didn't, I should have. Like 2 or 3 sessions ago, we were going and I committed the mortal sin. I committed the sin. And I didn't need to. And that was the funniest part because my players looked at me directly after and they're like, you didn't need to do that. I ended the session on initiative. I had them roll initiative. And then I said, and that's where we'll end the session or something like that. And the moment I did it, my players looked at me and they were like, what's up? Because they'd seen my short. They'd seen my short about never ending it on initiative. And I was like, no, they know too much now. They know too much about me. And I didn't need to do it. The moment I did it, and I realized in the moment, and I don't know if this is what's happening with Matt, but it gave me a new lens. It gave me a new angle on it. Was that I had them roll initiative, just going normally. And then the action of rolling initiative made me check the clock to see how late it was, because we're about to go into a combat. And I think worse than ending on initiative is ending mid-combat. And so I look and I'm like, oh, we do not have enough time for this combat. And so then I was like, okay, I should end it there. Which I should have just checked that before having them roll initiative. But that was the way that my brain went. So it's giving me a new appreciation. But it is good, because even in that moment, it didn't make me think, oh, ending on initiative isn't as bad as I thought. I literally thought about it in the moment. I was like, it would have been way better if I had ended it. If I had ended it before the initiative, would have been way better. So it's helping in that way as well, of like, I am starting to solidify opinions and then like test them, like knock them against the wall during my own sessions, and get more and more confident of like, oh yeah, this is a thing that I believe, even if I screw up and don't do it all the time. Big Rock is becoming my new favorite joke. It's becoming my new favorite joke. I agree. Let's see. I rewatched bits of 80 and noticed something I've never noticed before. Oh. When Vex as Pike starts reviving Scanlan, Sam picks up a die in his tray, looks at Matt, and keeps it with a grin. And then he puts it back when Laura as Pike mentions Kaylee. What do you think he wanted to roll? I don't know. That's a lot of speculation, but I mean, I guess it's certainly possible that within their resurrection system at this point, there's like a role where they definitely come back, there's a role where they definitely don't, and then maybe like in the middle they have like a choice. So maybe it's like he rolled like the choice die, and then when she mentioned Kaylee, he was like, all right, she's convinced me. Like, that could be something. I honestly don't remember the details of the scene quite enough. It's weird because I can remember a lot of lore and world building facts, but when it comes to like specific actions or like postures or vibes during a scene, my memory's blank. So I only kinda even remember what you're talking about. I remember that people died, and I do remember that one of them was Scanlan, but the details are already fading. Which is why I do this series and not Critical Role Demystified. That we have our different strengths. New streaming. I know, gasp. When you hit shuffle on a playlist. Oh, yeah. For shame. I know. Our party used to do something like ending initiative, but we stopped just because we couldn't always remember what we rolled. There's so many. I think there's a lot of reasons not to, and very few reasons to. And I've been over it. So I won't rehash it. But I think there are some reasons that you might want to do it. But I think that all in all, in net, things kind of cancel to the point where ending directly after rolling initiative is going to be about even with ending it before you had rolled. And maybe there are marginal times where maybe it's a skosh better. But not often. I have theories, but I don't want to spoil anything, so I prefer to err on the side of caution. Absolutely. Yeah. I love the cautious, or the erring on the side of caution. Love that. Always feel free to bring it up in a later episode when you think maybe the spoilers have been passed. Yeah. I'm the exact opposite. I remember specific scenes better than the overall lore. I I've realized this about myself as a person. I'm much better at remembering broad scenes. And I say scenes in like an ambiguous way. Like I'm better at remembering broad compositions and even details within those compositions. But the composition has to be like continuously added to. So it's very hard for me to keep like changing timeline things within my head. So it's like the progression of the heroes themselves. It's a lot harder for me to remember the details. I have to like abstract it into this big journey and just like add little points of evidence to that journey. If that makes any sense at all. I don't know if that made any sense or resonated at all, but yeah, it's very difficult for me to just like I've been watching Northern Lion lately. Dude, me and NL are the fucking opposite. Bro has like exact quotes and facts and like exact word for word and like tone for tone recreations of quotes from every movie he's ever seen. My brain does not function in that manner. I cannot remember shit like that. There's not even close. Not even close. He was frozen. Pike came in with Revivify, rolled a d20. Then Scanlan responded unexpectedly earnestly. Don't cry, I'm just a little cold. I do remember the earnestness. And I remember it being surprising. Yeah. And asked Pike to hold him, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember it well enough to comment. I'd have to go back, but maybe I will. Maybe if it becomes relevant or it seems relevant later, maybe I'll go back and rewatch it. What's crazy to me is that the visualization of scenes from the game is always exactly the same, even years after watching the show, unless I make an effort to imagine it differently. Yeah, and I've talked about this before in that I don't have a very strong mind's eye. If I am like, oh, I'm imagining an apple, I don't see an apple. I just think of the essence of apple. You know? I don't even think of the word. It's just the concept of it. But if it's if I try really hard to picture something as if I am sense wise seeing it, I can kind of do it, but it's really fuzzy and I don't know another way to say it other than the opacity is lowered. It's like I'm seeing it through a thick fog, but I can easily think of an apple, you know? And so it's oh, I remember the Raishan fight as its essence. But any details, the equivalent of what the skin of the apple looks like, are there 2 leaves or 1? It's I don't fucking know, man. I don't know if there are 2 leaves or 1, but I remember its essence. So I don't know. That's those sorts of details and facts. That's why I need the notes. That is why I need the notes. Is because if I did not have the notes, I would have 0 details. And after an amount of repetition, I start to build them into the pattern, but it takes that repetition, you know? Anyways. Anywho. Maybe, oh my God. Maybe we'll start early. Wait, what? Why? Hello? Why is there a big side of the screen that is just blank? Also, why is your chat on there? Get that out of here. Why is there a big side of the screen that is just purely blank? I can't imagine that there's any particular reason for that. Let's try this. Hey, there we go. All right, we're back. We're in. All right, get rid of that taskbar. And we've got the focusing. Interesting that it's so... Okay, that's fine, though. Too much yellow, and it was all yellow. Did you see my comments on last stream's video? You know I did, in that I can remember that you left comments. But I don't exactly remember what they were. It was something about Wildmount. And I thought to myself, I'm going to check my notes on that, but I don't remember why. Let's see. I'm loading them up. Zhoopadoopadoo. Had legal necromancy, and I think you mixed up some lore. What? I think you're thinking of the Age of Arcanum, which Matt said could also be called the Age of Necromancy. No, Wildmount... I mean, from what I remember, Wildmount just has legal necromancy, like, right now. Right now in the modern day. Modern day, quote-unquote, for Critical Role, you know? I believe that's in my 81 notes. Why? Oh, 81's not available? Oh, you're going to tell me 81's not available? How dare you? How dare you, World Anvil? That's not... You know your place. Let's see. Yeah, somewhere in here. We've been sailing on necessity, Lucidian Ocean. Yeah, there we go. The Age of Arcanum was also referred to as the Age of Wanton Necromancy. Because there was no law against it. While necromancy exists in modern-day Tal'Dorei, more so in Wildmount, but it's been generally heavily regulated. There are very few necromancers that weren't sanctioned or part of a government system, so that it could be very closely watched, and any sort of research or development could be made, made sure it didn't turn into the usual classic, my power is greater than everything. So they're like state-sponsored necromancers. There's no, like, freelance necromancers running around, or at least, legally running around. But there are state-sponsored Wildmount necromancers, which is, I'm assuming, what what's-her-face was? Briarwood. I'm assuming that Delilah was a state-sponsored necromancer, was my assumption. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. What the overlay on top of CR? Oh, this little, like, it's them transitioning from the art break. Yeah. Too much yellow. Yeah. It's from the art break, so it'll go away in a second. Unless I'm mistaken, that is not true. Matt definitely said necromancy is more common in Wildmount. Not sure if he said legal. More so. Yeah. More so. So it seems like legal, it seems like it's kind of in a gray area. It seems kind of like if you were going to, like, I don't think you can do research on, like, plutonium at your house and make, like, your own little, like, mini nuclear power plant. I don't think you're allowed to do that sort of thing. So I think it's kind of like that, where, we have, like, governmental entities that can do research into plutonium. But you can't really do it as just, like, a guy at your house, is what it seems like to me. And it seems like it might even be similarly regulated, but potentially Wildmount just has more, is maybe kind of what I got from that. Like, if Tal'Dorei has 2 necromancers, Wildmount has, like, 5. And they all work for the government. That was my impression of what's going on here. Yeah. I did not get state sponsored from that description. I mean, I guess maybe not state sponsored, but they were sanctioned, which sanctioned to me means, like, you can't work. Maybe I'm, or like you're heavily restricted by the government, or part of a government system. So I guess maybe state sponsored is maybe not quite the right word, but they seem to be part of like an like a 3-letter agency sort of situation. Full Metal Necromancer. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Full Metal Necromancer. Exactly. You're getting it. Yeah, we're on the same wave. I could have sworn the Briarwoods were kicked out of Wildmount because of the necromancy, or were seen as criminals. They were, Crazy Smith? I don't remember that being established. My recollection of the Briarwoods is just that they just came over to Whitestone. To be fair, I know currently almost zero about the government of Wildmount. The only things I really know are from Percy's flashback, where he talks about like them like staying in like a cabin in Wildmount or some shit. And that's like where they met the Briarwoods. And then the Briarwoods coming over, and they came over under like a flag of peace, and then red weddinged the whole, DeRollo family. So at least as far as I know currently, I don't recall them being kicked out. But I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong. Because that was around the beginning of the notes, so I wasn't taking super detailed notes back then. Is state-sponsored necromancer implies necromancers filling paperwork about their zombies? A little bit, yeah. I don't know if they were kicked out before they fled, so they weren't arrested. I mean, it could be that they were, like, I really doubt, like, let's say that Delilah was part of, like, a state letter agency or whatever. I really doubt that agency would have approved her reviving her dead husband. So it seems as though she might have been acting outside of her official capacities. You know what I'm saying? Seems like maybe she was taking home some work materials that she shouldn't have had, it feels like that sort of thing. That they were government sanctioned. Yeah, I mean, my assumption would be that they had been in the past, but then got a little bit too frisky with it. Yeah. Sanctioned can mean two opposite things. It is weird because I definitely read that opposite. Is like when I read the 81 report, like when I read the quote here, there are very few necromancers that weren't sanctioned. In my head, I take that as a negative. Like, they were sanctioned, like, their resources were cut off, and, like, they were isolated, or they were, like, cut off, essentially. Or they joined the system. Like, to me, it sounds like they were either disabled, like they took away all their materials, and, like, maybe even kept an eye on them, or they joined the government. Those kind of seem like the two options to me when I read that sentence. But to your guys' point, sanctioned can mean something different. It can mean something more positive. Yeah. I think the first meaning you described was actually a lie by Delilah. Oh, that would make sense. That would make sense. But yeah, that is my current thought process, especially after 81 and like learning this stuff about necromancy and like how it exists. It seems like they treat it as very dangerous, very powerful, but potentially useful. And so it is heavily like regulated and controlled by the government. And Delilah probably broke some rules by resurrecting Silas. I would also probably assume that the whole Vecna of it all, it seems like it might be a little bit like, I could see it being a bit of a national stain type beat, sort of like a Germany Hitler sort of situation. And so Delilah being into Vecna could be like a, hey, you can do necromancy, but like not that kind of necromancy. Like that's different. Or it's this like very personal thing to Wildmount. I could very much see that. And so it could even be that it wasn't just that she was doing necromancy, it's that she was doing like Vecna necromancy. It's like, oh, you can cast the blight spell, but you can't form an altar of bodies and skulls in order to resurrect your long dead spouse. Those are, the little different. I think sanctioned is an example of a contronym. It can mean penalties or it can mean permission. Yeah. It's very interesting. I can't think off the top of my head of any other contronyms, but I know that they exist. I know they must exist. That's very interesting. Yeah. How many governments do you think exist on Wildmount? It is a continent. Well, okay. So number one, Tal'Dorei seems to be pretty small. Or not Tal'Dorei, sorry, Exandria. Like Exandria as a planet, just in terms of like overall mass, seems to be closer to like a large moon, like orbiting like a gas giant or something. Like it seems to be more akin to like Europa, like one of the Galilean moons around Jupiter in terms of size. And so that, I think, has somewhat resulted in more homogeneity in terms of like nation states. Because what we really have seen, it seems, is that there is one country that on each continent that we've seen so far. There's one true country in terms of like they own and control multiple cities, and those cities identify as part of a larger national identity outside of just their city. And then everything else on the continent is either a part of that nation, wildland, or a city-state. So like Craghammer's a city-state. Seems like Whitestone was a city-state previous to what we're seeing here. Singorn seems like a city-state. But it seems like Byrodin was probably part of the Tal'Dorei Empire, Kingdom, whatever. And honestly, that is probably why Matt refers to him as an emperor, is because in the rest of the setting so far, like, we see Ank'Harel, and it seems like there is maybe a national government. Like, it's very unclear if the village that Gilmore's parents are in would consider themselves in the same country as Ank'Harel. Like, it almost seems to, like, not necessarily be like an afterthought, but it seems to not be overly like relevant to their mindset. It's like, well, we're not on our own, and who else would we be a part of besides Ank'Harel? Like, it seems almost like a foreign thing. And even like Othanzia, all wildland, Vasselheim, and the Pyra. And the Pyra, I don't think would like think of themselves like swearing fealty to Vasselheim. So it seems like a very strangely like non-feudal system. It seems like a very like independent system where each city kind of just fends for itself and just deals with itself. And then the bigger cities kind of have like a protectorate type relationship with the smaller ones. And it seems like Tal'Dorei took that relationship the furthest. So it's like Tal'Dorei is watching over the smaller cities, but it doesn't watch over Craghammer because it doesn't need to. It doesn't watch over Whitestone because it doesn't need to. Like those two are big enough that they just sort of survive on their own. Whereas, and even Westrun seems quasi-independent, but still part of the nation. And it's smaller than Whitestone, but seems like bigger than probably like Byrodin or the place where all the refugees went. So it's very interesting. It's overall, even Draconia, one city, whole nation. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like city-states are the rule, and the Tal'Dorei Empire is the exception to said rule. And I would theorize that that is mostly because of the size of the planet. Like, there is only so much that culture can change over physical distance. And when you have 4 continents, 4 very distinct continents, totally separated by water, I think it leads towards greater homogeneity, especially on the two, with Othanzia and Marquette. Large swaths of those continents seem to be quasi-uninhabitable, sort of Siberia and, Australian outback-esque. And so it makes even more sense that their big city, like the city on the continent, would be in a very specific location because the rest of the continent is just not doable. And so it'd be very hard then, just naturally, to go and expand, kind of beyond that. Whereas Tal'Dorei seems like the least homogenous. And I think it is partially because it has large geographical features that somewhat help break up travel time and help create more distinct cultural groups. So on Tal'Dorei, or on the Exandrian map, right? We have on Tal'Dorei, we have a mountain chain here, the Stormcrest. Then we have a big mountain chain up here in the I don't remember what the north ones are called. Damn. It's Stormcrest and it doesn't matter. I have it somewhere in the notes, I just haven't labeled it on the map yet. And you can see that the Tal'Dorei Empire kind of stretches along this kind of middle band. And then you have Whitestone up here that is further into the mountains. It's this more distinct cultural group and center. And they live independently of the Tal'Dorei Empire. Whereas, across these middle plains, kind of banded by the 2 mountain ranges, travels very easy from coast to coast, so you get more homogeneity in the culture between those 2 points. And the counterexample of a group that is close to this band but seems to be outside of the cultural homogeneity are the Arashari, the Sevra, which have, a very distinct historical mission and kind of live in isolation, and Singorn with the elves. And they are like a racial enclave. What the heck? Why are we starting ads so early? Okay, I'm going to say no to the ads, but I'm going to... Okay, 1 second. Wait. I gotta look at the timer that controls that. Or actually, wait, I can't look at it yet. Okay. Someone help me remember at around the hour mark. So in like 16 minutes at I mean, my time it's 12:30, but when we'll have been streaming for an hour, help remind me to reset the timer. I'm gonna pull it up on my screen so that I try to help remember it. Timed actions, hour timer. There we go. Okay. So all of that said, Wildmount is the biggest continent, at least that we have seen. And it seems as though it is pretty broadly inhabited. So we've got, something over here. We've heard of like a port city, I think in, this kind of area. They were obviously building a bridge like right here, which they would only do if there was a lot of settlements like along down here. They've also mentioned a mountain range at some point, but I don't think I got exact details on, Matt didn't draw me a map. So if we have civilization over here, a mountain range somewhere, and then Draconia somewhere over here, right? That leads me to believe that at the very least, the southern side is inhabited, but that's a really long distance. Like, even compared to Taldore, Like, Iman all the way over to here. Like, let's say that there's... Because I don't exactly know where Byrodin or Stilben are. Oh, Kaimel. Kaimel was the city I couldn't remember earlier. Stilben, I think, is somewhere over here. It's like the distance from Iman to Stilben is going to be much shorter than the distance from, a town over here to a town all the way over here. Now, Draconia could have been an exception. It's super possible. And I don't know exactly where Draconia is. So, like, if Draconia is, like, I don't know, closer to, like, there... That's still a little bit further, but it's more comparable to Iman. So what I think is it could be possible is I think we could see broadly this entire coast. We could see that as all inhabited. And then maybe there's a mountain range like here. Possible. And then this could all be wildland. Or the mountains could be here. I could see that all being wildland and just the entire area in between is broadly inhabited. Or I could also see there being a mountain range like here, maybe a mountain range there, maybe a mountain range there, something like that. And I could see us having at least two distinct countries, with each having multiple settlements. Because the only country, quote unquote, that we have seen so far with multiple settlements is Taldore. But I could see if there's like this is the easiest line to draw. Let's say there's a mountain range like right there. I could see left half being a country, right half being a country, and then Draconia is somewhere in the middle, towards the middle. So that is, I could see there being two distinct multi-settlement countries, and then there's probably going to be like, I don't think there will be more than 10. I'd say somewhere between 2 and 10 city-state sort of enclaves, similar to Draconia or Singorn or, Craghammer, that sort of stuff. That would be my guess. 2 to 10 city-state enclaves, and then 1 to 2 countries. I don't think there will be more than 2 countries. 2 multi-settlement countries, I should say. I think that there will be multiple cities along this coast that will all be united. I feel pretty confident about that, and I think that is going to be the government that the Briarwoods came from. I just don't know. I don't know where the mountain range will be, and I don't know how much else will be wildland. There could also be multiple mountain ranges, which would split this up even more. I'm going to currently guess. Okay, I'm going to put in a guess. I'm going to put in like firm numbers of guesses. You know what? Let's move this onto the main monitor because I'm talking about it. Okay, we're going to do firm guess time. Firm guess. This entire situation right now is giving me like Italy, Greece vibes in a way that nothing else on the map does. And so I think that much like Italy/Greece, there will be an Alps equivalent that sort of cuts them off from the rest of mainland continent. Like, I think if you twist this 90 degrees, stretch it out a little bit, I think we're looking at Europe. So, just like we're kind of looking at North America with Taldore. Not to put too fine a point on it. But, so, I think that... Okay, and this is... okay, this is maybe looking a little bit too deep into it. But these two little lakes kind of look like mountain lakes to me. And kind of so does that one. And that one. Like these look like lakes that form via snow melt from like mountain like runoff. And even that right there kind of, so I'm seeing maybe mountain going all through here. That's how we get the runoff, mountain. And then the mountains curve a little bit and go between here. And then down. And I think they might just continue for the entire coast. I think they might get closer to the coast, like right around here, and just continue the entire way down. So like from this little tip right here, down between these bodies of water, down between these two bodies of water, and then down the coast. And I think that everything to the left of this, to the left of those mountains, one big country. And I think it's a multi-settlement country at that. Because Whitestone wasn't that cold. So it seems like this is, temperate enough to be very livable. Now the rest of the continent. The rest of the continent's much harder. Now that looks a little interesting to me. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on in here, but I'm going to guess one enclave in there because there's like these two little weird islands. I don't know what's happening there. So I'm gonna go one enclave in there. I'm gonna go one enclave out here. So that's two. Draconia? Maybe that's Draconia? No, that doesn't feel right. Well, maybe it does. Fuck it. Well, no, they didn't describe any any ocean nearby. So maybe that's the ravine. That could be the ravine and not a body of water. Or that. I'm going to say that one of these two things is the ravine and not the body of water, so that's Draconia. So that's 3 enclaves. Now the rest of this area. This to me gives very northern wildland vibes. And also, okay, I don't know how to describe this other than purely vibes-based work, but the coastline is very squiggly. The coastline is very squiggly, which I know that this map wasn't even developed by then, but officially according to lore. But what that implies to me is that this area was mapped when they had more detailed mapping equipment. Obviously, that is ludicrous. This was all crafted at the same time. But that's what it's giving to me. So I think I'm going to just say wildland. I'm going to say wildland, and that's like a special lake. That's like the lake where the sword and the stone, that's like the Lady of the Lakes lake. That's like a cool special lake that maybe they'll need to go to like, I don't know, like bathe in the waters and purify yourself. Go to the special lake. That's what that's giving me. This uninhabited. Next question. Oh man. And then the question just becomes, is this wildland or is it inhabited? I'm gonna say one country, more enclaves. And so I'm gonna put 3 enclaves in this big ol' area somewhere. So that brings us to 6 total enclaves. 6 total enclaves. 3 somewhere in here. Draconia somewhere here. 1 going, whatever the fuck's going on with this thing. And then 1 on this peninsula over here. And this is going to be like an isolationist kingdom. Nothing is known about them. They're mysterious. Sometimes their traders will embark on long journeys and speak of strange beasts and creatures. Rumors abound about the people of the far east. Honestly, now that I say it, I think this is going to be very China coded. Very Silk Road China coded. And I think there's going to be similar kind of vibes when they go to the country that King Dwendal rules. There's going to be like, that's kind of how they're going to talk about it, is like Silk Road era Europeans talking about China. I think is how the people over here are going to talk about the people over here. Oh, but does that mean that they could be a country? I'll say it's a country. I'll say it has at least 2 settlements. Maybe only 2. But it's probably going to be a country in the same way that Ank'Harel is probably technically a country, where I think it's going to have 1 big city somewhere in here, and then maybe there's like a few outlying farming villages. Or like fishing villages. I think that's going to be kind of the vibe of this area. But I mean, honestly, now that I'm saying all of this, yeah, like we've talked about how if you turn Taldore on its side, it's very similar to like the geographic formations of North America. And it seems like there's maybe something similar going on here with this in Eurasia, where it's like this seems very Southern Europe coded to me. And then this seems... I know I say seems to me. I'm just looking at an outline on a map. But that's my prediction. That's my prediction. All right. Oh, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till I need to reset the timer. I'm watching it. Dust is a contra-mem. It can mean remove dust or cover with dust. Oh, that's true. Left. 10 people were in the room, 4 exited. How many left? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Is eco-terrorism because 50% of the time people use it to mean destroying the environment. The other 50% is terrorism to further pro-environmental. Also true. Yeah. Oh, language is so interesting. But I'm not going to get us on a big language tangent this early in the stream. I can't get us on a language tangent after I have just done a big theory tangent. I gotta pick one or the other. Was Uriel referred to as an emperor by anyone except VM? He was officially sovereign. That's true. I think he was probably... if I remember right, I think Matt referred to him as emperor once in like above the table type talk. But you're right. I don't think he was super. That was like, I don't think that was a common way to refer to him. Okay, we're just going to reset this. So disable, enable, hooray. All right, done. What about the Iron Authority? That's another government. I don't know who that is. Found when Matt talked about the Briarwoods in relation to Wildmount and King Dwendal. Oh, really? Wait a minute. I only kind of care about it in relation to Wildmount, but I definitely care about it in relation to Dwendal, because Dwendal was one of the names. Dwendal was one of the names on Animus. So I'm very interested in potentially confirming his identity. Dwendal. 102.41. Let's see here.
And my gatherers before me revealed that the Briarwoods, while once respected in that community, had been accused of necromancy about 6 years before. A practice that had long been outlawed in Wildmount.
Oh. Huh. I mean, there are things that are illegal to do that the government is still allowed to do, but that is interesting. In Ep 37, 102.41, Matt refers to the Briarwoods being run out for necromancy and refers to it as outlawed. Interesting. And is this Allura talking? No, I did my digging in Wildmount specifically. Oh, wait. Whoa. This is Assume? Okay, so this is from Assume. Interesting. First of all, gracious welcome to you. I did my digging in Wildmount, specifically Winendir and Port Damali. Okay, this might have been some of what I was remembering about the cities. Near the southwest coast of the Shearing Channel. Inquiries by myself and my gatherers before me revealed that the Briarwoods, while once respected, had been accused of necromancy about 6 years before, a practice that had long been outlawed. Their estate and all their lands were to be seized by King Dwendal, but the Briarwoods were officially killed when their homestead was burned by a mob. Interesting. All official documentation in Wildmount on the Briarwoods was set in this day, and that was the end of their line. However, this information was kept from ever making its way across the shore, as there isn't a lot of business between Wildmount and Amon. Upon doing more digging in Port Damali months later, it seemed that individuals matching their appearance appeared briefly within the port, where they bought a ship and hired a crew. Now, there was no political knowledge in Wildmount or any approval of a bridge being built. Interesting. That's a little interesting, where they bought a ship and hired a crew. Wait, so about 6... Wait, what? Oh, months later from when they... I see. Okay. So they've been just lying low in Wildmount. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's interesting. I mean, now, this is... There's possible, changing of the minds. It's also possible that maybe it is allowed for, it's like a thing that the government does within its own walls, but it doesn't let that shit get out. You know what I'm saying? So it might not be necessarily that it was bad that they did necromancy. It was more bad that they let on that they were doing necromancy. And and potentially, like potentially was, maybe gonna bring some scrutiny upon the government about being like, how are they getting away with this? I thought, I thought Delilah was in the Arcana Panasophical. What about other members of that? They had to like make an example out of them, sort of situation. I don't know. That seems possible to me. We'll see. It is also interesting that, you know what? That's going to be my official theory. My official theory is that they were doing necromancy for Dwendal. Maybe in like a secret government program type deal that Allura knows about as part of the Arcana Panasophical. Hey, dogs! As part of the Arcana Panasophical, like, Allura's aware of this stuff. That, this shit still happens just behind closed doors, but that's not public knowledge. And so when Assume goes and researches it in Wildmount, everyone's like, it's super fucking illegal, yeah, we burned the witches at the stake. Because Dwendal's like, making an example out of them. And that's why his name is on Animus, is because he's like, that's because Ripley's all pissy with Dwendal for basically making the House Briarwood the Fall Guys for potentially something that he wanted to do. Maybe he's a little evil. I don't think so. I think he's probably just a mildly corrupt bureaucrat is how I'm currently looking at him. The only other consideration, who else was on Animus? I know there was Osgrood, who is also a member of the Arcana Panasophical. Osgrood. I think he's not a necromancer, he's an alchemist. Known as an alchemist. Buyer on the Rhymefang contract that they completed for the Slayer's Take. Now, Ripley always could have, hated him for a different reason. Could have been personal. But I also see it as possible that... Wait, what? No articles found with Oz in it? But I know that I have an Osgrood article. What are you talking about? Bro? The search function is okay at best. Let's see. What were the other names? Richter Wells. I don't think we know literally anything. Yeah, we know literally nothing about Richter Wells. And then King Dwendal, Osgrood. Okay. I could see these people all being a part of whatever eventually brought down the Briarwoods. I feel like... Oh, you know what it could be? Because that was 6 years ago. It was 6 years ago that the Briarwoods got run out, right? That's what we just saw? Accused of necromancy 6 years before, a practice that had long been outlawed. Okay. Allura and Co. sealed Thordak 15 years ago. I wonder, and my current theory is that Opash was trying to either create a Dracolich or implant his consciousness within Thordak's body. And maybe he was successful, maybe he wasn't. I think it's possible with Osgrood being interested in the Rhymefang contract, like wanting dragon pieces. It's possible that Ripley, like Dr. Anna Ripley, this would also somewhat track on how Ripley knew about the stuff inside the Glintshore and possibly what she was doing there in the first place. It's like Ripley, Osgrood, Delilah, all under the direction of King Dwendal, were possibly trying to replicate Opash's experiment. Whatever Opash did, they were either trying to replicate it or possibly refine it. Possibly even they discovered the Vecna lab, and that was what kicked off all of this. It's like, oh man, maybe we can use this to maybe succeed where Opash failed even. And that is, and potentially they are still trying, is kind of one of my thoughts. So they know that Opash did this at some point in the past. Maybe they find evidence of it on Viscan. They start researching it. They discover a lot of things. And then they discover you gotta involve Vecna, or you gotta involve a Vecna-like entity. And they know they can't go public with it. They can't tell other members of the Arcana Panasophical. It's a no-go. But then something happens. Maybe an experiment goes wrong. I could see us maybe, hunting down the Vecna lab at some point, and maybe it's like it's blighting like an entire area. Maybe it wiped out a city that it was under. Some catastrophe, and they needed to pin it on someone. So Oz and King Dwendal decided, okay, Ripley and the Briarwoods are going to be the fall guys for this. So they pin it on them, and now Oz is still working on it in the background, which is why he got the Rhymefang contract stuff. There's no way that I wrote down exactly what they wanted, right? Oh, man. I'd be really curious as to the exact components. Maybe I'll go back and look at that at some point, but it probably doesn't matter. But I wonder if it's like skeletal components, fangs, femurs, rib bones, but it's like not hide or wings or things like that. The skull, the head, but not these other things. I don't know. That'd be interesting to see. So that's what I think is going on. And I think that Dwendal might not be entirely super duper evil. I think that I could see Oz being very evil. But for some reason in all of this, I'm getting a vibe that Dwendal might be like a useful patsy. Like, I think he's kind of dumb, a little ineffective, probably pretty, probably just kind of lazy and overweight, and like maybe even like I'm picturing him like not Robert Baratheon. I'm picturing him how like King Henry VIII is often described. I'm picturing him kind of like that. And I think there was even maybe who was last king of France? Louis XVI. I'm picturing him very Louis XVI coded. And I'm even thinking that he's he's pretty insecure about it. And so he wants to like do this great act that will be like remembered throughout history, and he and that's what's like driving him towards these darker arts. Ooh, possibly even when they made the deal with Vecna, this group, I'll call them the Necromancer. What was it? The the necromancer, Federal Bureau, FBN, the Federal Bureau of Necromancers. All right. So this little group, the FBN, was like, okay, we need to do this thing with Vecna. I feel like they might have made the Briarwoods like stake their immortal souls on it, maybe Ripley as well. And then Oz and Dwendal like got off scot-free. And so that's why they like made them public enemy number one. And so then Delilah and Silas still have to do the ritual in Whitestone because like they took all of the essentially like the warlock sided like cost of the contract with Vecna. Like they made some sort of deal with Vecna. Vecna said, hey, I'll give you this shit, but you got to do this shit in return for me. And Oz and Dwendal somehow maneuvered it to where only Ripley and the Briarwoods had to actually follow through. And so then they expose them, they make them the fall guys, they expel them, and then they get to continue working with the benefit of the knowledge with no cost. Except for a moral one. That's my current theory. I can't wait to get to Wild Mount. I'm not able to say what inferences are right or wrong. Is driving me nuts. That's the fun of it all. Wait. Oh no. Where'd it go? Out of curiosity, Mega, how far do your notes go back? Because I can't remember when you started taking them. Ooh, it's harder to tell because I started taking them in the Obsidian but I also deleted some of them at one point. This seems to be possibly one of the first times I took notes. Was April 15th. I don't know. Oh, Deathwalker's Ward. So possibly maybe the Marrowglade Lock. This is at least the earliest one. Oh wait. Oh no, wait, there's earlier. Drake Thunderbrand, potentially related to House Thunderbrand from Craghammer. Okay. So it seems like it might have been right at the beginning of the Briarwood arc. Although I know I took the occasional note here and there before that, so even that's kind of hard to tell. But Chroma Conclave, at least. Does Draconia count in the 2 to 10 total? Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't seriously bet on Matt's hydrography. It's not great. I assume, you know. It's one of the things that gets left out on a lot of fantasy maps. Getting out all your spoilers. Yep. Getting all the spoilers out. Are they all human, elves, orcs? What's your guess? I have no idea on the racial makeup. Because race relations aren't a big thing so far in Critical Role. But they are present, especially racial enclaves. So I could see maybe there being like a gnomish enclave somewhere or a halfling enclave. Like I could see it happening, but I don't even know how to start predicting it. Because the ones that we've seen so far are just elves and dwarves, which are the most common to get their own enclaves and to like live apart. So hard to say. 12:30 mark now. I appreciate it. Yeah. Surprised that they were not killed by a mob, but escaped to Whitestone. Dun dun dun. What? I didn't know that was them. Yeah. We have to keep in mind this lore was probably laid out years before Matt had solidified the geography. Oh, probably. Yeah. I mean, I am assuming that at this point he is starting to solidify things. So I am taking more current information as more reliable, essentially. Assumingly, yeah. That's the loudest the dogs have been on stream in forever. I know. I don't know what the fuck they were barking at. Why would Ripley care so much about someone screwing the Briarwoods? I think she was involved. I think she was directly involved. I don't think she, like... Because her having Dwendal's name on it implies an amount of connection to Wildmount. And her coming over with the Briarwoods, to me, implies that she was probably involved in whatever got them exiled. Was Ripley that close to the Briarwoods to care to avenge them? I think she got fucked as well by Dwendal, is kind of what I'm saying. She wanted to escape Whitestone and was thrown in a dungeon by them. You know, that's kind of interesting. I kind of assumed that Ripley wasn't... I kind of assumed that her being in the dungeon was a put-on. I guess I could be wrong about that, but I kind of assumed that she was in the dungeon. Like, she was fake in the dungeon. Like, I kind of assumed that she could have escaped and probably didn't get actually put down there by the actual Briarwoods. I've kind of figured she put herself in there as oh, I'm gonna trick you, sort of situation. But it could not be. And I could also, I mean, you know, they ruled Whitestone for 6 years. I could see their relationship having soured later. So I don't think she was going to avenge the Briarwoods specifically. Yeah. I feel like you need real malice to get a name on the gun. Yeah. I think that Oz and Dwendal screwed Ripley personally. I just think it was all part of this like federal FBN sort of scenario. Wait, then did that theory come up? I watched last ep. I can't have tuned out that much. What theory? What are we talking about? What theory? Did I have a theory that came up? Was it in the Obsidian somewhere? That'd be kind of sick. If we go back to some of my earliest notes and I bink a theory like that. I have no idea. I have no idea what theory we're talking about. The King Dwendal slander. Look, I think he's kind of, I don't know. I don't think he's a competent malicious force. But I think he's, you know. Yeah. They can put you in chains for foul-mouthing good King Dwendal. I mean, seems like that kind of says it all. He's fanficking on Dwendal now? A little bit. Yeah. Watching Mega on more than 1x feels weird. Will I get to live before Mega really starts the ep? Unlikely. You have theorized a lot that this Vecna is going to become important for the rest of the campaign, so much that it's sort of become canon in your streams. What were the clues for that again? The clues are that I think, in general, if there is going to be any, like, big bad, I think it should be at least, like, a campaign-ending big bad. I think it should be at least somewhat foreshadowed ahead of time. And even like the Chroma Conclave, we kind of got some foreshadowing with ahead of time. Or at least the players did, you know, with General Krieg. So even if they had all, say they'd gotten TPK'd by, what's-his-face, by Thordak, that I think still would have fallen in line with what I think needs to happen for a campaign-ending big bad. He was foreshadowed enough beforehand. And so when we think about what potential big bads have been foreshadowed so far throughout the campaign, I see really like 3 to 4 options. Some of which I've talked about and some of which I honestly haven't. I see the primordials, because we've gotten a lot about the Age of Arcanum, the First War, the Second War. There's a lot of religious tensions with the gods and such. I could see either, and we've even gotten like, you know, demons invading in Amon. I could see some sort of like planar invasion. Very Oblivion coded. I could see very much that sort of situation. However, my main thought against that is that the players seem pretty uninterested in that side of things. Like, if they had been more interested in that, I kind of assumed that, like, you know, HOTUS would be higher on their list. I think that they would probably be prioritizing Keyless Aramente further to, like, visit other sources of, like, planar stuff. And there's not a lot of characters. There's not a lot of like NPCs or any, you know, pre-existing villains that are actually connected to that besides Thordak. Now, these dragon whelps do provide a potential path forward to that. So if in this episode we see some like planar fuckery going on with the dragon whelps, like if we see like a portal to the elemental plane of fire, you know, because we have all these portals like just scattered around. You know, there was the Far Realm portal with in Yugvaril. There was, you know, we have the Kamal Jaori like portals, and so there's a lot of elemental stuff, but there's no real, like, if it came up, I wouldn't be fully surprised. But we don't have anything equivalent to them talking to the other dragon in General Krieg's basement, right? We don't have anything that is like, look at the oncoming storm. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no direct, like, here is a potential problem for the future. We just see that planar entities are kind of doing shit, but we don't have any like real seeming like plan or like foreshadowed event. So that's the primordials. I could still see that happening, but I just don't have a lot to theorize on from that perspective. The other big bad I could see is I could see something specifically demonic. We have HOTUS. I think it would be lame for HOTUS to be the final big bad. I'm not going to lie to you. They've killed him twice. I think it would be super lame for HOTUS to be the final big bad. And you can clip that shit if he is. I'll be disappointed. But we have HOTUS. We have the Pit Fiend. We have Jazerazel in the pre-stream in Amon. We have, to an extent, we have like Chrysathul in the pre-stream as well, the fetal god. That's like adjacent to the hells, it feels like. So we have some stuff there. But again, I'm kind of missing that singularly identifiable big bad and that singularly identifiable plan, except for HOTUS. HOTUS is an identifiable thing that we know is posing a threat, like 100%. But goddamn, do I think it would be lame if he was the big bad. And we have an event with HOTUS as well. We have him like coming back, but I don't know. I wouldn't be into it. And you could even say that, like, you know, some of the death and destruction stuff could be kind of adjacent to that. Now, third big bad besides Vecna. I had it and now I've forgotten it. Well, those are the other main two. Those are the other main two. Vecna, on the other hand, we have a huge in-your-face foreshadowing event with the Briarwoods and the ziggurat underneath underneath Whitestone and the Siphon. Like, massive, again, in your face. Like, oh, there's a big thing that the that the Briarwoods were trying to do. And they were trying to do it for this fucking evil death demigod who would make a pretty singular big bad. And then they kind of do, they do the breakdown from the Briarwood arc, and they find Riskel Daxio, and he's running away. And then they fucking interrogate him as he's dying, and he's like, I will return. I am the body of Vecna. Again, a very in-your-face, hey, this is something might happen with this later. You know what I'm saying? And then we have, and then there's the more tangentially related stuff. There's, there's the Vecna Raven Queen connection. I think the portal at the Glint Shore is, or not the portal, the altar at the Glint Shore seems to have some manner of connection. People have disagreed with that. Fair enough. The involvement of Ioun, they have you have the Ioun with the Slayer's Take. You have the Ziggurat at Yugg-Viril, which is ostensibly an ancient Ioun temple. You have the Ioun temple under the Slayer's Take, which Vox is very involved with. You have the Ziggurat underneath Whitestone that was apparently corrupted towards Vecna. So you have this other thing that is relatively pervasive throughout the campaign, also having a connection back to Vecna in a way that, like, Ioun doesn't really have any sort of connection to the Hells that we can see, or to planar magic or portals that we can see, besides Osisa seemingly using a Heartstone for her divination, which that should not be ignored. I think that is more pertinent than the players maybe realized. But yeah, not a huge connection in that way. And now we're getting all this necromancy bullshit. And I know this is relatively recent, but it's strengthened my conviction. I was pretty 50-50 on the Primordials versus Vecna until around the end of the Chroma Conclave arc. Like, probably like up through Vorugal. Like, I think around Umbrasyl, I was probably pretty 50-50 on it. Maybe even leaning harder towards the Primordials. But I started leaning more and more towards Vecna as things kind of progressed. And we continued, because I thought if it was going to be the Primordials, the dragons seem like the perfect place to start foreshadowing that. Right? They're elementally attuned and connected and all this stuff. But then there wasn't. So that was what, that being missing for me was kind of like, okay, this would have been the place to foreshadow them in the story, which leads me to believe that it's not coming. So that's why I started getting off of the primordial side of things and leaning harder towards Vecna. And then post Chroma Conclave arc, it's just been nothing but necromancy. It's nothing but necromancy. So now I would be actively surprised if it's not Vecna. I think that Vox will have to actively avoid a Vecna plotline, which they might do. Like, this is D&D. They've got autonomy. They've got choice. They might just straight up ignore, something going on. But I don't know. I would say I'm probably like 80% it's Vecna, 20% it's something else. And when I'm that level of confident, I tend to focus on the 80 and not the other 20. Still very possible that it's in that 20, but especially right now with all the necromancy bullshit, it's way easier to theorize about how the necromancy bullshit possibly relates back to Vecna than it is to try and fit it into a primordial theory. So there's also a level of that, of like separate from what I actually think will happen. It's also way easier to theorize about Vecna compared to the other stuff because I have more to like kind of latch on to. So I'd say the level that I'm theorizing probably somewhat misrepresents how much I even think it's going to happen. Just because it's so much easier to theorize about than other stuff. So yeah. So I guess that's the short answer to what the clues were. It is that it's the one I'm most confident on, and it's the one that's currently the easiest to theorize about. At this point, Matt was working on the Taldore book, so I imagine he'd look at Exandria as a world where you can tell different stories. Wouldn't that require some separate and unconnected factions? Certainly would. Which, you know, I think that there are probably plenty of outside factions. I mean, I think the Ashari are pretty separate. And I do truly think that like all of the demonic things that are happening, I think are pretty separate. I also think the Clash could be just singularly and uniquely evil. Like for a while, like there was moments, especially during the Chroma Conclave arc, where I was like, oh, are the Slayer's Take like, are they like the official incarnation of the body of Vecna or whatever? And I don't even think that anymore. I think they are totally unconnected from the Hells or Vecna or anything. I think they're just separately evil. So I think there are definitely plenty, but it's more I'm looking at what are there any singular events or singular people, important people that have been presented to or foreshadowed to Vox Machina, and right now Vecna's the main one. In that sort of vein. Slayer's Take, the monster hunters. Oh, sorry. Not the Slayer's Take. The Clasp. Sorry. I don't think the Slayer's Take are evil. I think the Clasp is evil. That's my bad. I do think, speaking of unconnected factions, I think there's a whole Ioun faction that Braum is a part of. I think Braum motherfucking Goldhand is in like the Ioun faction that is separate and distinct and is like a neutral faction, and it is the same thing that the Slayer's Take and Osisa are a part of. Speaking of unrelated factions, I think that's another one. But yeah. So there could be many different campaigns. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that there are like also I think Ank'Harel is very independent. I don't think Ank'Harel has a whole lot to do with or going on with that. I think Vasselheim as a whole is relatively independent. I think there's maybe some drama going on with the gods that is maybe related to Ioun, but I think the players just haven't looked into it at all. So yeah, I think there's enough. Hodis doesn't sound like a campaign ending name. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. Do Chroma Conclave and the Vecna cult have to be connected? Is there any evidence that they are? No. And to be honest, at this point, I don't think they are. I thought for a long time that they might be. But they are not. It's more along the lines of like what is foreshadowed and what is established. So like with me talking about like foreshadowing the primordials with the Chroma Conclave arc, I could see that being done not necessarily by connecting the Chroma Conclave and the primordials, but by giving some sort of the dragons presenting a justification to introduce primordial effects. So, like, say they go to Vorugal, they go to Draconia. It's all snowy and shit. And potentially, when there's a large concentration of a certain type of energy, maybe a portal opens. And you could maybe, drop in a line from one of the Draconians about how, there's, when it first started snowing, we didn't think anything of it. We thought it was just, another one of the weird weather patterns that have been appearing more as of late, probably natural. And so you can slip in little things about like, oh, there's weird weather patterns going on. Like, and that's not meaning that Vorugal or any of the dragons in the Chroma Conclave are connected to those weather patterns. Maybe that's foreshadowing the primordials. But I thought that the Chroma Conclave arc presented a really good opportunity to slip some of those details in if they were going to exist at all. So it's not necessarily that they have to be connected. It's more just that there seemed like some opportunity there that was maybe not taken. So I think Raishan is probably not even connected to Vecna in any way. I think she's now trying to research Vecna, necromancy, what have you. But I think she wasn't directly connected. And I did think that she was for a while. For a while, part of my theory was building on that connectivity. But I think it's probably more separate at the moment. Our sensors have detected a level 4 foreshadowing event. Can have everything connect to everything. Yeah, absolutely. How does he do it? How does he? Follower of Ioun is indeed part of the... Well... Yeah. So I rest my case. Exactly. Every time I refresh the page, I see the thumbnail for a fraction of a second and I laugh again. Good. Yeah. So that's where I currently land. Yeah. And we'll see. I'm open to to other people being the... Oh, wait, I need to convert this 1 second. I'm open to other people, I'm fine, actually. To other people or other things being big bad material. I'm open to it coming absolutely out of nowhere. We would have to see how it goes. But the only one that I think is a possibility right now that I would really rather it not be is Hodis. I'll give some Hodis slander right now. I already thought I think Hodis is more interesting as a concept earlier in the campaign. I think a fiend that you kill and then they come after you again, but they learn from the fight every time. I think that is more interesting earlier. But I just don't... And I know that Rakshasa is a fairly high CR, so I think making the Rakshasa this recurring villain maybe just isn't in the cards. But I don't know, man. This late in the game, it just seems like a bit of a chore because you don't have enough time at this point for it to be this interesting back and forth. I think sort of along the lines of if any of you have ever played Deathloop, a Julia Colt situation where they're killing each other, but they're learning from each other every time that they fight. I think there could be something interesting there with a recurring enemy like that allows you to fight to the death. Of like every time they come back, they've learned and they prepare and they have different strategies. That could be cool, but I think it has to happen enough for it to like cross an event horizon, you know, of being cool. I think the first like 3 or 4, like on like the 3rd or 4th time, it's probably a little weird. And then maybe once you get to the 5th, it's not weird anymore. And it's kind of interesting and cool. But honestly, even then, I'm kind of like, that still sounds kind of meh. Not something I'm personally into. So I just hope it's not HOTUS. The only people that Mega hasn't said is an undercover bad guy, secret agent, final boss in the campaign is VM themselves. That's true. I never thought that Care was evil. Care's always been my special little boy. I like him. I think all of the guest players, I think most of the guest players I've been pretty cool on. I'm trying to think of NPCs. I definitely thought Eskel was evil at one point. I thought Eskel's butler, he's always been cool with me. I never really thought that Tofor was evil until she made that weird comment about the Lyceum. But I kind of think that weird comment was just a weird comment. I don't think I was really supposed to take anything from it. I think Mikhail Daxio is probably cool. I think I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he might be a necromancer, but I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a good guy necromancer if he is one. The twins' dad. Does that count? Mega's going to be so surprised. Kind of saw some supporting evidence to that theory in action with his commentary on the Pit Fiend. Yeah, a little bit. Trinket? Yeah, Trinket's a good boy. I think Trinket's pure of heart. I think VM should also have the finger pointed. I think it would be crazy if VM were bad guys. I think it would be wild, truly. I would be shocked. I'd be shocked. And that's where we'll start the episode.
Welcome back, everyone, to Critical Role. Back from break.
Oh, dude, I was so confused about the music for a second. Yeah.
The party just found themselves immediately surrounded by large, floating, flaming skulls in the center of this hallway, going towards the Necromancer's sanctum. I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh, I will also warn. Hell yeah. No initiative before ending before the break. I will also warn. I'm probably going to be a bit less generous than I would normally be. I want to lay my bias out at the beginning here. It was way easier for me to be generous to something like the Feywild arc than it is going to be for me to be generous to this dungeon as a whole, this fight, similar to the Underdark arc. Because spooky, scary skeletons are not that interesting to me. And like the dark and depressing aesthetic in general, I know people are into that. But like as a good example, I don't really like Act 2 in Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's incredibly interesting. I think that the environmental storytelling and the way that you learn about Ketherick through his family is so cool. I think that the second act of Baldur's Gate 3 is very cool, but god damn do I hate its aesthetic. I hated existing inside of it. Like the first time I fight something with necrotic resistance, cool. The 20th time that I fight the a normal thing, but shadow version of normal thing, scary. So annoying. But this is a purely personal taste thing. I know some people are into that. I would never say not to run it. I will say, at my tables, you ever see that sort of shit, you know it's gonna be short. Because I do not like sitting in it. So, with this, I think flaming skulls are... This is where I said it's hard for me to be generous. Because it's like, if I had to say what I thought flaming skulls were, I would say a little dumb. I think the flaming skull enemy is a bit stupid. But, generously, I guess they're a little camp. You know, they're a little bit like, ooh, fun. Like, it's a little silly. I don't like them. They're an example of like an entire class of adversary that I just don't really fuck with. And it's not even because it's not that they're bad. They're just like boring to me. Like, I'm so into like ecosystems and like things fitting and like, this is a bit of a watered down way to phrase it, but I'm very into like ecosystem cycles, life and death. And in the same way that the Raven Queen doesn't like, the undead because they subvert the natural course of that transition, I find them kind of boring for a very similar reason. It's like when I go into a thing with a bunch of undead, I just kind of, like, my eyes just glaze over. Because I'm like, the only thing I can really learn about in here is the person that set it up, which is interesting. Don't get me wrong, that is interesting. But it feels so shallow to me in terms of an environment. And it feels so just bleh. And also, it's like, man, I got depression. I don't need to be looking at all this, at all this dark, dismal shit. I'm not into it. So, I wanted to put that out there ahead of time. Because even with the Opash discussion that we had last time, I realized that I was probably being even a little bit harsher on that trap than I normally would. And it's because it's just it's an aspect of like, and it has these features of this whole aesthetic that I just don't like. And I have, rationale for it, but all of it's taste, you could easily have different rationale and be really into it. And I think that would be very fair, I'm on episode 81. You better speed it up or I'll have nothing to binge. Uh-oh, you're catching up. You're making your way through the backlog. Maybe the real final boss is Pike. If Vecna is the BBG, you should expect spooky, scary skeletons from the Lich. I know. Look, dude, I know. And I'm trying not to think about it too much. I would never put Vecna as my BBG because of that very aspect. And if I did, I would have very few spooky, scary skeletons. What I would do instead is have her body and somewhat soul revive a lot of like past people related to Vox. Like, I'd have Vecna, like, during the final fight, like, revive the twins' mother as a zombie that is under Vecna's control. Like, Grog's father. Who else? I mean, Percy's entire family. Keyleth's mother. Oh, especially. Ooh, it would hit so hard if Vecna revives all these people in the final fight, and it's Keyleth's mom, and she's like, "Don't you want to know how I died, Keyleth? If you stand against Vecna, I won't be able to tell you. Like, can you live with that, Keyleth? Can you live with never knowing where my body is so that you can give me a proper burial?" Ah! So that's the sort of shit that's the sort of, that's where I would go with it. Because the skeletons are just so boring to me. Just like the traditional undead are so bleh. Even in this dungeon, I would have them fight like, I don't know, shadows or something that like mimicked them. Something. I don't know. I'm just, yeah. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. Ugh. Have you ever fought a flaming skull? I haven't. I can't say I have. Because I just haven't played very much, and the most playing experience I have was in a Monster Hunter themed campaign. So lots of beasts. No, not a lot of undead. So no flaming skull. Yeah. Is truly stupid. Look, man. Look. Why would the flaming skulls be dumb? They're 100% head. You're so right. You're so true. I am Raven Queen confirmed. Pre-watched. Wouldn't be the first time Stonejaw Strongjaw was raised as undead. True! He got raised by Chris Athol, right? Bro, imagine him being like, Grog, are you going to kill me again? I wouldn't be able to fight them. Yeah, that's the sort of shit I would go with. But again, I don't think any of this aesthetic is bad. I know a ton of people love the second act of Baldur's Gate 3. It's just not my shit. So it's going to be tougher for me to be generous to this dungeon. So I wanted to give a big asterisk on anything I say here. I'm going to try to be like more generous than I would be. But put a big asterisk on anything I say, especially if it involves something undead coded.
Please.
While
While they're rolling their initiatives, we had a winner in the chat room for a Wormwood Zebrawood complete dice tower system right here, as well as awesome thing from Wormwood here. They have a nice leather band as well. The winner is Hartman_, by the way. Congratulations, Hartman_.
I think you have Zebrawood.
Zebrawood is I believe is the one that I
It's so pretty.
So congratulations. We'll get this to you ASAP. Alrighty. So, getting initiative scores here from people. 25 to 20.
Oh, wait, we're rolling initiative?
Yes.
Jesus.
Fuck me. That's cocked.
No, that's awful.
Natural 20.
It is.
Alright, so.
Why can't I have these when it really
fuck me.
makes sense?
25 to 20.
22 total.
So 22.
21.
22 for Scanlan.
Whoa! Scanlan's always
You rolled a natural 20.
Me and Scanlan, Nat 20 brothers! For Scanlan, who's
That's
right here.
awesome.
Brother
Yeah.
and sister.
Back to Scanlan at the top.
Grind gaming me?
You don't know.
Alright.
Because I don't know how to do now.
Alright, 20 to 15.
16 for
17.
Bex.
Percy. 15 to 10.
14.
Alrighty.
Just out of curiosity, do you allow people to delay their action to act later in the turn?
You can hold an action, meaning you still take your turn, you still move, but you can hold your action for a trigger.
Okay.
Like, I will hold my action to attack if something comes in range, or I can hold my action to cast a spell when a certain creature does something. But you still take your turn. You don't move the turn order.
What pike roll?
Mike rolled a 9.
Pike at the end. Carrick, what'd you get?
A 1.
Oh no!
Oh, Care.
Number one.
Pike? 9. Who rolled 1? Care.
It's okay.
Oh,
You can
we
keep it
still
in
like
there.
you.
All right, so.
The term is Anchorman. That is what I am.
I like it.
Alrighty. So, at the top of the round, as these skulls are beginning to find their way in towards the cavern towards you, you've all circled around Pike in the center of this chamber here. I would like Scanlan and Vax to go first.
All right. After you, Scanman.
I'm going to turn in, I can turn myself invisible. It's a level 3 spell.
You can.
I'm going to turn invisible and back up against the northern wall in the corner and see if the skulls notice.
Okay. So, Scanlan is going to go invisible, and then back up here.
It's the second level as well.
Alrighty. Second level.
And I'm going to hold my action to see if until I find out whether or not. Oh, invisible is my action.
Invisible casting spells your action.
Is my action. All right, I'm going to back up and yeah.
Okay, so you back up against the wall there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your turn. Max.
So can you point to where I am in that scrum?
You're right there.
I'm going to move to the opposite wall that Scanlan just went to.
So over here.
Yeah, and I'll fly 10 feet in the air. I'm winged, so I'll be 10 feet in the air as well.
Okay, I'll put you up on here.
And I'm going to huck a pair of daggers at, I hope this the right way, the one on this side that's closest to you.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Whoop, that's shit. And then the second one.
Well, that was a 14. Don't
Okay.
write it off. It was 15. That
Yes,
first
that's true. It was a 15 and a 23.
Both hit.
Hey! I've won shit. All right, so first one is with Whisper. That is 4 plus 8 is 12 plus psychic damage, which is 19 for the first hit.
Nice.
And from the venom.
And we are about to take an ad break. Oh boy, oh boy. I did great getting to the actual show this time. Although it is, at least partially a combat, so at least it'll be a little bit higher speeds. Whoops. Also, I need to disable all the Twitch messages. Boop. Because I'm not running on Twitch anymore. There we go. Vecna, 30 seconds into the ep. Woo! We got there. Bro, I'm going to have to start doing a pre-show where I just, I do a pre-show earlier or, a different day, and then I just do a stream just watching. What's up? I know the cutoff wasn't as good as it normally is. But we're into the session for real this time. Also, I'll say it just at the top. Don't see a lot of necessity in analyzing this map too much. It's pretty straightforward.
Dagger that I'm throwing next, that is 4 plus 6 is 10. 10 total.
So 19 points of damage total. Awesome.
Yes.
All right, then your turn.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, that brings us to Keyleth.
Oh dear God, and here's that. Hang on, looking up the parameters of the spell. NBC, LMMOM.
What happens when you hit him with those daggers?
As both these daggers slam into the skull, you watch as the flames themselves are kind of wreathing around, and the skull just ducks out of the way, but the blade still catches and scrapes across the side of the bone, and it kind of has to right itself, but then it gets right back into the place it was. It's taking damage, and you can see portions of the bone are starting to crack and break, but it's still, still holding itself aloft.
Did his little job of the.
Not yet, not its turn yet.
Does it sound like Sildor?
It's actually shadow.
I'll get you, He-Man.
You boob.
You had me prayed.
Oh, I got to upgrade.
Okay,
Sorry. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Lord.
For a revolution.
Sorry, your reaction, Keyleth?
Huh? She's
inspired.
No, I got inspired?
No, what are you doing on your turn?
Okay.
Did you stick cotton in your ears during the break?
Sorry, I got.
It's okay, you're right here currently, Keyleth.
Okay.
You're next to Allura, and you have Carrick to your other side.
Which direction were we heading?
You were heading this direction. The giant gate was here, and then it lifted up, and then all the skulls swarmed in from that side.
There's only 2 right now? There's 4.
There's 4. There's 2 on this side.
4?
2 on this side.
Okay. I'm going to cast Moonbeam on. Let me do this one. That guy. Does that make sense? So it's 120 foot. It's a concentration spell up to a minute, and it's a 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. It causes searing pain and it takes 2d10 radiant damage. After a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so Constitution saving throw on each of these guys here.
It's a 5-foot radius.
Okay, so you can hit one. Okay, hit there, here, you can hit them both.
Can I?
Yeah.
Then I do that.
Alrighty. And that is a 16.
All right, I want to compliment that from Matt because I've talked about this before and Matt not doing this specific thing. And so I want to very much call out when he does of her. I mean, I think it's especially important for a table like Matt's when they can't see the map as easily and they can't like indicate things as easily. But I like him here saying, like, she said, oh, I want to hit that guy or that guy, blah, blah. And he goes, oh, if you aim it there, you could hit both of them. And I've talked about it in the past of, like, a level of assuming competency. And, like, assuming competency on both sides of, like, oh, yeah, like, if she could see as easily what I can see or what Keyleth could see, she would decide to do that. Assuming a level of like, oh yeah, she'd want to be as effective as possible. And so you say like, oh, if you put it there, you get both of them. And if she says, no, I only want to get that guy, like I don't want to get both of them, totally within her control there. But I like him pointing that out because I feel like it's something that I have somewhat ragged on Matt in the past for not doing. So I want to, yeah.
Fail.
And a 13.
Fail.
So no, they fail on both.
Ooh, that's good. Above average. 6 plus 7 is 13.
13 points of damage to both of them.
Yeah. Just a little bit of radiant damage.
So as the beam kind of blurs from the sky, you see the white radiant nature energy kind of burst around them, and the flames seem to subside for a moment as the one that's already been damaged by a Vax almost stumbles to the floor and picks itself back up. Its flame kind of flickering more so than the allies around you. Then your turn, Keyleth, you can stay where you are, you can move.
I'm on the. Are we on the carpet? Are we on the carpet?
Nope, we never tried that one.
We never did that.
Nope.
Then I will back kind of away towards me and towards the southeast corner.
Over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Southeast.
More south?
No, that's right.
Okay.
That's good.
Then it's your turn? Mm-hmm. All right. It is now the Flameskulls' turn.
Yeah.
Well, so show us on foot.
So, all 4 of these skulls, you watch as the flames kind of swirl around the head, pour into the skull itself, and for a second the flame almost goes dark, as all of a sudden the eyes burst into angry fire, the mouth grows extremely bright, and a single red beam streaks forth from the jaw to the center of the room. 4 of these beams in different directions here, followed by 4 simultaneous familiar explosions. That's 4 separate fireballs rock the room's center.
Fireballs. We're gonna die.
One fireball.
2 fireballs.
Wow.
So,
everybody.
that's, yeah, you guys clustered right there.
Well, we didn't get to the man. I know. This is the room.
Well, no, you guys all said you're all going to back in around Pike, and you had your turn yet, so, yeah.
It's also still the room.
I know. This happens, guys, sorry.
Like, where else were we going to go?
Go,
It's a
yeah.
huge explosion.
Not knowing or seeing where Sam went, they all focus here, which will affect... Good time. Will affect everybody.
Look, I said it last stream that it was a little cringe to me that Allura, like, somewhat complemented the trap. This is feeling a little in that vein. Can flameskulls normally do that? I haven't fought one before. I don't know their stat block. I didn't realize they were such a high CR. I thought they were lower. Oh no, they are lower. They just have fireball. Got it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Speaking of a recurring villain. In 1 hour. How many hit points is that? 40? Oh, yeah. Interesting. They're explosive but fragile. I mean, I like that as an enemy archetype. Like, if I forget about its aesthetic for a second. I don't mind that as an archetype. It is a little bit... This is something that I think you have to be careful with as a DM. I think it can be really fun and really cool. And you see it, that players yearn for it. And I'll say what it is. But it's a dungeon that is intelligently designed to kill characters. I do think players yearn for that sometimes. Like, you have it with, like, you know, Tomb of Annihilation or Tomb of Horrors. I don't remember which one is the original and which one is the remake. Players have always there's always a segment of players that has yearned for the dungeon to be unfair and for them to overcome it anyways. Like, that sort of challenge. And this feels very intelligently designed. Like, this feels very intelligently designed. You know, it has this, like, weird book trap. It has, you know, the moment that they do the blood in the middle, that's what activates the flameskulls. Like, and that kind of guarantees that they'll be grouped up. Like, if I'm a dungeon designer in fiction thinking through this, it's like, oh yeah, well, they'll all be in this room where the flameskull's fireball will be most effective. But I think part of the fantasy of an intelligently designed dungeon is overcoming the intelligent design. And you can do that through one of two ways. You can either do it Tomb of Horrors style, where characters just die over and over again, and you go in with new characters, but you have more knowledge about how the dungeon works this time, and you just run that as a mill, and it's just, you know, the players gaining knowledge about the dungeon in a meta sense, and being able to overcome it as players playing a game. Or you have to design it in a way to where it feels intelligently designed. It feels like it is meant to fuck the characters. But there are ways to subvert it. There are hints, there are clues, there are foreshadowing pieces that allow characters in the moment to outthink the dungeon's design. And that's really hard. That second one is way harder than the first. So again, it's not something that I want to say, like, not to do, but it's something that's difficult to do. Something really, really difficult. And it also, especially if you're in this kind of longer term segment, it can, I think it lends itself to moments that feel like the DM patting themselves on the back for a trap that is very effective. And I've said it before, D&D is not a fair game. D&D is not chess. The DM can win every time. If every dungeon is designed to kill the players, or to kill the characters, you can use all of the encounter building advice from any corner of the internet, third party, first party, whatever. I can take that advice and I can design a dungeon that will guaranteed kill the characters. Guaranteed. So it feels, it's a little bit odd to me when the dungeon is designed like that, and then there's a little bit of like a, well, you guys were all grouped once in a while. You know what? That's just how it happened. And then they're like, what? We didn't even have a turn yet. And he's like, well, yeah, that's just how it goes. You know, I don't know. It bothers me because it feels like it is implying a certain level of like cleverness. And it's like, no, you could do this at any time. As a DM, you hold yourself back from doing that. That's not, and is, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. It's not particularly my style, but even disregarding that, it is incredibly difficult to pull off in a satisfying way, I think. The dungeon peaked around the big rock so far. Flameskull is a smart individual, not a flying bomb. Yeah, I mean they did have that high intelligence, yeah. And they fully speak common, yeah. I think certain encounters in a dungeon should be able to be skipped, subverted, but not all. Yeah, and I think that it's very, and that's why I think that doing an intelligently designed dungeon is difficult, because part of the fantasy is being smarter than the dungeon. But not only is it very difficult to build a dungeon in which you could subvert all encounters, but I don't even think that would be satisfying. You have to find this weird balance somewhere in the middle. Whereas if you design a dungeon either more naturalistically, or just not as an in-fiction intelligent design, you kind of have less options. But especially if the dungeon is not designed to have security measures. I think that's actually the more relevant point, is it's like intelligently designed security. Because intelligently designed security is kind of evoking the same thing of like a spy movie, right? It's like, oh, they have the fucking laser grids, but we fucking judo move around it. Or I use the mirror that they would have never expected to like shoot the laser back at the emitter. You know, it's like I think that's what players want when they encounter intelligently designed securities. They want to be able to overcome it. But you can't have that be every security measure that they encounter. Sometimes, yeah, like you said, sometimes you just open a door and there are baddies. So that's why I'm so torn. Because I like intelligently designed dungeons, but I don't necessarily like for there to be a litany of intelligently designed security. I think that can get a little bit tough, you know? That can get tough. Like building a building-sized puzzle box, a little bit. And puzzle boxes are fucking hard to design, dude. So I don't know. Because if you don't design it in a way to where there are things to exploit, you're running a substantial risk of it not being very satisfying. Because they are a high-level party. They've got fuckloads of tools. A lot of times with high-level parties, you can just design a challenge and throw it at them and just rely on them. You can just rely on them having enough tools to develop a solution to your problem. Kind of like the rock. But it's tougher when the problem is meant to actively screw with them. You know, it's like every second that they are not thinking of the creative solution, the design of the problem is doing outsized impact and harm to them. You know? So it's just it's tough. It's tough. I want that to be the main takeaway of my thoughts. It's like it's really hard to design it in a way that I think feels satisfying and good. You know? Is this the first dungeon since the tomb where Vex died? Is this the first like literal dungeon? Like literal dungeon crawl? Underneath Whitestone was kind of a dungeon. Like they had the ghosts and then they had the acid and there was kind of some split choices. So underneath Whitestone was kind of dungeon-esque. Kamal Jaori, Sphinx Mountain was kind of dungeon-esque. Although that was like pure, traps and challenges, no enemies. But I think this is the biggest one where it's like a dungeon, you know? I do think this is the most dungeony dungeon since the Marrowglade lock, yeah. Honestly, puzzles and traps are not good security. Like, if there are flamethrowers shooting out of the walls every 5 seconds, why can't they shoot continuously? I mean, not to dive too far back into the conversation that we had last stream about IEDs, but it's like, if a flamethrower can shoot, shooting every 5 seconds as opposed to shooting every second, you could say that it's a longevity sort of thing. Like, it shooting continuously would take up more resources for the security. So there's an argument to be made that there's an argument to be made that like puzzles for the purpose of security are uniquely resource light to like keep running in perpetuity, and methods to get past them can be transferred via like word of mouth. Like, you can just explain to someone how to do a puzzle, or or you can send it in a letter or in a fucking sending spell. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Whereas if you have like a gate. Oh my God. There's a dog across the hall. I'm just going to bring the dogs in here with me. 1 second. Dog. I know. No. Come on, big dog. Big dog, get in here. No. Come on, big dog. Oy vey. All right. But yeah, with what I was saying, with like a key, you cannot pass a key via word of mouth. And like, if you lose the key, then you can't get through the puzzle anymore. So there's also like a longevity risk there. So it's particularly good for like longevity, and it's basically good if you possibly want someone other than you to ever get through security. and potentially while you're not there. I think that's the thing that like something like a puzzle security is particularly good for. But also, I'm no security expert. That's just my take. I really struggle with security measures in VTM. I don't know if it's my weakness or if my players are just good at it. It could be either. Who knows? Security is tough. It's why, honestly, I don't do a ton of intelligently designed dungeons that are meant to always keep people out. Like, if I run a castle as a dungeon, obviously a castle will have security measures, but it also kind of definitionally has to have holes in those security measures in order to let people come and go. And those are the types of things that I'm more comfortable designing. Something like a bunker or a secret laboratory that only one person is supposed to have access to, I tend to stay away from those sorts of things because I'm not particularly good at designing security for them either. Good security is a gate with a lock, preferably guarded by monsters. That's really good security if you want you to have access and you don't care if no one else has access after you die. Like if you die and lose the key, you don't give a shit if your lab stays locked forever. That is the best security. Anytime I've designed a trap type encounter, I just wait for my players to do something super cool and make that solution. This way they don't get frustrated and the person who thought up the idea feels super smart. Yes, I think that's a good... I think that is a good mindset, especially for a high level party. It's tough if that extends far. And especially if they don't think up a solution. Like, I'm not really sure what the solution in this room is to not get fucked. They might have just missed it, Maybe they just need to do something different with the blood situation. But I don't really know that there's going to be any real opportunity for them to, like, cleverly get out of this situation. And we'll see if there's more security after this. I'm not sure if this will be the only security, but I do think it kind of depends on how much there is, especially like in a row, and how much opportunity they have to solve it before they get the punch in the gut. Because this felt like, they made like basically two decisions, I think. And then they, kind of just get fucked by the trap. Well, they got double fucked, kind of. So it's like they made the solution with the book, got fucked by that, made the solution with the blood, got fucked by that. And so it's like the opportunity space for them to really, really do something cool or clever is really shrinking. You know what I'm saying? And so that's when I'm thinking about like a problem that I have not thought of like any potential solutions. Like I'm just wanting them to think of a solution. I try. It's not always the easiest. I want to be very clear that this is, again, this is one of the more difficult parts is like making your players feel smart, which like kind of requires thought and challenge. But the more you do that, the more you open it up to really unsatisfying conclusions when they don't solve it. So it's a tough thing to balance. But if I don't have a solution in mind that I'm like actively, foreshadowing or whatever, I try to maximize the amount of time that they have or the amount of opportunity that they have to try and figure out different solutions. But again, also that's not always possible. That's not always possible. So it's tough. I'm not a huge puzzle guy. I've said it before. I find it very difficult and risky It's something I still try to do occasionally because I still want to like build up that skill and build that muscle. And I think if you're really good at it, it can be incredible. But I'm not particularly skilled in that area. Yeah. Dogs want to watch CR. Yeah. Yeah. You can pass a combination lock via letter. A security measure isn't supposed to be solvable by someone who's smart enough. That's fair. That's very fair. I agree with that regarding like a combination lock. Yeah. I'll just agree with that. And maybe this one wasn't, maybe this one is meant to be like, oh, it only will recognize Opash's blood. And when they put in some other blood, it opens up the shit and throws flameskulls at them. But then it should close the gate afterward. So we'll see if that happens. If the first solution they try works every time, it doesn't feel challenging. And that's what I'm running into. I'm starting to think they are professional robbers for their day jobs. Yeah, a bit, yeah. I mean, that's, if your players are just like that good, I mean, you can either just keep letting them feel, that sick, or you got to start stealing harder puzzles. It's kind of up to you on what you want to do with that. Yeah. That's why I don't plan solutions. I'm a very low prep, high improv DM. I feel you there. I think sometimes I plan. I'm maybe a little bit more on the medium side of both. I'd say I'm higher improv. I think majority improv, but that could 51% sometimes. But yeah, and it's especially as they get higher level. Especially as they get higher level, they just have so many options. But when I am prepping, I try to have that opportunity space be as big as possible. Because I don't like it when it's just like they try one thing, they get it wrong, and they get slapped for it. Now, I don't like that, but also there is a positive side to it of it keeps the momentum up. It keeps the momentum and the pace of the session much higher. If you present your players with a puzzle and they try something and it's right, hooray, it opens up, it's wrong, they immediately get slapped, they get the consequences. I don't think that's a very satisfying way to deliver a consequence, but it does keep the momentum of the session up. It keeps them from getting into analysis paralysis. It keeps them from stopping. And you are presenting an opportunity for them to feel smart. So it can just be kind of a risk, It's like you present them with a puzzle and they try something, and either it's positive and they feel smart, or it's a little negative. But either way, you keep moving forward. So if you are especially concerned about the pace of a dungeon or, anything therein, it's not a bad direction to think in. It's like I said, I think it's a bit of a risk as an element of a dungeon crawl. But, I mean, risks are part of creativity. So I think go for it sometimes. Use a big rock. I mean, I do love a big rock.
So I need everybody to make 4 dexterity saving throws. Now, mind you,
Everyone except Scanlan or still Scanlan?
everyone except for Scanlan.
And everybody's got advantage on every single
Because of the spell
throws.
effect.
Wait, dex throws?
All saving throws you have advantage on.
4 saving throws.
That's
With advantage.
amazing. All right.
You crazy motherfucker.
Oh, that's better.
God damn, that's the same
I'm
number.
trying to hit.
You're trying to beat a 13.
How many do we have to roll it each time?
Yeah, for each one.
That's crazy. That's
Natural 20 on my second. No, you're right. Write down. 17,
18.
We're trying to beat a 13?
Try to beat 13.
Okay.
And
I cleared all of them.
cleared all of them.
Cleared all of them. Great.
What I gotta do them for Pike? No rolls for Scanlan. Okay.
It's not your turn. Oh, shit. 4 fireballs. Bum, ba-dum, 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 dum, dum.
Do I have to roll for trinket too?
You do.
Oh God.
Everyone was there.
Okay, Pike it saves 2 and fails 2. Vex saves all.
Okay.
Oh God.
These little disembodied bastards are.
Trinket only saves against 1.
Okay.
What are these called?
Even with advantage?
Even with advantage.
It's her magic power.
Trinket just constantly. I didn't add anything. Oh well, he had a plus
So,
2.
Grog.
Yeah, I failed the first 2, succeeded on the second 2. 10, 10, 21, 21.
Okay. So you take 76 points of fire damage.
Sweet. Ace. That's amazing.
Save.
Okay. So you take.
What's that does to the heroes?
Is it 78? No, right? Grog said 78, right?
You said 72.
Sorry, 72. Sorry, brain's not working. That is 48 points of fire damage to you,
Did
Percy.
you save from all of them?
Yeah.
Same. 17, natural 20, 14, 18. For my roll.
42 points of damage?
Wow.
Wait, wow. How much?
Sorry, I'm
Yes, okay.
Sorry, there's a lot of fireballs in the water
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
Sorry, so first of all, altogether, if you made all the saves, it would be these. Oh, shit.
It's mild asbestos in the coat.
Made of polyester.
26 times
We'll say for the sake of this and the ease of the damage here. Take 56 points of fire damage, Percy.
How much? Sorry.
56 points of fire.
56?
56 against all of them?
Yes.
Did you save against all of them? 56?
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
Shouldn't I have taken more?
You technically would have taken.
Yeah,
No, you took 70 because you
failed 2.
You failed 2, so that would be.
Okay.
And that's with a nat 20?
You're taking 88.
88.
Oh my lord.
With a nat 20, you still take half damage?
Yeah, succeeded. So how many did you get, Keelan?
I saved all of them, so I'm at 50 hit
And he's
points.
like, fuck.
Okay. Carrick, how many did you save?
I did. I made all of them.
Okay.
Thanks to the advantage.
Thank God.
Eric.
So you take 56 points of fire damage.
I
Jesus.
saved all of them with evasion. That's 0. Yeah?
Yes, you take 0.
Yeah, flat against the ground.
Yes, just duck out of the way.
Jeez.
Vex,
I saved against all of them.
56 points of fire damage.
So I'm at 57 hit points now.
Okay. Pike, failed 2.
She failed, so she 2 of them. Yeah, so 88.
So 88, but half that because she has fire resistance, so 44.
Oh, thank God. Okay. That's good. That's good. And then Trinket only got 1, so he's in my necklace already.
Luckily.
You can bring him out and heal him in a minute if you want to. Brings Allura through her barrier and extra hit points. That brings her to. Okay, there we go. And Kima also failed 2, so she took. Alrighty.
If I'm still hugging Grog, can I use him as partial cover?
Going forward, you can, yes. From the curling flames of the arcane blasts, unfortunately, not that much cover from that. However, they all then go ahead and scoot back towards the wall. Out, so the holy radius itself is starting to affect them. So this one is starting to back up this direction, and these two are going to go ahead and curl around the fallen stonework and land there. That is going to end their turn.
Fucking key blocks.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
It's a box of kill.
Now it brings us to Percival's turn.
In the face.
I am irritated. So which was the one that you were shooting at?
There's one that's almost dead. What's the one that's almost dead?
Yeah, the one that Matt just touched.
I'm going to start with him, and I'm going to
He's
just
alright.
to be a dick. I'm going to pull some Deadeye and a sharpshooter on this one.
You're out of the box.
So I'm going to start with him, taking a shot with Animus.
Animus?
With the Animus gun, which is with the sharpshooter on, is 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
So roll damage for that.
That's sorry, I'm a little. What do I need? I need one of these. I'll use this one. It's prettier. Actually, sorry, just counting my dice. That's nice. That's 17, 27 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
Okay. As you take your first shot, the one skull is trying to duck around the partially crumbled wall. You catch it right before it goes behind cover, and as your bullet hits from the side, the skull just explodes and shatters into a burst of flame and broken bone, expelled and extinguished on the battlefield.
Fucking dick.
Next shot.
Do you get a grip point? You get a grip point.
Oh, I killed it. So grip point back. Boom. Actually, I'm going to spend another grip point for the same shot. So yes, that's.
These aren't living creatures, are they?
They are not.
I'm going to just switch to the one.
That one?
Yeah, I'm just going to switch to the one not flanked. But
Some flaming jungle moth.
same sharpshooter, same thing. Same attack. 26.
Hits.
That's not as good, but it's okay. 22 points of damage plus 6 points of psychic damage.
Okay. Alrighty. So this shot impacts and it sends it kind of slamming into the wall and it rights itself back in its position, but you can see noticeable cracks across the bone cranium of it. And bullets of fire kind of poking through areas where it's starting to come apart, but it's still keeping itself together at the moment.
I'm going to take another shot at it. Sharpshooter, but not with the Deadeye.
Pew pew.
Pew pew. Not as good a shot. 16 attack.
16 still hits.
That'll do.
Kill it.
After
Kill
it,
it.
dog.
Fucking
That's
kill it.
20 points of damage with 4 points of psychic damage.
That does it. That skull is another blast echoes through as the gunshot goes off. You watch as the secondary light source from that side of the hallway just is immediately extinguished. That hallway goes dark once more. The two glowing lights untouched on the area you came from still standing.
I do a quick reload and I run up the wall to that way, but to an angle. Yeah, I'm gonna perch up there.
Okay, we'll say.
Point back.
Oh yeah, I get the. God, thank you. Fuck me.
So feels like becoming your paperclip for this battle.
Yeah, right?
Did you know?
Looks like you're trying to write.
Second,
Yeah.
I'm sorry I meant to mention this before. And even relative, if everyone has made like 8 saving throws or rolled 8 saving throw dice, everyone close to me because of my aura of divinity gets a +3 because of my charisma bonus.
That's true.
I would not bring it up after the fact if that was not just such an ungodly buttload of damage.
Doesn't affect my rolls.
That would affect your rolls. You get +3 to
Yeah,
any.
Yeah, still didn't make it.
Yeah, so it didn't help Grog. Pike is the only one that's near you that would have gotten the
Pike
benefit.
up to one of. She would have
Okay,
failed one of
so
them.
take 22 points of fire damage off.
that's-
Or no, it would be half that.
Be 11
Have to get 11 points. Take 11 points.
That's for saves, not on attacks or anything, right?
Correct, just
So add 11 points back.
Yeah, I second mine.
Yeah.
Is it all yours?
Did Grog roll 10s and he needs a 13?
So which rolls your final rolls?
10, 10, 21, 21.
Yeah, that would make 13.
So that would make 13 rolls. So yeah, that would have.
You saved on everything.
Two saves, maybe.
Hey.
So if you saved on all of them, how many points of damage did you take?
All of them have been 56.
56 total.
Got it, 56. Thank you.
I think you took 80
Trinket
someone.
still would have failed 3. Just to put that out there, he rolled
even
so
with-
poorly.
even with the +3?
Even with the +3, Trinket would not have gotten up to 13
Thank
on
you,
data.
Care.
You know, I've been led to believe that bears had more affinity with dealing with forest fires in general. Like, I feel that it's just, this is definitely a problem.
Somewhere Sam's
Oh, poor Trinket.
He's good climbing trees.
He's good at cuddles.
Do you have a bald bear?
Well, little no singed hair.
He looks like those little tiny microscopic.
All right, first you then your turn.
First, you then do your turn?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Jack, you're up.
Tardigrades.
Oh, I'm up.
Yes, it's you.
Okay.
You're right there.
I'm going to shoot them. I'm going to shoot
All right, which one
the one closer to you.
Okay, there you go.
Water bears. Come on, water bears.
That definitely hits.
Okay.
Like a Shih Tzu held over water.
16 damage plus 3 lightning damage.
Okay, got it.
And then, fuck me, I Hunter's Mark him.
Okay. He has been
That was the saddest
Hunter's Mark.
You didn't have to.
I attack him again.
Okay.
I guess.
Natural 20.
Well, there you go.
I was gonna say somehow Skull was giving you shade and now he's
Yeah.
not. I'm not raising it. I can feel it.
20 plus 8 lightning damage plus 8 Hunter's Mark.
You don't get to kill anything.
Because you double all your dice, right?
Makes me you double the dice.
Yeah.
Genuinely feel bad. So it's 20 plus 8
Plus another 8.
plus another 8.
So 28 plus 8 lightning damage.
Yeah. That secondary arrow happens to just hit right on the suture at the side of the skull. And as it hits, the arrow cuts through and causes the skull to crack in half. And you hear this kind of shriek, and the laughter fades as it pulls back, and the flame just flickers out, and the two pieces of bone just climb to the ground and kind of break across the stone.
Nice.
I move
They're pieces of bone all
away
over.
from him into the on the opposite side of Percy.
Okay, so
Okay, so it does seem like these flame skulls actually have less health than the average flame skull, which, fair enough. I'm not going to, I would never say that Matt's going easy on them in this combat. These flame skulls are meant to get in, do their fireballs, and deliver a fuckload of damage. They are a resource suck encounter. You know, they go fast, and I don't mind that at all. Like I said in the notes, it's like I do love lots of low health guys when there's a fighter in the party. I love that sort of shit. Makes the marshals feel awesome. Like makes AoE attacks really effective. But especially like the multi attack on marshals starts feeling really cool when there's a lot of low health little gribblies. And I don't even mind, you know, glass cannon type stuff. It's yeah, I think it's just the thing that is I'm not particularly vibing with on this encounter is the surprising nature of it, which I think is kind of the you know was centered within what I was talking about earlier, and I don't have a ton more to say about it, but I do like a lot of the various aspects of this combat. And this is a good example of one of the ways that I think if you want to drain some party resources before maybe a slightly bigger fight, throwing something like this at the party that just drains their resources a little bit can act as a good fast resource drain, especially these low health, low AC type of mobs. Yeah. I was in the next words out of my mouth were going to be that said, but no, that's kind of it. That's kind of it. You can get a little bit closer towards that like 4 encounters a day, or not 4 encounters a day. I think it was 3 encounters a day. Whatever. Sort of generic advice. Yeah.
This way?
Yeah.
15, 20, 30. You can get about there.
Okay.
All right. That ends your turn next. Grog, you're up.
Run at the last remaining skull.
Okay.
Kill it.
In a rage.
40, 45, 50. You get right up to it.
I'd like to play T-ball, please.
Okay, go for it.
With this new dwarven thrower. Should I try throwing it?
Just
Too
wait
late,
for the
clutching now. With a reckless great weapon bastard.
Go for it.
Rage? 33 minus 5 is 28.
That hits.
Okay.
You don't add the extra D8 because you only get that when you throw.
Right. Shit, wait. Yeah, 31 minus 5 is 27.
27 damage.
26.
26 damage.
No, I'm sorry, the second hit was 26 to hit.
Oh, I see. What was the damage person?
I didn't do it yet.
Okay.
Sorry. Now I got it. What in the fuck is that?
Welcome to D8 muscle.
Oh no, it's a 6 plus. Okay, we're raging, so
Barely a 6.
20 points of damage.
Okay. As you slam across the side of the skull, it slams against the side of the wall where you hit it, and as it kind of rights itself, you go with your second attack, which does hit. Roll damage for that one.
What the fuck is that? It's a number.
19.
19 hits. Oh, 19 damage, sorry.
19 damage. That's,
You slam it again. This time it kind of falls to the ground and picks itself back up. The flames brightening once again in anger as its jaw kind of clacks open.
Oh shit.
Coming towards your face.
It's still alive?
Yeah.
Kill it!
You're not,
I don't have a third attack.
Yeah,
Frenzy.
frenzy.
And with a bonus action, can I attempt to use my boots of fire leaping and leap to the wall towards you?
Yeah.
Like,
Certainly senses that an all powerful deity on the outside is just leap towards Matt. Breaks through the
have you watched of all things?
So just grab your mini and slam it into the ground. No saves.
My flat line, not like this.
Not like
I just want to leap towards the wall that way, so I'm not
Okay,
the
so
same
go make
line.
your athletics check.
Okay.
Since you're raging, you have advantage on it.
Oh, cool. I don't need it. It's 26.
Okay, so you... Lord. There you go.
I expect you to die.
All right, this is Allura's turn. She sees currently at the moment that the heavily damaged flame skull, and there's nothing else immediately in the vicinity. She kind of glances past, steps over past Carrick and kind of says, shall you or shall I?
Be my guest.
You're too kind. And with one hand on her shoulder and the staff the other, she kind of just thrusts it forward, and you watch as 4 what looks like small beads of arcane energy go rocketing out from the top of the staff and arcing around each other as they swell with power and force. All slam multiple times into the side. The magic missiles dealing 5, 10, 15, 4 4s in a row.
Yeah. That spell is dependable.
20, 4 4s in a row.
Wow.
And that's not quite enough to finish it.
He's really
He's kind of slamming into the sides
How
of
is
it.
this spell so strong?
It's taken 59 points of damage. You watch
He's
it as,
gotta be barely
as it.
alive.
I forgot that 10.
To each roll?
Do you each roll? Well,
I mean, you got 20.
Yeah.
yeah. So we'll say, given that circumstance,
Sorry.
it's okay. In fact, they literally have 1 hit point. They have 1 hit point left.
She got him!
Yeah, they have 1 hit point left. So as the 4 missiles slam into the side of the skull, the final one hits and its jaw gets blown off as the rest of the skull just turns to ash against the stonework and slowly rests across the side. The combat coming to an end in that moment.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Every week for 2 years. We've been playing this game every week for 2 years.
It's going to be amazing when we're level 1 again. We go, I hit it for 3 points.
We're like, yay!
Oh, can I run? We can't run that way, right?
Give him this way, yes.
Can I run that way?
Run!
This way?
Yep.
This is a death trap. Grog, what are you doing?
Grog,
Wait, we have to go backwards.
I came from the other way.
no, you
we
came
went
from,
that
you
way.
went this way.
I run the other way!
Okay, so Grog just goes bolting through, past all of you guys, into the currently unexplored.
Yeah, stop fighting. Grog, we don't know. Everything has been fucked up. We just wait a second.
Oh.
Check for traps. Check for traps. At the edge of the map? Wow. You're learning.
Yeah, you just caught him as he moved past the partially collapsed part of the wall where the one skull was trying to hide.
Pike, do we have maybe like a group heal?
Bro, the quickest combat in CR history. Holy shit. What time code was the timestamp for after the break? 32. A 30-minute combat. Probably less. Most of that was just figuring out the fireball damage. Hey, I love a quick combat. No further comments about that.
Well, guys, I'm half hit points after flaming Night Raiders.
Yeah.
I'm going to check for
Ghost
traps
Riders
past where that gate was.
Definitely do some
20 or 30
sort of
feet.
healing thing.
How many of those did you fail?
I passed all of them. One with a nat 20.
Oh. You're at half your hit points?
Look, man, we can't all be Grog, the barbarian.
Do we
So
want
let's go
to? Do we want to? I mean, okay. Here's the thing. If we all keep charging in, that spell that we just did lasts for a minute. Thought Raishan was around. She was not. So we've got less than a minute left on that level 8 there. Or
That gives us advantage on all saving throws.
yeah.
Which, actually, now that I think about it, I need you to roll
Concentration.
4 concentration checks on that one. For Mike. So for 4 Constitution saving throws.
You know what? They did.
advantage,
They
at
did a good
advantage.
job of keeping us from all dying just then, though.
Yes, they did. Yes, it was not wasted. At advantage. So here we go.
Ooh, natural 20, 18, 19, 11, 11.
Actually, that 11.
Oh, plus 3.
Yeah. Okay, so she maintains concentration, but you have about roughly 50 seconds,
50
45
seconds left
Here
on
we go
that.
right now.
Like, we won't be able to get to her in a minute, y'all.
Okay, is there anything in front of me as I look at my 19?
Okay, so as we're having this conversation, you kind of push past. You don't notice anything trapped, but about maybe 30 feet from where the iron door was,
Yes.
as you're scoping, the floor just turns to darkness, and as you peek over, you see now a set of stairs are descending.
But no traps.
No traps.
Do we want to keep moving or do we want to pause?
If we take a rest, we can rest up and
We have
heal.
a short rest right now, so we can top off.
Okay, let the spell go then.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit dice.
Okay, yeah, we use our hit dice because we all got half of them back.
How much
How long? Short rest.
Short rest is
20 minutes.
about anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour.
We could scry and see if Raishan totally knows that we're here.
6 seconds.
You can
Unless
scry.
there's some sort of like big healing mojo, but like I am really good.
Yeah, let's just use our hit dice. Save
I mean,
the
I
big
can
heal
burn and
spell.
mask your wounds and heal us.
We
or
haven't
can
even
take
fought
a-
the dragon yet.
Yeah, that's the thing.
For all we know,
Dude, I didn't even clock that on the flame skull stat block. Oh man, a flame skull's rejuvenation is exactly as long as a short rest. That's mean. That's mean, but kind of in a way that I like. It's almost like that's on purpose. It's like the dragon having a flying speed of 40, just enough to be faster than most of the races. Yeah. But like Monk can still keep up. Oh, that's dastardly. That's dastardly. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. What's their dex? +3. Damn. I mean, I guess that they probably just rolled really well on initiative compared to Vox. 'Cause honestly, I'm kind of coming around on them. I'm coming around a little bit on them. I think that if I was going to run a similar encounter, I would have designed the battle arena a little bit differently. I would have... Oh, man. The way that I'm thinking about designing it is meaner than the way that Matt did. I think... Man, I'm trying to think. Man, there's like... I think the main thing I would have changed is the puzzle that activated them in the first place. I think I don't love the Blood Bowl, primarily because the Blood Bowl kind of invites them to experiment by putting their blood in there. I would have wanted something a little bit more. Although, you know what? Vox did know that the skull was evil. And they didn't take into consideration that it might be related to a trap. Oh man, am I just okay with this? But how else do they open the gate? Oh man. I don't know. I'd have to percolate more on what I would have replaced the Blood Bowl with. But honestly, this is cool. I'm coming around on it. And when I think about how I would change the arena, I think about putting the flame skulls up on a high ground location to make them even harder to get to. That was my first instinct. Because with the rejuvenation being an hour, it just almost guarantees that they are going in down on resources. And that is very interesting. It discourages them from hanging around too long and from playing it too safe, which is very funny given their recent experience with Raishan. But frankly, maybe it's necessary given their recent experience with Raishan. Like, if you're Vox in this situation, you're going to be so cautious compared to after just getting thwapped by going into the encounter sooner than you should have. You know what I'm saying? So you put this in to say like, hey, I understand that you're going to want to just hang around and chill, but and you put it right at the front of the dungeon, right at the front, so that now it's like this presence that is just at your back. And if you short rest, they're coming forward and they're harrying you. It's this constant pressure. Unless you spend resources. You dispel magic, 3rd level spell, remove curse, 3rd level spell. Or you're prepared with holy water, but that's still expending resources, especially if this is an overall undead dungeon. So it requires you to either go fast and basically be down any resources that you spent in that combat, or spend resources to ensure that the combat can't reoccur. And by putting 4 of them, this is a lot of spell slots you're going to have to spend. I mean, they're a high-level party, to be sure, but... Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, the shattered fragments reform. Oh, and there's even like, there's such a playing with expectations here. Because I feel like people would naturally assume if I shatter the skull, it won't be able to get back up. But nah, they can. Yeah. I think I'm not into the trap. And I would have designed the dungeon a little bit differently to maybe give them slightly more opportunity to spread out and not get as fucked by the fireballs. But I'm into it. CR4 is crazy. I'll just say that. CR4 implies that it can go up against a party of level 4s, which sure is theoretically true, but like, I mean, what is 8d6? What's the average of that? 3.5 times 8. So that's 16, 24... 8 is 4, so 28 damage. 28 damage. How much health does a wizard, or does a warlock? A warlock's using a D8. A warlock at level 4 probably has in the 30s of health. This is doing most of their health, though. I mean, I guess CR4 implies that they can only fight one of them. But even so, I mean, Dispel Magic or Remove Curse literally cannot be cast by a 4th level caster. I guess a 4th level caster could have Holy Water, but... Or, a 4th level party could have Holy Water, but damn. That's a nasty enemy, but I'm liking it the more I look at it. And I'm liking it more and more the more I think about it in this context, yeah. I feel like they were designed by a very mean DM. It's a little rude. It's a little rude. I had a party surprise a set of flameskulls going into a dungeon and then get surprised on the way out. That, I think, is more... That's closer to, I think, how I would implement these. Because I think the most interesting thing about this is their effect post-death. And I want them to still be dangerous before they die. So that way, when they come back, it's a real threat. But... So I think I would be in a similar vein of I would kind of want them to surprise the flameskulls a little bit, yeah. Looking at the stat block, the skull should have canceled Allura's magic missile with shield. Yeah. Yup. Probably should have. The flameskulls are beating Big Rock. Big Rock, I think Big Rock still wins because it is like, it is sublime in its simplicity. There's very little way to fuck up a big rock. And that is one of the great things about it. It's so flexible. There are lots of ways to fuck this up. There's a lot of methods to fuck up this monster. I'm not gonna lie to you. But it does tickle a lot of the things that I like. Yeah. I'm very bad at designing resource drains into the campaign. I need to sit down and design something where that's the only goal, just to practice. It's hard. And it's hard to think about it naturally. Because especially for like the way that I build dungeon and the way that I know that a lot of people build dungeons is like you're thinking about the natural things of like what should be there, and you're thinking about how they move through the dungeon, and it can be very hard to think about like this is just there to drain their resources. That's a very like unnatural way to think about building something. It's bringing the game of it all very front and center compared to, I think, the way that most people more naturally build dungeons. But it is useful and it's helpful in a lot of circumstances. Also, we're about to go into ads. But let me see if I can finish reading. My bard had 31 at level 4, and that's with +2 con. Yeah. 28 points of damage. Now your meh at the start is making more sense. Yeah, because it's the way that it started that is just kind of meh to me. But there's a lot of cool shit there. Yeah. And that is also why I did want to, give my caveat. Yeah. Hitting them on the way in and out is that money parties will assume they are 100% safe on the way out if they went. What's up? Okay, I thought about it a little bit more in the bathroom. And I think I know how I would change this. Because the more I read them and the more I looked at them, the flame skull is the most interesting part of this to me. The blood and the book and the whatever, who cares? The flame skulls, those are cool. And they have an intelligence of 16 and they can talk. So I think if this were me, I would have had Vox walk into this room and there are 4 flame skulls on fucking pedestals or like alcoves like set into the walls or something. And when Vox goes in, their eyes, boosh, alight with flame. And they say something to the akin of you are not our master. Speak your purpose. Yeah, some shit like that. Kind of not to keep bringing up Baldur's Gate 3, but kind of the mirror, the magic mirror that guards the entrance to the necromancer laboratory in the ruined town, in the basement of that house in the goblin town. There's the necromancy of Thay is inside that secret laboratory. There's a mirror guarding the wall, and he's like, you are not our master. State your purpose here. And they take them through 4 different questions, and then if you fail any of them, then it slaps you or whatever. I think that's what I would have done. And that could have even been a really cool way to get the players thinking about certain facts that they do or don't know. And frankly, to trust, to see if they are paying attention or if they took the right notes or, whatever. It's what is the homeland of our, of the master, blah, blah, blah. And it's oh, we know that Opash is from Marquette. Hooray. That sort of shit, I think that would have been really cool. And then you still get, they inevitably fail one of the questions. They fail one of the questions, and the flame skulls are you have chosen poorly. And then fireball. And that even gives them a little chance to spread out kind of during the conversation if they want. It's a lot more I think during that entire conversation, they will feel the tenseness. They will know that they are one wrong answer away from combat. Whereas that wasn't quite as, clear with the Blood Bowl. I think that's the main thing that I didn't like about this was the Blood Bowl. But I think I think you focus it a little bit more on the Flame Skulls. Because again, they're cool. The more I see and the more I saw, Flame Skulls are cool. I kind of like them. So yeah, I think the way that I would edit this is just to focus it even more on the Flame Skulls than it already was. Yeah. I was gone for 15 minutes. Glad to know we're still on the Flame Skulls. We are. Because I'm getting more and more into them as things go. Yeah. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Fucked ourselves with that skull earlier.
So it wouldn't matter. So it wouldn't matter. 40 minutes.
I don't know. I feel like
Yeah, the bell's been
that was
rung.
going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. Let's take a.
She's a smart woman. The least we can assume is that she knows.
We haven't outsmarted her yet.
She's probably already baffed out, y'all.
You can find out really easily.
That would really.
Oh, yeah, while we're resting, I'm gonna detect dragons and see if she's still around.
Okay. You sense the same 3 dragon presences in the vicinity.
Same spot? Wow, alright.
Okay,
You rolled a
that's something.
Yeah, baby. Barbarians.
Tell us your secrets. So you add,
+4.
9 times a day, player.
Don't forget, you guys using hit dice. You get Scanlan's Song of Rest.
Yeah.
So what is
Which
that?
is
It's an additional D12 on
Song of Rest gives 1d12 healing points.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
on top of.
not whatever you healed. You then get an additional D12.
Look at that 12 right there. That's fucking sweet.
Plus 12, plus 1d8, plus wait, plus. Sorry, we're not
12?
plus 1d12, right? He adds a 1d12. You want to roll?
And
Come on,
that's
big money, no
overall for the rest,
whammies.
not each
9.
That's overall. Yeah, not each dice. No, just overall.
3 hit dice. Oh, that's 8. 16 plus, what's 16 plus 9?
Do we go back up to Heroes Feast hit points or not anymore?
Yeah.
We do?
The Heroes Feast is addition of your maximum hit points.
55 hit points with this D12 monster.
Oh my god, I rolled so good.
So I'm just one below where I was.
Which is what? So hit point
235.
235 for Grog. Percy, where you at?
I'm still rolling.
Where'd my marker go?
I'm gonna use mine.
I went all the way back up to my.
To your maximum?
Yeah, to my max. So
Okay.
115 is what I'm at now.
Okay, back so you didn't take any damage. Garrick, what are you at?
I'm still rolling.
Okay, no worries.
10.
And then Pike.
I'm rolling really shittily.
Yeah, I'm not doing
And
great.
Scanlan helped out with that.
He did.
When the blight has come and the land is dark and your health is down to 23 HP.
Oh,
I can't
that's
do
good,
it.
man. You're doing great, though. That's great.
That was good.
I mean, we're missing the high soprano tonal quality, but
Can't do
yeah.
it. Can't do it.
Wow, I'm down a lot. 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm gonna burn my last few hit dice.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm at 140. I'm not at the top of my peak.
I'm at 95.
104, 95. Got it.
Is it possible? God, do I want to? I have instructions on how to run Scanlan. I'm debating how to best do that.
Oh no, I went up to 117 because I forgot I got the extra 15 for.
How,
Because of Heroes Feast, yeah.
how long does
Little
inspiration?
bump or anything?
I'm debating. Well,
Would he do a bump right now? He probably would.
I was about to say, according to the instructions I was given,
Probably.
but like,
Pike's back at 115.
well, that's the thing is I want to make sure I can do this in a way that's not going to take away anything from him later.
Is he? Wait, hang on. Wait, I feel like he texted.
Did he? I know I did.
No, he didn't.
No.
I feel like you do a bump right now.
He really, yeah, no. I'm going to try and
A number.
Do a
Give him
bump
a
of food. Hang
number.
on. How many bumps of food does he have left?
one.
Save it.
Would he do it for after Raishan or before?
After.
4.
Before, I think, too.
Yeah, no. I was given specific instructions,
Okay.
and
I think he would do it before too.
he's going to push a little forward up to the stairs, get away from the rest of the group. And,
Well, that'll be going up to where Vax is.
oh, then he's going to push a little far back and just sort of
Man,
just
we're
stand in the corner.
territory here.
Vax away.
Wait, Scanlan gave us an extra 9 hit points.
Extra D12.
Yeah, which
He
is
gave
9 points.
An extra
9. I'm higher than 117 then. I'm
There you go.
whatever.
126.
126.
Yes.
So he has one hit of food left.
Yeah, he's gonna get himself quietly away. I think he's had it packed already, so there's not gonna be a big lot of. He's just gonna.
Holy
just gonna
shit!
hit real
This
quick in the
feels
corner.
so weird.
Yeah,
Does
just like
Proxy
the
do
worst
this?
day, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is super weird. Yeah, and I see that, Crazy's comment about it. Yeah, it is very strange, but there is something about, like, there's flawed behavior, and then there is asking a different player to act out your flawed behavior. I mean, at least he gave him specific instructions. I would also be curious about what the specific wording was, Jonathan Busby, but yeah, man, it's it's very because it's weird because I can't think of any specific reason or rationale. Like, they clearly talked about it beforehand, enough to give Taliesin instructions. Like, so Taliesin, I think it's very safe to assume that Taliesin was comfortable doing this because they clearly talked about it ahead of time. Hopefully, their interpersonal relationship is such that Taliesin would have expressed discomfort ahead of time. So it's not like it's being sprung on him, But it is still like there's just something about it that's so, I don't know, just strange and a little bit disquieting, It's just a little weird. Yeah. I feel like it had to be something like after a combat he would try to take the next suit. Yeah. I think most of Sam's actions come across as funny, but this doesn't. Yeah, and I mean, maybe that is part of the aspect, is that Sam Riegel is able to really inject a lot of humor and comedy into Scanlan's actions. And a lot of that humor is lost when you're having someone else try their hardest to meet instructions. You know what I'm saying? Like, Taliesin here being like, I'm trying really hard to, like, you know, stick by the instructions that he gave me isn't very funny. It's not, it doesn't feel comedic in any way. It just feels, I don't know. It's like without the humorous description of the events, it's a lot more focus on like, oh, Scanlan is sneaking away to do bumps of coke during the middle of a dungeon crawl. Like guy has a problem. I don't know. It's unlikely that he is specifically addicted, but he's got like some sort of emotional dependence going on. Like it starts to be much less funny, and it just kind of zooms in on like, ooh, he's got a drug problem. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I think it really isn't necessarily someone else piloting it. It's just that by merit of someone else piloting it, we see the much less funny side of it a lot more clearly. Yeah. I'm most just Sam keeping the decision Scanlan has made recently to continue. This is a show for people, and I think Sam was trying to be continuity. I get it. Like, it's one of the hard parts about missing players in general, but I also think, like, you know, and they probably have much more distinct opinions and expertise about this than I do. I have not done an actual play. They've been actual playing for years, so I'm sure it'd be interesting to see what Sam Riegel would say nowadays about it. But I kind of feel like this is a moment where you don't need to keep the continuity for people. Like, people will get it. You're not there as the player, so you don't need to focus on the continuity of your character so much. But it's a very reasonable, like, thing to think. So I totally understand how he would have gotten there. And I do think that's, I don't think he's making Taliesin do it as a joke. Like, I don't think the fact that Taliesin is doing this is supposed to be funny. Like, I don't think he's like playing a funny haha on Taliesin. It's just that he wanted someone to have Scanlan do this. Yeah, I don't think Sam's trying to be funny here. Yeah, no, I don't think so either. It just I think that, oh my god, dogs. I think that the mental model that we have of Scanlan is because of how Sam plays him. I let them out during the break, and now dogs, hush. Hi, I know. Oh my goodness. Like, obviously Scanlan is deeper than just the comedy. We've talked about it a lot. But I don't know if Sam maybe predicted how weird this would come across. Like, how much more seriously it would come across, you know? Doesn't hit the same way? Yeah, it doesn't hit the same way. Yeah. If it goes bad, the internet would blame Tal. There is also an aspect of it kind of like that, of like slight shifting of responsibility. I'm glad that he wrote Taliesin instructions and that Taliesin brought up the fact that there were instructions. I think that helps mitigate any or a lot of the problems that the internet might have. But I do still think it opens it up to a certain degree. Yeah. 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 Yeah, there is also an aspect of like engaging in flawed behavior is often an invitation to RP, but they can't RP because he's not here. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. This is very interesting. We'll have to see. I'm very curious to see how Sam will. I'm curious to see how Sam will handle Scanlan when he comes back and like any form of interaction with the other players. Because it does feel like Scanlan is spiraling, especially now. Yeah. Very interesting.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Okay.
Where is that?
It feels so dirty.
Go and roll a Constitution saving throw for.
For the D20?
Are you gonna do it?
D20.
I'm not gonna sully it with my good dice. I'm gonna use one of my crap
Gave
dice.
us some weird
Specific
instructions.
directions.
Actually, do I have this? Is I guess the most standard die I have for this. So let's okay, Constitution saving throw.
Yes.
It's fun.
Just straight Constitution?
19. Oh, saving throw. 19.
Say there. 19. All right, great. As Scanlan takes the flute and takes in the fumes of the charred, burned sood, the familiar burn and chemical flavor kind of fills his lungs, and as he exhales, this kind of fine brown smoke emits from his lungs, and his vision clarifies suddenly, and he feels this elevated sense of energy and power in his mind. For the next hour, Scanlan has 1 sorcery point that he can spend as if with the Sorcerer Metamagic class, and has access to the extended spell Metamagic ability.
Do you know what that means? I
Okay,
can
one.
What? But Scanlan is a bard. We've seen him use bardic inspiration. He's a bard. Okay. Scanlan is a sorcerer and has 1 sorc point? 1 sorc point. You get meta magic at level 2, I think. So he has, I think, oh, wait, what? So the suit is just making him a sorcerer? Because one point is not... Dude, I completely I was misunderstanding that. I was misunderstanding that entirely. Holy shit. I just realized. Dude, I heard that and I was like, oh my god, Scanlan has been secretly multi-classing? He's been a secret sorcerer the entire time? No, it's just the drugs. It's just the drugs. Okay. Huh. Okay. Sood gave Scanlan a sorc point and extended spell meta magic feature. Weird. Huh. That was from the drugs. Yeah. Cocaine makes you a sorcerer. Do you think the drugs were nerfing him rather than be steroids? I am very interested to see where this goes. This feels very Fallout to me, where like you have like Jet or what are the fucking Fallout drugs? It's like Jet, I think Turbo. I rarely make my characters, and I rarely have my characters interact with the Fallout drugs, but they have basically most of them have pretty much just benefits, but you can get addicted to them, and then they have negative effects from the addiction. So I could see that being the situation where like Sood just makes him better, but it is also just a very addictive substance that he has to, and possibly he could go through like withdrawal and get negative effects from the withdrawal. Interesting. Huh.
And has access to the extended spell metamagic ability.
Do you know what that means?
Okay, one extended spell of metamagic. So what does that buy us?
So he has one point period that he can ever spend.
He has one.
For the next hour.
One sorcery point.
Correct.
I'm at 140 right now.
Oh, that's wait. How do you spell sorcery? How do you spell sorcery?
SSC.
So much to
How do you spell sorcery?
I know my brain is made of.
And basically he can spend it
here all day.
to double a duration of a spell as he casts it.
He can
That's the
double.
only thing within reach of one sorcery point, right?
Well, that's
He can
the
double-
Sood gives him access to a specific metamagic based on the color of the Sood, and he gets a point.
Oh my
The
God,
more you
based
use
on-
to get more points, the higher the DC gets, and the closer you
What? The color of the Sood gives different meta magic features. Okay. Okay. So this implies some shit about Marquette. I wouldn't have thought too much about it, except that we just got the reveal about Gilmore's sorceress origins, which are unique to Exandria and maybe even Marquette? Question mark. Sood is a Taldore drug? Is it? I thought that was why he had Jarrett getting it for him. Is Sood a Taldore drug? I definitely assumed it was a Marquette location. I thought it was Marquette. I don't know if it's confirmed. Jarrett got it for him and he was in Whitestone. Yeah, I guess I kind of assumed based on the W, not W, but W. Like that spelling feels very Marquette coded to me. I guess I don't know, though. I would have to see when it was first introduced, because I could have sworn that it was introduced. I thought it was introduced in Marquette. But then, Jarrett was like, oh, I can go and get it for you. Huh. I assumed it was a drug in the world in general, but I don't know. I mean, I assumed that there were places outside of Marquette to get it, but it felt very Marquette coded to me, especially with like having to smoke it. Marquette had like the hookah bars and stuff. Like it seems to me very in theme with the rest of the like continental Marquette. Even if some of it, even if he got it in Taldore. But I could be wrong. Jarrett got it for him. He was in Whitestone. How could he get a Marquette drug in the span of like a few days? Yeah, I guess I assumed that it was like you can get sugar in the U.S. even though sugarcane can't grow in the U.S. sort of situation. Like I thought it was kind of like that, where it's like, okay, it grows in Marquette, but you can get it outside. But I don't think I have any sort of confirmation of that. It just feels very coded that way, I don't know. Long range teleportation isn't that easy, especially for illicit purposes. Yeah. Yeah. It was introduced after Percy was revived, that episode specifically. Interesting. Yeah, I do remember that they were getting Fusaka. Which, I mean, the double U, I'm just going to say. Or wait, no, it wasn't only Fusaka. There's like, there are Asian grocery stores in America. Yeah, kinda. A little bit, yeah. That's what it was kind of feeling to me. You know? I don't know. But that is kind of what it feels like to me, yeah. Trade routes have probably been fucked. Yeah. But, like, people would still have amounts of it from beforehand, you know? But I don't know. I hadn't thought a lot about the logistics of how Jarrett would find it, other than that it would be very dangerous. Partially because of how the trade routes are all fucked. Like, I kind of assumed that Jarrett probably went to, like, the Clasp, you know? And that they would have, because the only place that the Clasp don't have a foothold by their own admission is Vasselheim. So they have a foothold in Ank'Harel. Yeah, I don't know. I do agree it feels Marquette coded. But I don't know. Huh. I think he tried to say Turst Fields, but he said anything because it was something was up with his mouth. The class 100% has drugstores. Yeah. But I don't think we should assume. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. I also do think that Sood gives the vibes of being from Marquette originally, even if it has since traveled or since made its way into other continents or countries. Yeah. I don't know. It's very hard because, yeah, you're right. I don't think we have any hard evidence that it's from Marquette. That really is the energy that it gives me. And with it specifically getting like sorcerer stuff and, you know, it depends on the color, and with Gilmore being this unique sorceress subclass, this unique sorceress origin, it feels like Marquette has some unique sorceress energy or font that is leaking into the plants and maybe even sometimes the people. I don't know. That's just what I'm getting from this. That's what it feels like to me, man. I definitely can't be sure. This is a bit of a shot in the dark sort of thing, but it really feels that way, you know? Don't get mega start on class. Wow. The larger question is, what are your thoughts on a drug in the world that does that kind of player-based mechanic? It's tough. I like that it's illicit. I'll say that. Because I don't have a problem with... In fact, not only do I not have a problem, I like magical materials, generally. I like it to be a specific material from a specific fucking plant that grows in this region or whatever. Because that is so much easier than say something like the magic item crafting that an artificer can do, where it's like based on gold values and they like get discounts on the gold value from the class itself. I'm a lot more on that. Whereas magical materials are much less likely to get fucked by the economy. It's way easier as a DM to control access and like manage access to a magical material than it is to manage and control the fucking the supply and demand curve of like gold and silver in the region. You know what I'm saying? So I like it being based off of materials more than like raw gold or something like that. For something like this, I would definitely want it to have a very distinct downside. It reminds me a lot of Craven Edge. And I would want it to work similarly to Craven Edge, where like... I mean, I'm even down for something like it gets more powerful the more addicted you get to it, but maybe the downsides are a little bit more extreme. I like the idea of like something that, you know, gives you equal parts power and consequence. I'm not as into the way that this seems to be implemented, where every time you take it, it's like, ooh, you either get full benefit or you pass out. It's fine. It's just not really my cup of tea. I don't like that sort of risk. I like more like sort of refining risk, if that makes sense. Where it's like, yeah, where it just like gives you a benefit, but it also gives you a detriment. And I think that the detriment should be a little bit higher than the benefit. Much like homebrew classes, homebrew subclasses, homebrew magic items, I think if you're getting something specific, it should be a net loss in power because you're getting something specific that you want that you can use in particular circumstances. And I also think that that would not attract, but it would be more thematic with, you know, it being a drug, is that, yeah, maybe there are some benefits in the short term, I guess, you know, but there are side effects. And for an illicit drug like this, that you are using in a totally unregulated manner, those downsides should be heavier than the upsides, I think. But you still might do it. You know, you still might do it. And especially, you know, if you're playing through an addiction arc, I think that's a good way to have it there. So my thoughts are broadly positive. My thoughts are broadly positive on it. I like it being linked to a very specific material, especially. Yeah. I think it feels Marquette coded because it feels a little bit of Orientalism in the design of the region, the idea of exotic consumables. Yeah. Well, and again, like the fact that you have to smoke it is definitely in that vein. Yeah. I 100% just think that Matt took the drugs from Elder Scrolls. Maybe. I could see that. Like, is the suit itself magical, or does it only unleash your true potential, open your mind's eye? Ooh. I definitely assumed that it itself was magical. That might not be the case. I mean, Gilmore had, you know, the rune being on his forehead is very third eye themed. So I could see something there. Yeah. A sorcerer mechanicus specifically is interesting because sorcerers are born with magic. Does this imply that we all have the magic within us that can be awakened or not? A little bit. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so a little bit, yeah. In an older Underdark game, we had a set of drugs we could take to give haste or double concentration. Interesting. Yeah. I think making it drug related is cool. Consumable magical stuff I'm very good with because it's very easy to control to facilitate certain plot arcs. Yeah. Yeah. Or does your body become used to it, and if you take it 10 times, your constitution decreases? Maybe. I mean, if your player wants you to model addiction mechanically, I think that's going to be a little bit of a tall order. Like modeling tolerance and addiction, because it is so there's obviously a chemical component to it, but that chemical component is mostly it's mental, it is emotional, and those are things that I think it's tough. I think those are things that are very difficult to model in mechanics, so to speak. But I do think that you could model withdrawal. I feel like I have a drawl when I say that, like a country drawl. Withdrawal. I don't know how else to say it. Withdrawal. Withdrawal. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, I think it would be relatively easy to model withdrawal mechanically, but I don't think it would be that easy to model addiction mechanically, which is one of the reasons I think that just making it more, a net detriment to use, and like confronting your players with it. Like if your players are just casually using the drugs and they are illegal and they are dangerous and they are addictive, I think you need to introduce things that remind them of that thematically and have even above the table conversations with your players about it. They have to go and meet some really skeezy dudes because those are the only types of people that are willing to sell this shit. Because I think that mechanically modeling addiction is really tough. Mechanically modeling emotions is really tough. So I probably just wouldn't if it were me. It seems like there could be an addiction-based warlock subclass. Oh, I could see that. I mean, it would be tough, though. It would be tough because I think as a society, we have a very negative view of essentially functional addicts. Like that's not seen as like a good or even really like fun thing. That's not really a fantasy that you want to embody, And so I don't think a lot of people would want to play the addiction warlock, although I think it could be done. The true coffee lock. Embrace it, Kansas. Withdrawal. I wonder if the choice of sorcerer isn't because there's only innate they're the only innate casting class apart from bards and warlocks magic comes from their patron. So Watsonian explanation, Sood amplifies innate magic. Doyleist explanation, Matt chose sorcerer because it meant that Sam wouldn't have a giant list of spells to pick from. Yeah, I do think there is a Doyleist perspective there of pick sorcerer because it's the easiest to give an incredibly easy benefit. Meta magic is a slick mechanic compared to fucking normal spell casting, Vancian casting, even pact magic. Like, and especially a resource-based mechanic. Like, invocations are cool, but they're not like a thing that you tap into and then it's gone. Most of the invocations are just there. They're just like passives. Some invocations are like once per long rest or whatever, but those are the lame ones. Fight me. So I think that I agree. From a Doyleist perspective, it makes a lot of sense to choose Sorcerer simply because meta magic is a great feature for a consumable drug type of benefit. Yeah. Addiction Warlock is just the coffee lock. Yeah. I feel like Warlocks already could be played as Addiction. Most people just choose not to. Yeah, I mean, it's a... Addiction especially in fantasy and in fiction and in stories is most often seen as a flaw to overcome as part of the arc. It's pretty rare that someone is just an addict and that's it. That's not super common. It is either they just give in and eventually succumb to their addiction, or they overcome it and they always bear the scars of it. Maybe they'll always struggle with it to some degree, but they broadly overcome it. Those are kind of the two endpoints traditionally, because again, like, functional addiction is not something that is super fun, even though it's real, you know? Anyways, sorry to bring it down a little bit, but let's watch some TTRPGs.
Get to overdosing. Right.
I love it.
So
this is the worst
you can
thing ever.
theoretically die by doing
Theoretically
this.
Hey man, it's just another version of Craven Edge. I mean,
No, it's great. Yeah, this is
I guess.
weirdly...
In a
except I
weird
had it all under
fucking way.
control.
Sure. So, okay, wait, he can double the length of it one spell.
Yeah, a single spell that has a duration. You can use that sorcery point to double the duration of that
The
spell.
duration of one spell.
and I feel like
And that's like, it could be, wait, okay,
So
question.
if it says 1 minute concentration, it can be 2 minutes
What if
concentration.
it's one action? Can it be two actions? You can do it back to back? Boof.
No, the duration, not the casting time. Those are different. The duration is once you cast it, how long it lasts before it expires.
Right, so like a one,
Something
something
cool.
that effect for 1
So
minute.
like a mansion we could have for 2 days.
Yes.
2-day mansion.
A 2-day mansion?
A 2-day
Actually, no, it
mansion.
says,
We can
specifically,
scan
it says specifically as part of the meta magic ability that it cannot take it at a maximum of 24 hours. So if it already has a 24-hour duration, you cannot.
Just
technically
kidding.
increase that, so, yeah.
A West
So only
mansion.
if it's like
JK.
below 24 hours.
The large print, give it, and the small print, take it.
Take it away. I'm an inch.
That's a beautiful quote.
That's not. It's Tom Waits, everybody.
There you
Tom
go.
Waits. Bless.
That's wonderful.
Patron saint of D&D.
building in there.
So,
Patrick, how much did you heal, brother?
I'm up to 94.
alrighty.
All right, so I dig this.
Okay.
We got this.
So we have one sort of, okay.
Yeah,
all
we're
right,
good.
all right.
Okay, well.
Holy shit.
You know, I will say, Confused Strawberry, I agree with you. However, functional alcoholism is often used as a easy stand-in for inner demons, and often the essentially level of alcoholism kind of tracks 1-to-1 with how pressing their inner demons are on them currently. So while I will agree that it is all over the place, it is, I would say, most often used as a visible stand-in for their current level of inner turmoil. And often they do either succumb, which is modeled by, like, you know, a week straight of blackouts, or they eventually overcome separate inner demons. And a lot of times that's modeled by them like throwing out their alcohol bottles. I think it is rare to see a like noir detective that has no inner demons, that has no separate, issues, that is all, or at least, is not using that to, or how do I say it? I think it's rare for the alcoholism to not track with other issues in life, which, to be fair, is often how addiction goes. But it's rare that the addiction actually causes bad things when it's like, functional alcoholism, which it does in real life. So even then, it's more of like a symbolic stand-in than an actual problem itself, if that makes sense. Like, I think in noir stories, the alcoholism rarely causes actual problems. It just gets better or worse in accordance with separately caused problems. Because again, I think it's not very fun to think about like, oh, I could just be addicted to this thing and that might cause problems in my life. Like, that just might be the source of the problem itself and not necessarily track. And again, a lot of times addiction does track with other problems, but not always, A perfectly content, happy person can still go down a dark path. And I think that's rarer. It's rarer. Functional drug addicts are less common in my experience to functional alcoholics, which I think is part of it. Well, there's also the legality of it. So it's like, it's easier to be a functional alcoholic because it's just something that you can get out in the world and you don't have to participate in a frowned upon behavior in order to acquire the substance in the first place. So, yeah, and it also does depend on what we think of as drugs, like caffeine. Like, people have caffeine withdrawal. Like, when you stop drinking caffeine after drinking it, like, every day, you'll get headaches. That is just withdrawal. But caffeine is a very different kind of drug than a lot. Cigarettes, yeah, yep. But sometimes it's just used to show that character is edgy or cool. That is true. Sometimes it is. Anyways. It's an interesting thing to think about when you think about flaws and flawed characters and etc. But it's one that touches on some, heavier topics.
All right, let's. I found nothing in the further area.
No traps. You came to the edge of the stairs. The stairs that lead down for about 20 or so feet and then progress an even path and then disappear below what your visual is able to see from above.
Keyleth is going to, just before this short rest ends, going to give 1 cure wounds to herself.
Okay, go for it.
Just to top me off.
Kira, is your hammer still aglow?
If you want light, I can do light.
I want to know if it's aglow right now. Did you have a chance to pop it out?
It probably is, unless somebody told me to turn it off.
Okay, so I figured it was probably still on.
Yeah, it's still currently being kind of the central source of light in this room.
How far down the stairs do I see from where I am?
From where you are, you can see all the way to the bottom of the 20 feet of stairs, but then the roof of the tunnel cuts off the rest of the path, so you have to go down further to look out where it goes.
Keyleth is at 116 hit points.
Cool, got it.
Put that out, please, Kira.
Okay, that's not it.
I'm going to go stealth, and I'm going to go down to the bottom of the steps, looking. And I've already checked the traps. Oh, no, I didn't up to this point, so I'm going to check the traps.
Okay.
So go down the steps.
Stealth first.
Which is 25. Am I still under path?
Nope, because she cast
25.
25, okay.
And then
make
traps.
an investigation check.
Natural 20 for the...
Nice.
You make your way down the stairs into the next bit of the hallway. No traps.
Okay.
0 traps.
The stonework here now is getting a little more refined the further you go.
Waiting for,
and as you look out the hallway, you have another 25, 30 feet of this 20-foot wide, 20-foot tall hallway before it seems to just end and drop off. And you can see what looks to be a gap and another wall about 25 feet across from that.
Okay, so hallway goes a ways, then there's nothing.
And then nothing, and then just a wall on the other side.
So
gap and then a wall?
Yeah, it looks like it goes down or up.
Got it.
You have to get closer to get more detail.
I keep meaning to build something for something like this, and I just haven't had the time.
Oh, you know what, darling? Don't worry.
On the earring.
You can use a carpet.
team,
It's so refreshing.
there's a passage down ahead of me. There's no traps, I don't think.
So let's walk up there.
Yeah, catch up with me and then pause, and then either I or my sister and I will move ahead.
And then just let us know which direction you think we should head, Vex.
Did you mean Vax or did you mean Vex?
He
I
meant
just want to
Vex.
be really
He
sure.
meant Vex.
Because people make mistakes a lot.
They do. They really do.
I know I do. I apologize. That wasn't a mistake, though.
We look very similar.
Love you, Matt.
Yeah, we won't.
I know you're talking about
That was for Vex. Vex.
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh well.
Shane can use his own hit dice to heal if you want.
Okay, then he healed himself while we were rested, but he's in the necklace so that we can fly if we have to.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so you can go heal him up. Max, you move ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay, as they start catching up and you hear them stepping down the stairs behind you, you come up to the edge, and now what you see is a 25-foot circular, almost cylinder. There is a ceiling, maybe about 5 feet above you, and nothing there. What you do see is about a 3-foot wide spiral staircase that just leads down and down,
Staircase.
and down, and you cannot see where it ends at the bottom.
Is it the staircase where I'm forced to walk, or is it stairs on the walls and empty space down the center of it?
Empty space down the center of it, and it's just a 2.5, 3 foot wide staircase that goes along the edge, and that's all you have to walk down.
I'm going to float out above it and look down and look for traps down the cylinder.
Okay.
Why don't you tie the endless rope to yourself so we can pull you up if you're going unconscious?
He has wings.
But they're only out for an hour, dear.
18.
18. Okay.
Yeah, like
As
10
you
minutes in.
you kind of slowly drift down, keeping your wings, you kind of just hover further down, maybe incrementally 10 feet at a time, looking around, looking on the stairs. You don't notice anything trapped. It all seems pretty standard. The stones are old. They're a little smooth at the edge, but were once kind of very, very rigid and square protrusions from the stones. Some of them are a little rubbed off the beaches from within.
At or near the bottom doorway passage.
As you get closer to the bottom, and you get about roughly 100 feet down before you actually reach the bottom, but you begin to see below you, there are, right in the center of the spiral downward, a cluster of 4-foot-long, kind of deep brown or maroon colored iron spikes that are all just jutting upward in kind of slightly off-kilter directions, and there is a very, very heavy pile of splintered bones and long mummified dead corpses that are currently just kind of piled up at the base of these spikes. Some still impaled, many of which are just slowly kind of rotted and fallen apart from around them.
Over the earring. I didn't see any traps going down, but there is some bloody spikes down here and some dead things. So, Vex, dear, could you load everyone onto the carpet and get on your broom and go down and just float down to the center and leave the stairs alone?
Of course. Does the carpet can fit everybody?
The carpet can carry 600 pounds.
How heavy?
That's roughly 4 people or a grog.
This is an interesting example of a puzzle that is very subvertible. Specifically because of their high level abilities. This is a very interesting, because I'm assuming the trap here is that at a certain point down the spiral stairs, there's a thing that pushes you into the middle and then you fall. That's what I'm assuming. And so this is a good example of a subvertible puzzle, especially in regards to a high-level party with very consistent access to flying. It's a good way to highlight their abilities. In the same way, I mean, putting anything that would have been difficult for them to bypass, but is relatively easy now, is always a good way to do that. But interesting.
Or 800 pounds. So it's like
Grog in one person.
I'm north of 450, so.
yeah, like grog, maybe 2 people, and
Okay.
I'm going to
So
come
I
up
can
with...
get
you
Scanlan.
currently have 10 people traveling with you.
So here's an interesting thing. We don't have an immovable bar anymore. We left those both outside.
Yes.
All right, that's fine. Let's...
What's at the bottom of the stairs? I mean, can we drop people off and go back again?
Yeah. I can come up for Pike, bring her down. We can just take a minute to...
Shuttle. We can shuttle,
we can shuttle bus.
or use a rope. Use a rope.
Let's shuttle bus.
Shuttle it will do.
Yeah. And is it what around the spikes, or is there a safe portion of the floor?
A safe landing?
There is a very, very, like the kind of where the outer trim is of the stairway, the stonework itself just travels around it, and then underneath the stairway, there is a small opening that leads into a further passageway.
And is it safe to walk into the passageway?
Give me a sec.
Pretty sure we should just take the stairs.
Pretty sure we should just use that brazier and
I will avoid cardio
22.
at all costs.
Investigating the traps for that passage down under spikes.
Okay, I mean, just glancing around the archway, it's not a closed doorway, it's just an archway,
Right.
and then a dark tunnel beyond that does not appear to be trapped.
All right, best I can tell, it's okay. I'm not 100% sure, but there's dead people down here, so I just want you guys to float down the middle. Let's get this
Let's
done.
grog first.
Okay.
I'll fly.
game.
I'm gonna grab Scanlan on the broom. You grab Pike.
I'm shooting up, yeah.
Okay, and then we'll
Scoop up
take
Pike.
the gnomes and frog down and then come back up.
I don't want to move as fast as we can.
Yeah?
Yes.
We got it?
Okay,
Did you get everybody down?
wait, so you guys, so who's doing what? Okay, you guys just threw a bunch of stuff in
I
here.
flew back up.
Right, you flew back
We
up.
take the gnomes down.
Yeah, I want Pike. I want Pike on my broom.
Okay.
I take my little drug-addled buddy, not that I know that, and I float him down and I plant
doing great.
the gnomes down together.
Okay, so you have Scanlan, you have Pike.
Yeah.
Okay. You
Dude, I will say, I mean, Matt sounded, a little bit just like, whoa, I'm getting overwhelmed there. But I do I said to my players last session, I was like, because they were doing all of this planning and going back and forth on various ideas, and towards the end of it, they were like, okay, I think we have a plan. And I was like, all right, walk me through your plan. Like, tell me exactly what you're doing, because that was a lot to keep track of like what you are doing and what you're not doing. So I think that is a good thing to do if you are like getting overwhelmed or if you're just confused as a DM. It's just like take a moment and just be like, hey, give it to me again. Because you just said a lot of shit and I am not entirely sure what we're actually doing.
Guys, enter the center area and begin coasting downward. You notice a faint blue glow above you in the ceiling. A little. As you glance up, you watch as a glyph begins to slowly dispel magic.
From Scanlan?
From Scanlan right now?
Yeah.
Okay, have Scanlan go ahead and roll an ability check.
A what?
Ability.
An ability check?
Ability check.
Okay, I will admit I have no idea what I'm doing because
And for this, I would say because you can't cast as a reaction, and this would technically be a reaction as it's already being triggered, I'm going to have you go ahead and roll an initiative check. Just
Is this a spell tag bonus?
Huh?
What?
Yeah, what ability?
What ability check?
This would be a charisma, so it'd be +6 then +2.
So it's
because
spell
it's
attack
plus 8 whatever you roll, but first I need you to go ahead and roll initiative.
Initiative check?
Hang on,
Because
his charisma
technically,
plus what?
technically you would not be able to do this.
Yeah,
It's
Matt's
not a
winging.
reaction.
Okay, you're winging. All right.
Wait. Let me see. I mean, Matt's not wrong in like you can't dispel as a reaction. But it's also like you notice a faint blue glow. As you glance up, you watch as a glyph begins to slowly. And it's kind of like, you know, yeah, you can't do it as a reaction, but you talked about it slowly descending. To me, that kind of implies that we have time to act once we see it. They did interrupt him, to be fair. But out of initiative... What's up? All right, we're back. Yeah, out of combat, no turns. Out of initiative and the word slowly. Like, I like to give Matt as much benefit of the doubt as I can, but this really feels like he just doesn't want this to get countered. But when you're already out of combat and you start nitpicking action, reaction, and especially when it goes against your own flowery language, it starts to, even if that's not what you're thinking, like, even if you are not just, not wanting it to get countered, it sure sounds like you that's what you care about. And it's what your players are probably going to think. As you sit there, the stranger slowly draws their dagger and stabs you in the heart. You're dead. I can't parry. You didn't interrupt. Yeah. Interrupting is rude. I do not like to encourage my players to be rude to me, just my NPCs. That's fair. I've said before, I give distinct pauses during my monologues to provide space and opportunity for people to interrupt. But, like, my players now are like, if I don't have that pause, like if I just continue talking at my normal cadence, they don't interrupt me. And I think that Matt has trained them to interrupt, frankly. Like, I think that is one of the things that Matt and the players have, like, trained each other on. And to, be fair and balanced here, I think that the players have trained Matt to expect interruption. Like, I think at this point, Matt will continue narrating to a point that is bad, that, like, fucks them, if they don't interrupt. Because they have trained him to think that they will. So I think this is, like, unfortunately, I would kind of call it a table flaw of Vox Machina. Because I think it's pretty on both of them. Like, or both of them, both sides of the GM screen, I should say. I think it's on everyone at the table, this general behavior. And I do think it's a negative behavior. I think it either should be, I will give you indicators of when you can interrupt, which at that point it's not really interrupting, or you can't interrupt, period. And I will just talk until I am done and ask you what you do. And then you can tell me that you do nothing and I'll keep going. But I think those two options, or some derivation of those two options, are a much, much better way to do it. Just saying, interrupt me at any time is going to lead to bad stuff, inevitably. And maybe it is a little bit more natural, like, to be, generous. This style of interrupt at any time might feel a little bit more natural and true to life, but I think that the negatives of it are too prominent, I suppose. Yeah. Hey, I like rocks. Good. Good. I'm glad. I like rocks too.
Charisma plus his proficiency bonus.
Where's his?
Not for the ability
19.
check spell magic. 19? That's 17. So yes, go ahead and roll a d20 and add 8.
D20 and add 8. But that went 4.
Big money, no whammies.
21.
21, okay. As he shoots upward and releases the spell, you watch as the glyph that was glowing really fades.
You don't have to turn on the blue lights. Rock glyph.
Oh, shit. I mean, come on.
You don't have to give our bodies to the spikes. Love you, Sam. Love you.
That was good.
That's good.
Good.
Oh, felt good.
Police up in here?
Challenge.
I'm into
Rock
that.
glyph. No. Brought it all the way back for you.
Okay, so you guys managed to continue downward, flying. You place both of the gnomes at the base, safely by the spikes.
Oh man, I plant him down like him a big fat kiss right between the eyes.
Dude, I will also say, dude, because I was thinking about the dungeon, and I was like, man, it seems like all these security traps, all these security things, are more concerned with killing people than they are with actually preventing intrusion. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of these traps feel like they could be modified to better prevent intrusion, but that would probably necessitate them being a little bit less deadly. And then I thought about it, and I was like, dude, what if this hallway is just a body gathering channel? Like, this hallway doesn't even... That's why there's no forks in the road. There's nothing that is even ostensibly useful. It is just only things to possibly murder people. And I would love it. Oh, it would be so awesome if it ends in like a glyph or, you know, some shit or whatever that... Oh, no, actually, I'll tell you what would be awesome. It'd be awesome if it ended in a fork in the road, and, like, whichever fork you choose, it spits you back out at the beginning. It is specifically a quantum ogre, right? The quantum ogre is this kind of derogatory term for, like, oh, there's a fork in the road. Either way you go, you fight the same ogre. Using that as an in-fiction thing to make it feel like, oh, we just chose the wrong path. Like, this path spits us back out at the beginning, and they spend their whole time thinking about, like, okay, which one was the right one? And they get back in, and oh no, the skulls are there, and they have to fight the skulls again. And then they go down this circle, and oh, there's another fucking thing. I have to dispel it again. And you just keep rolling it over and over and over until they ultimately realize there is nothing at the end. This is simply a body collection. This is simply a body collection unit. This is a fly trap. This is the cheese in the mousetrap. Until you eventually just die and your body gets added to the collection, and then Opash comes by to collect, and his laboratory is just somewhere else on the island. Which would make some amount of sense as to why Raishan is, you know, or why Raishan is in the laboratory, but this tunnel doesn't seem to have any movement. You know what I'm saying? It'd be so interesting. I don't know how Matt would do this, like how you would deliver this information, or even like construct this to where it is solvable. But it would be awesome if, like, halfway or like a quarter of the way through this, you know, body collection hallway, there is just a random stone on a random wall that you have to press, and that opens a door that is otherwise undetectable, and that leads to the actual laboratory. That would suddenly put this entire dungeon in a remarkably different context. If there is actually very good security blocking the way to the actual lab, and then all of the places where there are these weird security features are just there to trick people into dying. That would be very interesting. We will see if that is exactly what happens. I have a feeling it's not going to be that far into like what I like, but we'll see. We'll see. One of the few times me and Megan disagree, I tend to do the interrupt me whenever style and have no regrets. I think it's 100% fair to have a problem with it. I hate being interrupted in any other context. I think if you're going to do it, you have to be really unattached to your monologues. And you have to be really... I think my main problem with it is it becomes harder to reliably deliver information through monologues. Now, if you're comfortable with your ability to deliver information otherwise. Like, a lot of times I do hide a lot of like clues or foreshadowing within like just environmental bits of my monologue. And that is like stuff that I want my players to pick up on. So for me, having that, assurance that I will be able to get through that is pretty needed. I think it could be fine if you aren't relying on your monologues for that. But I do think that puts extra pressure on other areas of the game. But if that's your style, I think go for it. I can't say I support it. but I get that it might be more it might feel more right to different folks. Yeah. It's a necromancer's base though. They want them dead. Well, that is the thing. It's like, to me, the things that you would, it really depends on how okay you are with them reaching the other side. Because there is an aspect here of like, yeah, I guess he would just want them to die and then he can go out and get the body. But if it is only death trap, and then they're just in the base, that's a little more shaky to me. At most generous, it speaks to heavy arrogance that you're cool with just anyone walking into your base as long as they can avoid the death traps. On the other side of it, it speaks to, I think, just more flawed prep and like world building. Yeah. Winner, chicken dinner. A necromancer needs a production line, right? Yeah. If this is purely a production line and the, overseer's office, so to speak, is much more traditionally secured, I'll be much higher on this dungeon. I just think Matt's dungeons are kind of meh. We're going to see. Because the explanation that I just gave, or the, in fiction justification, I think would be really cool and interesting. But we'll have to see it all in context. What if the glyph only goes off when someone flies, and if you just walk down the stairs, the trap doesn't go off? Maybe. It's possible. I think most of our differences have been on fine details of information dispersal. I think I rely on the monologue less and rely on other things more. Yeah, that would make sense in that case. Yeah, absolutely. Oh goodness. Okay. Yeah, let's see.
Oh, you fucking beautiful bastard.
What was that? Sam? Scanlan?
I have no idea. It just looked dangerous, and I figured that's better safe than
Do
sorry.
you think it's broken now? Can we get other people from...
Sure, they'll be fine.
I fly right away.
Okay.
Keep this train moving.
On the carpet.
I grab Kima
Ready.
and I bring Kima down.
Okay.
Grog and Allura can fit on the carpet, right?
Like, just me.
I think... Well,
She's
no,
whack our
if
theme.
it's 800 pounds...
What do you think? Me and Simon? Or just me?
You one other person to probably go.
Okay.
Okay, then... Oh, God. Maybe, can you take when you fly back up?
I'll go with you because I'm fine.
Oh, God.
So I have options.
Is Kima down?
You go ahead and carry Kima down without an issue. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go back up and get Percy.
Yeah.
We have
Grab Kima.
Care and Allura and
Did you say
Keyleth
Kima?
left.
Sorry, Allura.
Okay, so you grab
Allura
Allura
down.
bring her down
I
below.
hope this is all right.
Okay.
I grab Percy on the broom
All right.
and come down.
Okay.
Who else is left up
I
top?
feel like it's gonna... Wait, there's like I paused before we go down the stairs because I'm like, there was this blue light that happened before and Scanlan made it stop.
No, we saw.
How do we not let that happen this time?
If nothing happened, did we make it down and nothing happened?
Most of you made it down. Carrick has not yet come down.
Who hasn't made it down? Have I made it down?
Keyleth hasn't made it down yet.
I thought you already went down the carpet, no?
Nope.
Grog hasn't made it down. So you carry everybody but Grog, Carrick, and Keyleth.
Okay.
I mean, whatever the time is needed.
Yeah.
Move up, grab Keyleth, bring it down. move up.
What's going on with the blue light?
It doesn't seem to be
It's done.
in effect right now.
Just done right now.
I just grabbed up
Oh,
Carrick.
I burned a dispel, didn't I?
I marked it.
Oh,
Can
thank
you carry
Okay,
Carrick?
Carrick's pretty heavy. I need you to make a strength check.
Sure. Best one ever, 21.
You're so strong!
It's a bit of a strain with the weight of his armor and getting up in his ears versus your tiny half-elf frame, but you do manage to bring down without issue.
The Raven Queen sends her regards.
Hug all the boys in this adventure.
Yeah!
This is Carrick's best day ever.
Somebody's got a coupon for a back massage.
Welcome to Vox.
Welcome to Vox Machina. You seem tense.
That's what we pay you in.
Drink it.
I owe you.
All right.
Cats make biscuits.
Just kill 10 minutes doing all that shit.
Making pizza.
Is it just me and Keyleth?
Yeah, just the two of you up there right
Do you
now.
want to ride the carpet?
He brought Keyleth down, so it's just you.
Oh, okay. I just first I stand on the carpet.
You get on the carpet.
I say lift.
The carpet takes you off. You get a little. You just take on, kind of get your.
No, I lay down flat.
Vex is sending me a baby.
Not like a pro. And I go and grab the edge of the carpet and I go and try to go down.
Okay. You go into a pseudo nosedive. It's thrilling and scary at the same moment. And you, as you're going up, God goes past you.
Stop.
And it just barely coasts past the spikes and lets you find on the side.
Nice.
It's about the speed of like the children's rides at Fantasyland at Disneyland, right? It's just like a.
Yeah, it's not super
yeah.
fast. Magic carpet can go about as fast as a person, especially this size. Like the smaller they are, the faster they are. This is a very big one, but not as fast.
All right, Vax does a barrel roll, heads back down, lands, and let's stop moving forward.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
All right, stealth, traps, still vigilant.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Vigilance.
For stealth, that's a 28, and for investigating for traps, ooh, that's a 1, and I'm not going to use my luck on it.
I love you.
Alrighty.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Seems clear. We're good.
Okay.
I'm badass.
So as you guys we have reached the bottom of the cylindrical chamber, you follow suit. One by one. Which, by the way, just so I know going forward, what's the marching order right now?
That's
That's the front.
How about Grog?
Yeah, baby.
Grog, where you at?
I'll be behind the twins.
All right. So.
I'll also be I'll be behind Grog.
Yeah, you are.
With Grog.
Okay. There's Karen, Grog there. Percy, where you at?
Like another hen.
I think probably maybe a Scanlan and Piker in front of me, and then I'm probably hanging back with Kima and Laura, just sort of ready to, because I want to be at the distance.
Rings, right? And trinkets.
I can't see shit anyway.
You can't see
The
shit.
trinket is out now.
Trinket's still in my necklace.
Okay. There you go.
He's healing in the necklace.
Okay.
Jesus.
So moving forward, following Vax's lead.
Get out.
That was pretty good.
I'm just gonna stay on the broom and just kind of very close to the ground, but not touching the ground.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'm behind
the hall is roughly 20 feet wide, not 15 feet tall as you push forward. The walls are chiseled rather roughly, and about 30 feet forward ahead of you, you can see it ends at a cross section of what looks like a very deep ravine, both above and below. There is a chasm, an underground chasm here that stretches both to the right and left, though you'd have to get to the very edge to kind of really see how far it goes. It's about 60 feet across to the other side, and you can see what looks to be another entranceway to another hallway, and there's a taut rope bridge bolted to each side leading across.
We should just use that.
Totally.
You first.
That was safe.
Jeez, we just blew so much time on that fucking stairwell.
Guys, in Latin, Jehovah starts with an I.
It's a leap of faith.
It's a leap of faith.
Should have sent you to the marks, bro.
Well,
He said chiseled rather rough immediately from Brad Pitt.
should we? How long until your wings stop
I don't know,
working?
10 or 15, I guess.
Zoinks.
Zoinks.
Okay, your wings went out before the battle and you took a long rest. Your wings are pretty much done now.
Oh, I thought you said 30 minutes for
30 minutes to an hour, but then
Yeah, I thought we were cutting it close. Like it could be 5 or 10 minutes at this point.
between riding everyone up and down, I'm letting you know right now, Mr. Already flying everywhere, your wings are about expended.
All right. Should I stand on the ground?
It's up to you. Do you want to keep flying until they're gone, or do you want to sit
I'm
there?
gonna fly to the other side of the bridge right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with him on my broom.
Okay.
Oh dear.
So you get about 5 feet out before the wings go.
Passport Matt here. I agree with Matt. I think sometimes, when you're out of combat, it is the GM's job to manage the world and timing and things. And I think it is decently on the DM to... It is on the DM to tell the players when things run out. Like when the timing of things won't exactly work. Now, could he have maybe told him ahead of time, like, hey, funneling people back and forth, that's going to take a little bit. Your wings might be expended a little. He might have been able to be more clear about it ahead of time. But broadly, sometimes you miss that as a DM, and I do think it is still on you to tell the players. I don't think it should be on the players to try to manage time outside of combat in the abstract sense. Because as the DM, you are not only managing the world broadly, but you are managing how events are happening outside of player perception. And so you have a running clock in your head. of like, okay, yeah, it's been about this long. These things move here, et cetera, et cetera. And so you're already managing the clock. It is only how much you say to the players. And I think that as, better versions of it maybe look like giving the players more heads up, but even then, if Matt says the wings are expended, the wings are expended. That's it. It's been that long. And these can be somewhat of an issue with, last stream I talked about going through boring parts of the dungeon and kind of abstracting that journey. And I was like, don't give exact distances. I'm still on that. But if they do have active effects that are time-based, it does start to get important to give time ranges as they're traveling. Purely so that they can keep their active effects under, in account. Yeah. Bit-D clocks are so good here. Bit-D clocks are a bit of a level up here. I agree with you. Especially if most features are measured in like 30-minute, 1 hour increments, easily. You can have a Bit-D time clock and you can say each of these segments is 30 minutes. And then as you travel throughout the dungeon, if there's a 30-minute segment, tick the clock. And then the players know, okay, my ability is about 2 ticks on that Bit-D clock. Totally. It can be tougher for, subdividing things. Bit-D clocks aren't good at going super small and super granular. But if you can even, kind of abstract your thinking a little bit, it's like, okay, maybe that distance wouldn't take us exactly 30 minutes to traverse, but it's close enough for the purposes of managing resources. Because lots of things take longer than we display on screen, but also some things take less long. So I am totally good with abstracting time into shorter increments to make them easier not shorter increments, abstracting them into these like discrete packages, 30-minute time blocks, and just managing resources based on that. A lot easier. So yeah, I agree. If that is something you're having trouble with, Bit-D clocks are great. If you don't want to do that abstraction into those smaller packets to fit with a Bit-D clock, just focusing on like narrating the time and, and just like, picking an amount of minutes. It doesn't have to be super exact. I think that is definitely, I think it should be a DM-sided thing. And practicing it can really help level up the experience.
Yeah.
Over nothing?
Yeah.
Looking down, you see darkness, and there's a few stalactites that
I throw a dagger at the other side. I throw a dagger at the other side of the chasm.
Oh boy. Bit-D clocks are also so mechanically neutral, you can use it in any system. Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna call them dagger art clocks? Fuck off. What's a Bit-D clock? I haven't explained a Bit-D clock in a while. And Bit-D and clocks in Bit-D were the first thing that I was ever aware of from Bit-D, and they were the first thing I ever used in Bit-D. So I would love to explain them. Blades Bit-D, or Blades in the Dark, is a TTRPG that I really enjoy. And I found out about it when I wanted to run a heist in D&D, but I was worried that it would be boring. I thought it would be a slog, and so I looked up some mechanics from other TTRPGs to help me with that. And there is a mechanic that is used a lot in Blades in the Dark called a clock. And Blades in the Dark has several different types of clocks, but they all functionally work like identically. There's not like, a threat clock, ticks up differently than a progress clock. Basically, you have a circle with a different amount of segments. Theoretically, they can have as many segments as you want them to. But the standard ones that they present to you with are 4, 6, and 8. And these are similar to kind of like DC levels of an 8 is going to take much longer to get through than a 4, and then a 6 is kind of in between. And then as things happen, because BitD has no time tracking. There's nothing, it actively encourages you to ignore the passage of time. Everything is abstracted. And so it's a good example of a clock might be there's a really complicated there's a bank vault. And your lock picking boy, your security specialist is trying to break open the vault door. You might say, okay, this vault door, this is not going to be able to be opened in one check. I'm going to put up a 4 clock to represent the vault door. And so you will have to succeed on a check to open it 4 times before it'll actually open. And you can fill up different amounts of the progress clock as well. So on a standard check, so a standard action roll essentially in Blades in the Dark, any action you take will have one of 3 levels of effect. It will either have standard, I think it's lesser and greater. I might be wrong about the upper 2, but basically there are 3 levels. Standard will fill up 2 segments of a clock, so that's a standard effect. Lesser will only fill up 1 segment of a clock, and greater will fill up 3 segments of a clock. So a 4 clock can be filled up by 2 standards, or a lesser and a greater. 2 graders, you don't really get anything for going over. Or 4 lessers. So that's the way that, one of the ways that BitD abstracts challenges that will take a certain amount of time. There's also consequences. So I can say, you guys are on a stealth mission. Anytime you make a lot of noise, I'm going to fill up 1 segment on the alarm clock. And when this clock is filled up, someone somewhere in the base is going to sound the alarm. Because you guys have been too loud, you've been detected. Which is really great. And the consequences in BitD also operate on the standard, greater, lesser kind of scale. So you can also do the multiple segments with 1 consequence, depending on how bad things went. So these are great. If there's one thing I recommend, it is getting the BitD PDF and reading up on clocks, because they can be used in basically any system. You just kind of have to prep it a little bit and explain it to your players. And once you and your players are on the same kind of wavelength about it, they are such a clear way to communicate information. So clear if you're all on the same page about it. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'd heard the name before, but just once or twice. I'm not familiar with it, and I'd never heard of clocks. They're awesome. They are the thing that got me into Blades. I was using Blades in the Dark clocks for a year or 2 before I actually ever played Blades. I really I like them a lot. I'm loving using clocks. They're great. You're great. Matt versus Brennan, who's a better DM? I can't say at this point. Fat Yoshi. They're their games and their tables are very different. Like the actual, like, how I've only watched a little bit of Fantasy High so far. I'm on like episode like 5 or 6. And I'm on episode 82 of of Critical Role. So I've just seen so much more of Matt that it's hard for me to compare them yet. I like comparing them. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think I can say who I actually think is better. They seem to have very different strengths and, frankly, different interests when it comes to their actual game. Yeah. Do you think people should act out, roleplay their intimidation or other charm-based actions, or just let them say he did X action? I think it depends on your players and like what they want out of the game. Social mechanizing, like putting something into mechanics, has the benefit of... It has the very strong benefit of making it easier for people that are not... We'll take social as an example. Putting more social stuff into mechanics has the strong benefit of allowing people who are not that charming to play charming characters, right? That's a super strong benefit of it. But anytime you mechanize something, you put something into mechanics, you lose freedom, you lose flexibility, you lose creativity. Mechanics are not an explicitly good thing when it comes to role-playing and telling stories. So, it depends on what you value. Do you want people to need to play more to their own charm or their own intelligence, their own charisma, their own wisdom? Obviously, we can't avoid but mechanize like strength and dexterity because we're not actually making the movements. But for all of the mental statistics, how much you mechanize it or how much you value the role play as opposed to the mechanics, that's all going to depend on how much you want your players to need those inherent qualities as players in order to portray their character. I would say doing it less mechanically, like making it less mechanized. I won't say it's more metagaming, but because that has like a negative connotation to it, but it breaks down the barrier more between your player and your character. Your character becomes more defined by the person playing them. That's not a bad thing, but it definitely requires certain things out of the player, like in their natural brain chemistry. And making it more mechanical puts up more of a barrier there, which is, both good and bad. People say things like will play things like bards, but won't fully act it out, which is fine. IMO, yeah. Again, it depends. I also think that how do I say it? I think there is a everyone will be on some degree of middle ground. I think that people are rarely one or the other. Especially in D&D specifically, people are rarely one or the other. But I know the very common wisdom or tactic is that a character's roleplay will affect the DC. So there's a level of how good you are at role-playing is going to lower the DC, essentially making it more likely for the character to succeed. but not being fully reliant on it. I tend towards valuing roleplay a little bit higher. I tend towards that. The roleplay definitely affects the DC pretty substantially for me when it comes to mental stuff, but that's just my what do you call it? That's my preference. Yeah. I used to play a lot of bards, and I always sang the song from the South Park game, the one Timmy sings a lot in Stick of Truth. All right. I love having my players seduce me if they are comfortable with it. That's fair. But yeah, why they're yelling about gay skeletons? It's a joke from a older prep stream. Some NPCs will be intimidated by violence. Yeah, that's also true. What do you think about? Okay. All right. I'm answering two questions. I'm not just doing a Q&A here. Unfortunately, I do want to do more non-themed streams to allow people to just ask me more random questions. But this is a little bit more of a themed stream. So I gotta be watching watching the what do you call it? The critical role. Yeah. I thought the skeletons were supposed to be spooky. Yeah. Yeah, anyways.
60 feet, sharpshooter, into the side near the top. Whisper.
Okay.
This is
Go ahead
why I
and roll.
went on the broom. I was gonna catch you.
Make sure you're actually over the bridge.
As an attack?
Oh, you're attacking the just like the wall above,
the one
or
that's 5 feet
The
away.
edge, like there's a cliff facing me, right? Yeah, right, just at the rock wall. Cliff
Gotta get
near the top.
across.
20.
20. Okay. The dagger hits the edge, and you appear right at the edge of the cliff.
Okay, yeah.
You try to reach and grab. Make a dexterity
All right.
saving throw.
Come on.
22.
Okay, yeah. So you grab and get up on the other side.
Jesus. Small
The
house
minute
stuck
the
over
wings
here.
disappear, you do that. You didn't even really fall for a moment.
Yeah.
You just kind of, Vex, you're floating across, and it feels strange going across. There's no wind, but the broom is acting extremely wobbly, and the way you normally control it and kind of maneuver around, you feel almost drunk, but you're not. You're like, this is just not acting
This is not right.
properly.
I'm gonna turn around and go back to the.
Okay, so you head back.
All right.
That was weird. It doesn't feel right.
Okay, I'm going to grab onto the bridge. I'm going to test it. I'm going to step to see if it's real. I'm checking it.
Okay. You take your hands there, holding it, and you kind of put your foot out onto the wood, and it's sturdy.
Sturdy.
It's
Seems
strong.
like it's going.
Yep.
Can I go up to the edge of the rope bridge that Percy is now standing on?
Yeah.
I lean down and on the dirt. I cast Druidcraft. Can I craft some vines to kind of help reinforce the bridge?
With Druidcraft, you can create some small vines that wrap around it, and it might help in some regard, but not a lot. Druidcraft is a very limited cantrip.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab one end of the infinite rope, and I'm going to hand the other hand of the infinite rope to someone who's staying. I think that I pose a good chance of getting across this safely. I'm going to make a run for it. Well,
Are you
not a
gonna,
run.
literally going to run?
No, I'm going to walk gingerly.
So you're going to make a walk for it?
I'm tying the rope. That may be one of the smartest things you've ever said. I don't actually have a retort for it on any level.
I don't know why. What is retort? Okay.
It means if I die, you win. I'm going to tie the infinite rope to myself and hand it off to Grog. Oh God, I'm handing it to Grog. And I'm going to start gingerly stepping out onto the bridge, being very careful and checking with each step that it's real and looking for weird glyphs or signs or anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Yes.
Make a dexterity check.
As this happened, Scanlan sings, "Hey Percy, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Percy, hey Percy, hey Percy, you're so fine, you blow my mind with your gun,
That would be dead.
And then he gets a point of inspiration.
All right.
You get an inspiration.
So you get your D12 inspiration.
Mercer, that was really nice.
Thank you. I feel like I have the same witty repartee as Sam Regal.
I would stop there.
Okay. Now just smile and make the smile.
Dexterity.
Please, Manhattan.
Save.
Dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That's not bad. That's I can't. 22.
It's really good. All right, so as you start stepping out, you feel this kind of shift in the space, and you just grab onto the edges of the.
I'm also using my boots, and I'm gluing them to whatever that like.
Right.
Yeah.
And as you glue the boots there, that's really what solidifies you in place, and you're still there on the bridge without a problem.
Are things just getting weird out here?
It just feels weird. You can't quite understand what's transpiring, but it just feels weird.
Laura, it felt like almost I was drunk as I was flying across that.
I
Do you
don't
know?
think it's drunk per se. It's just you're not used to flying in that direction. And she kind of points out towards the ravine, and you watch as Percy is kind of holding onto the ravine, feet solid. His hair is just up.
Gravity is
It's
fucked.
flipped.
Well, this would be fine. Okay, is gravity flipped?
As you hear this conversation, it seems that way, yeah.
I'm going to spider climb. I'm just going to use my spider climb boots.
You just
And I'm going to make my way with the rope.
you do
Totally
so.
fine.
Make it across the way. And
And-
kind of shivers a little bit, or kind of shifts beneath your feet, kind of being pulled upward from your weight. You guys watch the bridge that was once taut is now kind of arcing up and following Percy as he moves across. His weight kind of pulling it upward.
So crazy.
That's cool.
So can I try flying out there knowing the gravity shifted? Does it feel okay to fly out like that?
As you fly out and kind of, spin yourself underneath. Yes, you do actually manage to fly, kind of essentially barrel roll across, and manage to make it across to meet your brother without an issue.
Oh, I didn't want to go all the way across. I just wanted to test it so I could help bring other people across.
It might be hard to. I mean, like we've got now a third rope. We can literally just clip people to the rope now.
Yeah.
Pole dancing, but in space.
We can
Upside down?
use the rope we just made as a clipped rappel rope now, can't we? Like that's the thing that we can do.
Potentially.
So
Back up.
if everybody wants to try and cross, we can actually we now have an unencumbered piece that we can use to
do we
move
get-
people across.
Oh, like that scene in Inception.
Yeah.
No,
Don't
no,
shout, Grog.
that's a bad idea, Grog. You are very hefty, and the gravity turns upside
There's
down.
probably spikes up there.
Grog, did you see how I barrel rolled on my broom?
Yeah, do I twist in the air?
Yeah, you should just do the same thing on the carpet.
Wait, what if he took the carpet and hung off the bottom of it on the first side, and then as he made his way over, he'd be all right? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I don't think
Okay,
that's a bad
Vex,
idea.
Vax, and Keyleth, you guys are having this conversation. Something catches the corner of your eye, and you watch something just whiz past,
Oh shit.
like from the bottom of the ravine to the tops.
Like
We
what?
saw that. We saw that.
You saw something quickly just go by.
Can I get a better look? Can I look and see if I
after
see it
the fact,
again?
try to figure out what was
Yeah, the three of you guys make perception check as you kind of come up to the edge and look.
Oh shit.
26.
14.
Is this related to dragons?
This is not related to dragons.
And that is a 21.
26.
Okay.
Best we got.
All right. So you're kind of seeing little things just right out of the middle of the light. You can see just something shifting above and below you. You guys have a little bit of you still can't quite see like the length of your dark vision is too far for you to see what is below you or necessarily what's above. But
Can I,
you,
as a quick reaction, grab the rope bridge?
yeah.
Okay.
So you're still off the side, just holding by the bridge.
Grasping.
Okay. You are beginning to watch what looks to be figures, humanoid bodies,
Oh, I have a theory.
just kind of tumbling past. One of them kind of hits the edge of the bridge and keeps spinning off and disappears. In the
I have a weird theory. I'm going to grab. What do I have that I can do this with?
Yes, Percy?
But they look like spirits falling upwards.
You watch a couple more go by, and they are nearly skeletal bodies
falling up.
falling up.
So it seems like possibly somewhat of an infinite loop sort of situation, and they just sit there falling upward forever. Also, Fat Yoshi, chill. You're not doing anything terrible, but it's no reason to be posting South Park lyrics in chat. The New York type hand gestures, me too. This is it's very interesting. I'm thinking about if I'm number one, if I'm Matt, how I'm trying to how do I say it? How hard to make this, because they have it's all good. It's all good. You're fine. But it's sort of in the same vein as Big Rock. It's not as good as Big Rock. Don't get it twisted. But it's sort of in that vein of things where this is just a challenging path. They're not going to reorient gravity. They're not going to it's just a challenging path. They're not going to be able to overcome this as an obstacle. So it's a little bit different from Big Rock in that way. And challenging paths, my typical rule of thumb for them is that they should be really bad if you get interrupted during them, but they should be relatively fine as long as you either have time to prepare, you have time to get across them cautiously, safely. Like they should be very, very scary when you're pressed for time and have to do things fast, but they should be fine if you have the time to do it slowly and carefully. which does seem like the case here, kind of. But it's interesting that you get thrown, again, seemingly into this like infinite circle of bodies. And I don't know if we're going to see anyone fail it, but it would be interesting to see if like these people just died because they never had the ability to get back to a ledge, or if there's something else. Because I don't think that failure on a challenging path should result in a super negative consequence, which is what it feels like will happen now. And it's also a very challenging path, but we're going to see. I don't know. I think this is also a little bit interesting because we had the Blood Bowl room that was like a very distinct obstacle. Then we had the spiral staircase that it's kind of hard to tell if it was an obstacle or a challenging path because they just kind of dispelled the thing. But we're kind of just having like dink, 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 you know? It's weird because there is variety, but there's not so much variety that it stops it from feeling a little samey. Like I'm getting a little bit like, okay, like, you know, we get it. There's a lot of death traps. And there can be more death traps. I think this is just This is a good example of like when I'm doing my map making notation and I'm, you know, parsing out a map and I'm looking at it and I talk about it being important to have variety in the nodes, even in empty nodes, right? Having just a room that is relatively boring, like has nothing else, has nothing really in it, but is like kind of a breather and maybe has some environmental details. Like you need those occasionally. And now we're kind of just skipping through things. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And I need to keep going because I'm getting more of the like this is just a, you know, a line to create bodies at this point sort of situation.
But as they watch a couple more go by, they're limp somewhat, but still moving as they scoot past.
Oh,
Let's just get across here.
I'm going to
shall
use
we?
Divine Sense now, just to confirm.
You have to wait about a minute or so before one comes close enough to hit the sense, but there is an undead energy that passes past. And both you and Kara both kind of have this moment from across the ravine from each other, seeing this.
I'm gonna try and
That's me to you, man.
try and clock them, see if it's the same bodies over and over again. If it's an infinite loop of falling.
an infinite loop of
Interesting.
falling.
Okay, so I want to get a good look at one of them as they go by and see.
Yeah.
6 seconds. I'm just,
3 or 4 more stumble past, and they're getting more and more.
More and more.
Rapid, and
We should probably
they're
go.
different sizes. They do not appear to be the same bodies.
Yeah, I pick up Pike and try to barrel roll across.
Okay, you barrel roll across. As you're making it across, 3 more come tumbling up. 2 of them too far away, but one of them does kind of reach out with his arms as it tumbles past you and kind of swats out to try and grab you. I need you to make an acrobatics check.
You got this. Oh, you got such a bonus. Come on,
I know.
girl.
Such a bonus, huh? Such a bonus. Look at Matt's face. Look at his face.
Oh fuck no.
no, come
Such a
on.
bonus.
No, come on.
Such a bonus.
Did they both make that roll?
She's the one driving the broom. She's having to try and maneuver.
Yeah.
I was
Like a
about to
Matrix.
interject, and I know that I didn't make that fast enough, but at some point I would already like to be moving to interject in this.
Right. As you're watching them start
Yoshi, I'm timing you out for a second. It's you know, things that might be uncomfortable for other people, like talking about real life corrupt figures. Just be more chill about it, you know. I'm fine with having, you know, conversations in chat that aren't directly related to what's going on, but you know, just be chill about it. You know. Think about others in chat. 10-minute timeout, then you're back.
go across, you get a step out onto the bridge.
I'm not going onto the bridge. I'm pulling out my gun and trying to, and like I see.
Oh wait, Pike has a thing that it like she can help people with their
War God's Blessing?
War God's Blessing?
That's an attack roll.
Damn it.
Sorry, war gods don't help you survive; they help you kill shit.
They
Do what you're
do.
gonna do.
I was going to start skeet shooting at some point, so
Well, I
I understood.
rolled a one.
But before we get to that,
yeah.
so the creature grabs you and essentially grapples you in the moment.
Yeah.
And as that happens, the momentum of pulling you up causes the broom to kind of shift out of whack, and you begin to careen in a slight circle. I need you and Pike to both make strength saving throws.
Oh.
How far away is this from?
They're about 30 feet from you.
What about from Keyleth?
About the same, because you guys are on the other side of the
Do
ravine.
her. She got a +4 on strength.
Correct.
9 for me.
9 for you.
13 for Pike.
13 for Pike. So, okay. So Pike's on the broom with you.
Yeah.
You get grabbed and yanked off the broom.
Oh,
Pike
yeah,
manages to
tethered.
hold the broom, but currently Pike was not the current driver of it, and so she's clutching a broom that is just floating. The gravity watches both both Pike and Vex go from careening off to tumbling upward into the darkness above.
Are they both attached to the broom?
No, Vex is pulled off the broom.
But she's still tethered.
She's still tethered, yeah, but she's still, both of them are kind of spinning in
Does
this
Queen
to get
have an
emotional.
action?
Bolo.
Right now, the two of you can make an action.
All right, my first action. I was just pulling to try and skeet shoot and do a sharp shoot with bad news to hit the undead that had grappled her.
Go for it.
And try and I assume I have to spend a grit to get him to let go, to shove him off.
Shove him off. Okay. You are, because of the nature of the rapid movement, you have disadvantage on this attack.
Okay.
You still have that inspiration,
I
right?
still have that D12 inspiration.
Hey, man, like Bigby's hand go. Boop.
Matt?
Yes.
Watching this, I'm going to pull Whisper out and wait and watch to see my sister falling through the air. And if I see her falling, I'm going to throw the dagger at her.
Okay, she's falling.
Just
But there's nothing-
down or up?
Up.
I'm watching him and I'm watching her, and if she goes...
Okay.
Doesn't-
How far away is she from me?
Right now, she was about 30 feet out from the ravine, and now something upward. She's about 50 feet from you.
50 feet from me?
50 feet from you, yeah.
Because he's on the other
If you
side, correct?
vamp out,
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Really?
Nothing?
Worse than
won't be
nothing.
able to do anything.
Misfire.
It's
Misfire.
All right,
not true.
Keyleth's gonna go. Seeing Percy misfire, Keyleth is gonna grab a grasping vine
I can clear it right now.
on the side of the wall, and she's gonna go for that broom.
Okay.
Because both Pike and her are still grabbing onto the broom. Yeah.
I'm throwing Whisper at Vex. I'm doing
Okay.
it.
The vine, unfortunately, only has a range of 30 feet.
She's not. You said she was 30 feet
She's
away.
30 feet out of, like, in the center of the ravine,
Yeah.
and is now 15, 20 feet up
Can
in the
she
air.
not hit the wall? Get a vine off the side of the wall?
On the
and bring her
opposite
down?
side? Maybe.
I am
I've got like a 60-foot range to the spell, plus a 30 feet from the grasping vine, right? Or is it 30 and 30?
No, we're not tethered.
I thought you were still grabbing onto the
I'm tethered to the broom.
To the
Not
broom.
to the
broom. Oh,
And
you're
Pike is
tethered to
still
the
grabbing
broom?
onto
Yeah,
the
that's what I
broom.
mean. Don't whisper, because the broom won't be able to support me, you, and Pike.
I'm going for the
You broke
broom.
the broom.
Come on,
All right.
man.
Look, I'm trying to work on letting you guys do a lot of things
That's
really
it.
fast.
I have 6 more moves I
I'm
wanna make
trying.
right
I'm
now.
working with you, so please bear with me on this.
It's tough, man. It's tough because there's a lot of players. There's even, there's 2 other people that are not being controlled by, there's 2 players that are controlling 2 characters. There's Allura. There's just so much going on in this scene. And if I was Matt back in 2017, whatever, I wouldn't have thought of out of combat initiative. Like, I'm not saying that he really should have thought of it. It was not a concept that was familiar to me back then. But this is definitely one of the moments where it would be nice to have initiative purely for organizing players' turns and organizing how things move in relation to other actions. Because this is really complicated. Like, it's really complicated because I really feel for Matt here, but also this feels like an expected outcome. Like, I'm not quite sure if he thought that they would just be incredibly careful and therefore would end up not falling and then he wouldn't have to deal with this sort of thing. But you gotta be prepared for when people fail the challenge that you put in front of them. It's like, this feels like a very expected outcome of, like, something happens, they're flying off into the sunset, and everyone tries to, catch them and save them. So I do feel for him, especially in the aspect of, like, I wouldn't have thought of something like out of combat initiative. But he also created the situation. So it's tough. Yeah. All right. Running ads in a minute.
Ads incoming. Take cover.
Take cover. To the point where I think most people say we are in combat rather than initiative or turns because they don't consider out of combat initiative. Yeah, I mean, I don't care what you call it at all. If Matt said like, hey, I'm gonna say we're in combat just to organize the turns better. But again, I get why you didn't. I feel like a map or even a rudimentary drawing would help in this. Also that. A lot of things would help, which is easy to see with hindsight and no pressure directly on us. Oh, absolutely. I think there's an amount of foresight that you could have had here from Matt, but I also get it, Unless I'm trying hard to convey to my eldest, it's always been. What's up? I distinctively remember being like 12 and reading Loader for the first time and being confused at the Balrog part about who was on what side of the bridge. I reread it and it didn't make it clear. It's just hard to get across in a non-visual media. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, in general, three-dimensional space, especially when it is such a significant part of the scene, really hard to get across. To get across here. So it's like, I understand Matt's frustration, but I also understand the player's frustration. Like, this is an obstacle that is difficult to convey, especially if they fail. It's hard to convey the obstacle in general. It's even harder to convey the consequences for the obstacle. And we live and learn. Maybe Matt didn't just didn't have an intuition for that. Hasn't run an obstacle like this before. Very, very possible. But it is something that is going to kind of naturally cause frustration. It's going to naturally cause frustration, and so you either have to avoid it, or do extra things to help mitigate that. Yeah. But anyways.
Yes. Grab me by what?
You're like a loan officer.
I wouldn't recommend doing that. I won't give you a chance to even do it. Don't taunt the DM.
I want to sell you this house, but there's some things we need to go over.
So, I'm going to ask you, Keyleth, to go ahead and make just a general dexterity check.
Oh shit.
Just general dex?
Yes.
What?
This is how fast you're able to chant a spell, which requires an incantation and the release of the spell's effect, thus summoning the vine and causing it to lash out. This is just a general base DC. I need you to go ahead and just roll and add your dexterity modifier.
You got it.
I love you.
I love you.
And even that is like... Ooh, man, it's tough. It's tough. It's kind of like the Dispel Magic conversation earlier. Of like, I think this is a valid thing to say and do, and like a valid check to require. But it comes off a little strange. It comes off a little strange, especially in this high tension scenario where they're really, they're going back and forth. They're kind of arguing with you, not getting nitpicky, but like relying on timing in a situation that is explicitly hard for the players to time as like justification for requiring a separate role. It feels a little off. It feels like taking a kind of inherent downside of the thing that you're running, like an inherently frustrating part, and making that frustrating part require even more out of the players. Like making the timing of everything the justification when the timing's already frustrating makes it even more frustrating. Like it draws attention to it. Ooh, it's tough. I feel for Matt here. I've probably done something incredibly similar to this scene. I have no doubt, because I've tried some wacky obstacles and wacky map elements that afterward I was like, that sucked. So I feel for him. It's just something you got to experience, unfortunately. But it's weird to me because I always think about Matt having more experience than I did when I was starting, but it's also like it's experience in other systems. Like experience in TTRPGs in general can really help, but it's a real different beast in a new system. Like you have to spin up on GMing that system, and it's different in an actual play. It is so much more difficult in an actual play to pause and have those kind of above the table conversations. It's hard to slow it down because it's already like, it's a little bit awkward to like slow down the pace and things like that in a normal session, but it's even more awkward and a little bit, even, I think they have an even higher desire to avoid it on an actual play because it's a television program, essentially. They're not only trying to avoid slowing down the pace for bad D&D play, but also for bad TV watching experience. So it's tough. I don't envy the position at all. It's one in the long list of reasons that I would never want to DM on stream. I'll definitely play, but I do not want to DM at least traditional TTRPGs on stream. Because that audience is, that's tough. There's a discrepancy between the speeds at which his narration happen and the players. Yeah, exactly. And that is really tough in a scenario that is really relying on split-second things to drive the conflict and drive the drama. This is something you really don't want, what are we talking about? The bridge and having that sort of obstacle with this reverse gravity aspect in a game and some of the pitfalls that might that might result from that sort of thing that aren't they're the sort of thing that I think once you run something like this bridge once, I think you will think about it for future dungeons and for future obstacles. But until you run something like this, I very much understand how it doesn't activate in your brain of kind of the weird timing issues that might result from this sort of obstacle, I'm guessing it's due to the fact that he's not restricted by mechanics as the GM. Absolutely. I mean, that is something that is hard to keep in mind as a DM, that you yourself are not restricted by mechanics, but the players are. And so making up a mechanic in the moment can be good. It can be really good to abstract something and make up a mechanic real quick. And I say make up a mechanic, but something like this dex roll, right? Just make a call, make them make some roll, even though it's very non-standard. It's hard to remember how that can come across, especially depending on what the nature of the challenge is. Do you have any advice on how to run this and make it not feel very unrealistic? Because they should have already fallen a few dozen meters. Well, I mean, really, if we're being real about it, they should have already fallen 500 feet, I believe. Falling rules D&D. Yeah. 500. Oh, well, that's a house rule. For every 10 feet it fell, up to a maximum of 66. Is this... Oh, I can't remember. I know that there is some rule somewhere. But I mean, I generally... That's why before they fell, I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know about this obstacle. Because falling is just something that I think it is somewhat impossible to... How do I say it? I think it's really, really difficult to run this sort of bullet time type sequence. My general heuristic is if falling is like part of the trap, someone can attempt to catch them as they fall. Like they are starting to fall and someone can attempt to like reach out and grab them. Someone can catch them at the destination of their fall, I guess. Someone can catch them down here. I am very wary about trying to affect them mid-fall. Very, very wary about it. Because the actual fall is almost always faster than the actual process of them starting to fall, if that makes sense. So like someone like tipping over a ledge and falling off is almost always like a slower experience with more options for reaction than them while they're actually in the process of falling. Now it could depend, maybe this is like a slower gravity area, so they're not falling quite as quickly, but I'm very, very hesitant. I focus on the source and the destination of the fall. I try not to do anything in here unless you have something like feather fall. Like, I think that anything within the fall, like the fall just happens, and anything in the fall needs to be like reaction based. And my general heuristic needs to be by the person that's falling. I am sure that I would stretch outside of these, I'm sure I would stretch outside of these. But that is my general heuristic. It is other people can interact with them at the source and at the destination, and they can do a reaction in between, like during the fall. But I don't really... It does eliminate a fantasy, which I hate. I don't like, having a heuristic that totally locks out a fantasy, which is like someone like reaching out and catching them as they're falling. But I only do that sort of thing if it would be very easy. If there is absolutely no difficulty in like that person. Like they have to be right along the path, like right next to them. Otherwise they can't like run up and interact. They can't cast a spell. They can't do anything like that. So it's tough. It's tough. But falling is a great consequence and obstacle. There's so many things that you can do with a good fall. But I think you have to draw some lines on what is interactable and what is not, or when, I guess. Reverse gravity is when you walk forward, you're backwards, or when you fall down, you fly up. Only gravity, not like reverse movement, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's like you walk forwards, but you get, instead of getting pulled downward, they're getting pulled upward. Sort of scenario. So not totally, yeah. Not like everything backwards. That would be complicated. Holy shit. Talk about something that would be complicated to run. If you're just in like a backwards mirror world where everything is reversed, like the player says, I want to walk forward, and the DM narrates them walking backward. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, I can't even imagine how difficult that would be. It does sound kind of fun. Like, it sounds like something that could be an interesting challenge, but you would have to make it basic as hell. Like, if the literal movement is so different, you would have to make the thing that they need to accomplish so basic. Otherwise, that shit would be impossible. 120 miles per hour, 90 feet per second. Yeah. Catching at the destination of your fall is also real tricky. Realistically, you catching them will do similar or more damage than just letting them hit. Oh, absolutely. This actually happened in my session on Friday. One of the PCs fell, and one of the other PCs, so it was the wizard fell, and the fighter was at the bottom, and the fighter said, "Can I try to catch them?" And I told the fighter, I said, "Okay, you can you can just catch them. Like, go for it. You can catch them, but if you catch them, you will take falling damage for yourself because they had also fallen that turn. You will take falling damage for yourself, and you will take all of the wizards falling damage for them. And the fire said, yeah, sure, absolutely. So I took the I took it in like my mind as the fighter was essentially a soft, squishy pillow that the wizard could transfer all of their fall damage into. Yeah, I absolutely do that. Sometimes it feels like you need to know advanced physics to play D&D, I swear. It's tough. It's really tough because I understand the inclination to make everything realistic. Like, I really understand the tendency to want to ground things in reality. Of like, oh, this is how it works in real life, so this is how it's going to work in the game. Because that lends itself an amount of, like, intuition. If you're grounding your D&D world in our reality and making rulings based on that, the hope, at least, is that it will allow for more intuitive interactions, where your players can assume more things, because if they don't know something, they don't have to ask you. They can just imply that it works how it works in our world. So I get it. But occasionally you do have to limit interactability because, you know, it's a game. It's a game that's taking place in our minds. Real world physics and consequences can be super duper hard to track. Yeah. Most tables don't do real physics. I think people have an amount of physics that they like to put at their table. People will have varying levels of physics, you know? But it's difficult. Yeah. The trick is a chasm is a really simple obstacle on paper. It looks so easy to run or write, but you don't realize until you're dangling off the not metaphorical cliff. Yeah! It's that a chasm is a really interesting obstacle in that, unlike a river or even a pitfall trap, you know, it is a fall that implies death. It's like fucking watching Alex Honnold free solo a wall. And he's like, oh yeah, like I could climb this in my sleep while roped up. But when he's free soloing and he's not hooked into anything, and it's like one mistake means he falls off of Half Dome and just perishes. It's like, you know, it is the thing that is incredibly easy, but if you mess it up, the consequences are so severe. And even that description of it, I don't think does it full justice to how it gets implemented in a D&D game. Because if you are using skill crits, like Vox Machina is, there's just a 5% chance that when you try to cross that chasm, you fail. If there's any roll involved, which there's got to be else. Why have a chasm? A little bit, unless you're using it as a staging area for a fight. I love that in that case. You know, there's no rolls to cross it normally, but you know, if there's a fight there, ooh, it's risky. What if they slash the bridge? I don't know. But if there's even a check, now there's just a 5% chance that they fail. I think if you asked Alex Honnold about his free soloing and you asked him, hey, let's say on any given move, there's a 5% chance that you fail, what would you think about that? He's like, I'm never free soloing again. Like, just the chance that something goes wrong is just too high for that sort of super high risk thing. Now, if you make there be multiple checks and you say, okay, you have to fail all of them, maybe you can start getting more towards something more reasonable for failure. Or again, just don't have it have a chance for failure, but have it be there in case there's a fight. And now if you're trying to move across very quickly, now there's a chance for failure. That feels more within the like, 5% could just end you sort of deal. Yeah. Then if you fall, don't you just get to walk on air? Since you're flying up, you're falling at the same time, you're still. No, I mean, in this case, they haven't hit anything yet, you know? Yeah. Maybe a DM could have planned a reaction round and allowed things like grapple checks so the players don't feel discombobulated. Yeah, if you don't want to go into full initiative, you could just say, okay, when someone falls, all of the other players get one reaction to do something. You could do that. Yeah. Letting the fighter take the damage makes for good fun, but in the spirit of this conversation, absolutely would not work. The prey would still hit their skull real hard. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is a version of a video game logic of how forces transfer. Because it feels just right enough to be fun and for the players to accept it, you know? But it is absolutely, definitely not how it would work, yeah. I will say the fighter specifically took off his armor because he was like, oh, if I fall, I don't want to be wearing plate armor. And I was like, hey, that's a good idea. Yeah. If I ever start DMing, I'm going to make everything that's alive in the world super complicated just to make it so the players need to know AP biology to play it properly. Yeah. I'm gatekeeping. You're gatekeeping. At that point, you're, I mean, hey, I'm into that sort of shit. That's the way that I world build, and that's the reason that I cannot run custom worlds anymore. Because I get too obsessed with the nitty-gritty, and it just... I'll spend, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours on the patronymic naming schema of this very specific culture that's in a continent across the ocean that the players have only briefly heard a rumor about, and not even really a rumor that's like a good plot hook. That's why I can't do custom worlds anymore. Because I spend too long on details that don't fucking matter. A chasm is an absence of the big rock. In a way, it kind of is. In a way, you're kind of right. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
That was a natural 19, so that is plus my dex, which is plus 2, so 21.
Okay, with that, a vine.
What are you doing?
So, as bad news misfires, you watch as the front of it just this burst of black smoke bursts outward, and this look of utter horror on Percy's face. Keel thrushes out and grabbing the edge of the rope bridge to get enough of a reach out there. You watch as her hair lifts up and part of her body begins to just drift upward, but she holds on and reaches out with the staff and using the strength of her force of will. At the edge of the stone above the ravine cracks open, and suddenly you watch where there is no life. A piercing flash of dark green shoots outward. A vine freshly grown from the edge of the stonework reaches out and grabs, wrapping around the broom itself and holding it taut. You watch the vine, and the entire group kind of shifts upward. You're suddenly pulled. You're still grappled by this undead zombie-like corpse, and Pike is currently clutching onto the broom as hard as she can as you both impact at the end. With your weight and the creature's weight, I now get to see if the
Vine holds?
Well, not the vine. The vine magically holds. It's the chain that attaches.
Dude, the other thing, it sounds like the undead bodies there are meant to be a challenge or whatever to they're gonna get grappled and they're having to fight in this 0G. That's so cool. And damn, that does sound cool. I won't lie. The idea of this infinite loop where you just have zombies scattered at random points, and if someone falls into it, the zombies, fucking towards them and try to fight them in 0G. That sounds dope. Also sounds like a nightmare to try to run. And so I would avoid it for that reason, but it's very cool.
Pushes you to the broom.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, okay. So that holds. It goes taut. You're held there. The creature is still clutching you right now. And
Are my arms restrained?
your arms are held too. Yeah, you're like... Actually, because you're still held there, I want you to go ahead and make another acrobatics check.
Sturgeons and doingans.
Sturgeons and Dragons!
Holy fuck.
Acrobatics. That's Pike.
Your acrobatics.
Acrobatics. 25.
25. So it does not progress into restrained.
Okay.
It's just still grappled, still holding on to you.
Okay.
But you manage to wiggle out of its grasp as it's trying to kind of pull you in, and it's starting to try and like bite into you.
Oh, God.
And as you glance upward, now that you're drifting, kind of dangling roughly 60 feet up, you look up and you can see what is the top of the ravine. And it is a writhing mess of hundreds and hundreds of undead corpses
Lord.
that are all reaching out for you. They're different boned claws, all extended, like trying to just pull you towards them into empty air as you dangle looking up into that.
This is fine.
My God.
Everything's okay.
Everything's fine, you guys.
At which point, the vine pulls the broom, Pike, you, and the creature up towards the edge of the wall. So you're still 30 feet up, but you're all slamming to the side of the wall now, and the vine is just holding the broom taut against the edge of the rock.
Can I take out? No, I love you. You're amazing. Can I just take out? I just have a dagger. Can I like pull out my dagger and like try to jam it up into the zombie's like under his chin?
Go for it. It's going to attempt to bite attack you, by the way.
Okay.
Which it does not do with a 2.
What do I add?
Just give him armor. It's like gnawing on the leather.
Oh, it's all zombie drooling.
No.
I am really bad at regular attacks. What do I add to this?
You add your dexterity
Okay. Oh, that's
and your
good.
proficiency modifier.
Okay, so that's.
So it'd be plus 10, I think.
So 20.
Okay, yeah. So you jam it with the dagger. Go ahead and roll damage. So it's 1d4 plus your dexterity modifier.
Oh, plus my dexterity. Oh, I didn't roll 20. I rolled a.
It's a d4 plus 5 is what you're rolling for damage.
3 plus 5 is 8.
8.
Okay, so 8 damage. You jam the dagger up into its kind of jaw and throat and kind of and slaps it out of the way. You can see it's damaged, but it's still holding on. The creature is now like grabbing onto you and slamming you into the wall.
What is Pike
best it
doing?
can.
Is she just holding
Pike is
onto
just
the broom?
holding onto the broom right now.
For dear life?
She's going to attempt to actually. What she would do in this moment would be turn undead. Because that's what clerics do.
I didn't even see that spell. Where's that
It's not a spell, it's a channel divinity ability.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's channel divinity, but I think it's I couldn't do it from the edge of the pit.
No.
It's 30 feet.
Yeah, you have to be closer from there.
Keep fighting. Keep smiling.
Okay, so it has to make a saving throw versus DC, which it does not make. So as you look over, the zombie's biting at you, and you're currently trying to jam at it. Pike is holding onto the broom, grabs the symbol of Sarenrae from around her neck, and looks up, and just closes her eyes for a second. And as they flash open again, there's no pupils, just white, bright, vibrant, radiant eyes. This kind of small shockwave bursts off her, and you watch as the zombie goes and just turns into ash and disintegrates. Its body just tumbling in chunks and pieces up into the ravine above you.
Wait, so I would look down at Pike.
Yes, and then up at where the zombie went, and Pike is below you, still holding onto the broom.
You're amazing. That was amazing.
High level turn on.
This was a mistake. How do we get down? Up. I don't know.
Keyleth! Oh, I am holding on, man!
What do we? Can you get?
Where's the carpet? Where's the carpet? Where's the carpet?
Carpet's not what we need. I'm going to.
It's a bonus
A
action.
few more
right?
corpses start
The
tumbling up.
rope, the rope that is currently tied at the other end of the ravine, where they're currently above us, right?
Yes, they're about 30 feet above you guys on the opposite side.
I'm going to try and reverse repel with the rope at
Okay.
the other end of the endless rope. up to
Also,
them.
as a
Okay.
bonus action, I can switch the direction of the vine to lash out at the same creature as a bonus action. So can I like grasp a vine and kind of hand them off and stair step them down?
No, the
Grasp
vine is
vines?
attached, like at a base. It's almost like it grew out of the ground. So what grasping vine allows you to do is you can, wherever it's based down, it pulls it to it.
Right. It just says until the spell ends, you can direct the vine to lash out at the same creature on my bonus turn.
Right.
So
But it doesn't do damage. What it does is it just grasps and pulls towards it.
Just
So what
in
you
the
can
same
do is
place.
each turn you can change the target. If you change the target, it's going to release the broom, and they're both
I
going to
don't
tumble
want to do
over.
that, but I can't change the origin of the vine.
No, not
I'm going to try and reverse. I'm going to reverse Batman.
Okay, so you start reverse repelling up the side. What's everyone else doing?
Where's Grog and the flying carpet?
Grog, Carrick, and Keyleth are all still on the other side with Kima and Allura. They're all on the other side of the ravine.
Get off the rug. Get off the rug. Get off the rug now, please.
I'm not on the rug!
Isn't anyone on the rug?
No.
Where is? That's why I asked.
No, the rug is still with them. It's on the other side.
The rug has
Back
to come
where it
across.
was.
Yes.
It is not
Nobody's taking the rug across. It's just,
Then I'm
it's just
just-
you guys.
The rug's a terrible idea right now. Anyway.
Look, I can't get on the rug, so one of you louder people, will you go get those two, please?
The reverse. Oh, I'm heading. I'm going super fucking fast.
Okay, so you repel up the side. While they're holding on there, one more corpse kind of tumbles up past. It's when you attempt
I'm
to.
gonna. Can I? With. No, I can't do that. I'm like
Grog, your
floating
throw
basically.
returns to you after you throw it. So if you hit
Basically,
them
I'm
when they grab it,
like falling and just being held
put
onto
those
a broom
ideas
that's
in
being
his
held
hands.
onto.
Right now, you could try and if you were to try and take a shot,
Yeah.
you could try it with the disadvantage for all your attacks.
I'm gonna try to any zombies or undead that come near us. I'm gonna try to shoot them and like at least ricochet and get them like
Well, one
flipping.
comes tumbling past. What are you doing, Carrick?
if nobody else on this side is getting on this carpet, then I will.
Okay, so Carrick hops on the carpet
Can
and
I
begins to
get on
lift up
it
off
as
the
well
ground.
and still maintain the concentration on my grasping vine?
Why would you do that? Because you got to put two people on the carpet.
What?
We're trying to put them on the carpet, right?
No,
But that's separate from me.
If the weight is, you're 1,000 pounds or whatever the fuck.
They can hold 4 or 5 people.
A lot of people can get on it.
It's light people. 600. 600.
I'm trying to hold the concentration on their grasping vine so they don't get fucked.
Right. Yeah, I'm just making sure we have enough room.
And try and get a. So I'm gonna get on the carpet.
So I'll
You know, if you
try
get
to
hit by
throw it
something
if you
that
can
falls.
concentrate.
That's true.
All right, so it's Carrick and Keyleth, both on
I
there,
have advantage
heading up this
on
way.
concentration checks these days.
Allura.
Oh my god.
Hang on,
Does
I'm
not have
coming.
fly.
Yeah, no. That's the thing. Percy's on his way to save us. So you guys just try to hold on to that
And get
carpet.
across because we need people to pull us back.
Also, grasping vine's not a concentration spell. It's a bonus action. And no, it's a concentration spell.
Allura watching this happen, grabs Kima and dimension doors across to the other side, sets Kima aside, and just stays there kind of waiting carefully.
Scanlan does have dimension door.
He does. He could do it for
You go
himself.
one way.
And one other person of equal size,
Yeah.
which is only Pike. And Kima technically, but Kima's already made it across.
That sucks because Scanlan could have taken Kima.
Scanlan also has a plan if you guys are about to really fucking die. He's going to do these
Right.
things.
All right, so you're just waiting. Tarek and Keelith are going across. Are you guys going just directly across, or are you going towards Vex and...
I'm aiming, well, if they were to fall, I'm heading wherever below that is toward them to offer support if they lose it. I'm also ready to turn undead if a big cluster of these things come towards us.
Nice.
I'm maintaining concentration while floating next to Kara on the carpet.
All right, so you guys, as the carpet heads out, I'm hearing the conversation before, Carrick, you barrel roll the carpet and begin heading upward to float underneath where Pike and Vex will be. As you begin heading upward, it's funny you mention that. What were singular bodies tumbling upward are now groupings. 4 or 5 almost chained together, like these small balls of just limbs and bones and gnashing zombified teeth. Begin just upward. One of them slams into the bridge and kind of scatters out, sending a number of bodies kind of just spinning outward, broken arms and limbs from the impact. The bridge itself kind of cracks a bit, and you watch as the center of it is still being held by rope, but it is currently not really walkable without holding the rope to get across.
You can use the rope just to steady yourself on the carpet.
One of these clusters starts.
So there were no zombies before. That now there are. Then there were zombies falling up. Now there are more zombies. So it seems like something is reacting to their presence and making there be more zombies? I'm gonna be real. I don't know that this really needed, more. Especially given that if you actually do fall all the way up, it seems as though you probably just die. You know what I'm saying? This is a tough obstacle. This is certainly tough. I'm gonna see how it shakes out.
Making its way upwards towards where the carpet is.
How far are they from
Can I, if I'm steering the carpet, can I dodge away from this? Because even if I turn it, they will have velocity.
Correct. You have not driven a magic carpet before. I would ask you to go ahead and, let's see, for this, make an intelligence check.
Jesus is my co-pilot.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead and make an intelligence check. Just a straight D20 plus your intelligence modifier.
The first fucking character I make where I lowball intelligence.
I know that's
that is in just straight.
Well, plus your modifier, whatever that is.
Like my proficiency modifier?
Oh, your intelligence modifier.
Oh, yeah, no, that's an 8.
Okay, so moving this across, you're basically watching this thing just come careening upwards, and you're trying to shift out of the way to maintain momentum and have this not impact you, but both of the nerves of what's happening, the unfamiliarity with the change in with gravity and not running a carpet before, you move out of the way just as it slams into the upper corner, causing the carpet to shift and quake. Oh, man.
Can I push Caliph hard enough to get her to the other side?
You guys were heading upward, so if you were to kick her off, she would probably still arc upward at this point. You guys are essentially, in theory, you're below the ravine if this were normal gravity.
How close are we to?
You guys are about 30 feet across, because the movement speed of the carpet is, if I recall from what I told you, right? It was 30 feet.
Yeah. So we're not close to Pike and Vex.
Not yet. You're halfway there.
The second my feet hit, just so you know, the second my feet hit the stone of the upper wall, I'm gonna hold on. I no longer have to pose like a spider. I'm gonna double dash towards them with the rope. I'm like not even like it's.
So as they get hit, Percy has just made it up the wall to you and Pike, and it's just got at the.
I'm just tying them to the rope. I'm just
double dash got you there.
Yeah, got me there.
If Kara's kicking me off, I'm reaching for Pike in the broom and still trying to maintain concentration while trying to reach for those guys.
Okay, well, first and foremost, oh man, this got really complicated. Okay, I love it. It's great. I would like both Kara and Keyleth to roll strength saving throws to maintain hold on the carpet.
How far are they from me?
They're about, right now, 35, 40 feet.
You get a +3, by the way.
Yes, you both.
I do?
Yes, you do.
Yep.
From being just near him.
That's awesome.
It's a strength saving
He's so awesome that when you're near him,
So
you give us
awesome.
paladins, man.
And I'm on the very edge.
Hey.
As close as I can get, right?
14.
14, okay. Garrett?
23.
You both maintain your grip on the carpet. I will say for the sake of...
You know, caught dingoes, that's not a bad point, because I will give what I think is the only thing about this that is gained from it being reverse gravity rather than normal. Which is basically that it can trick the characters. Because you could flip everything upside down and it be identical. The only thing you can't flip is the fact that the bridge looks normal. The bridge is ostensibly not affected by the lower gravity. Or by the reverse gravity. So there's an amount of trickery going on, essentially. That's the only thing you gain by this all being reversed, is that you can trick your players at first. Yeah, I don't... This is intense. This is certainly intense. Yep, I'm going to wait to comment more until we see the end.
This Keyleth make a concentration check?
Yeah, sure.
Because it's just, it's...
I have my advantage because of Warcaster, yeah?
Yes, you do.
That one's Cox.
You just need to beat a 10.
Okay, yeah, I beat that 10 with a
Yeah, so you maintain concentration, maintain hold of the carpet. The carpet rights itself, the corpses go spinning upward into the abyss above. The carpet has now spent the rest of its turn getting into position to guard you and Pike just in case it's necessary.
Oh my god.
So, you guys are in place. Percy, you've tied the rope to Vex.
Holding on to everybody, and I just have been yelling, pull!
What?
I've got them on the rope! Pull the rope down!
That's you.
That's you, and who else is on that side of the...
Right now it's Kima and Allura as well.
Yeah, I'll just, as many people who can just start running out that way.
You guys all grab the rope that's currently affixed to Percy. You've hopefully been holding this whole time.
I imagine there was a rope. There's so much going on. Come on.
My spider walk ability to actually like just maintain everything and just keep everything and like keep an eye out and just try and save.
Bro, that little side eye from Liam being a little sassy.
What's going on? Come on.
My spider walk ability to actually.
Oh, the New Jersey's coming out a little bit. That
I'm using
there was a rope. There's so much going on. Come on.
My spider.
there's so much going on. Come on. Fucking this fucking guy. Look at this.
Spider walk ability to actually like just.
Fuck it. Oh, dude, I think Liam is completely lost. Dude, fucking fair. This is... There's just a lot going on, man. And I know I'm watching at a higher speed. So I'm not even like... I'm giving it an amount of generosity, knowing that I am watching it at a higher speed, and that will naturally be more confusing. I can't see... everyone in the room as easily. It is going to be much more clear to them than it will be to us. Even in that case, this just seems like a nightmare to communicate and keep in your head. And like, nope. Before I talk about it more, I gotta see how it plays out. I want to see all of the aspects of this obstacle before I talk about it more.
Just maintain everything and just keep everything and like keep an eye out and just try and safety spot everything.
Okay. So you go ahead and start pulling the rope. Kima and Allura help out. With Allura's not being much aid, unfortunately, but Kima is.
And if we're technically below them, I'll just fly the carpet up towards them and elevator them up if I can get below.
Okay, cool. So now we have Carrick and Keyleth. Keyleth, are you releasing the vine? Because it's currently what's holding them against the stone wall.
Are you grabbed onto the carpet?
They both have ropes they're grabbing onto from Percy, and they're being pulled below.
I let go, and can I switch to a gust cantrip to try and push us down?
Gust cantrip is not going to be strong enough to push any one of your weight. So cantrips are very simple.
I rolled a 19, so 21.
21, good. So between you and Kima, you both can just hand over hand, pulling the rope as it's kind of, taut up against the edge and upward. Vex, Pike, you both begin being pulled upwards, and Care, you're kind of lifting with Keyleth, keeping that source. You guys get right to the very edge. You look down as you see this one cluster of what looks to be maybe 20 or so bodies comes up, not as a ball, but what looks to be almost like a giant skeletal hand made of smaller corpses is tumbling upward and reaching its outstretched, large, maybe 15-foot wide grasp towards this carpet.
Oh my god.
I do channel divinity on that shit.
Okay. So what is your save DC for your spell DC?
That is...
What is it?
Here.
Grog's still on the other side.
And Scanlan.
Oh, no. This is...
This is perfect. Only 5 feet. Yeah, Gus can push someone. I am just, man. He can't have had that skeletal hand made out of all the bodies pre-planned, right? Like, that has to be improv. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. You know what? Hey, I'll hold up my hands. Maybe he planned it that way, but man, oh man. Feels like an improv thing. And if Matt is, I think that there is a defense for sticking with your prep and not deviating from prep. I don't personally agree with it, but there is a defense towards you're a high prep DM. You stick to your prep no matter what's happening, no matter like what unanticipated factors you run into, right? There's an argument to that. I don't agree with it, but there's an argument. But if this is in the improv territory at this point, and Matt at this point is improving this escalation and like these different like formations of undead that are doing new things, man, why? Why at this point? Like, I can make an argument for it in my head of there's a certain, like, escalating danger can feel all the sweeter when you finally do escape it. But again, we come back to the 5% chance of failure on everything. And it makes it so difficult because in my head I think about that hand or whatever, and I'm like, say that succeeds. Even if you set it to a DC 2, which I don't think it is. Even if you set it to a DC 2 and they roll a nat 1, is it satisfying for us to have spent 30 minutes on this? And then at the last second, a new megazord of undead bodies comes up and grabs someone and pulls them to their death in a way that I am almost certain is not going to be counterable. Like, and even if it is counterable, do we just want to go back into that sequence again? Do we want to spend even more time on this? I don't. Like, is that fun? Like, at this point, if I'm Matt, I am looking for excuses. I am looking for excuses to end this scenario, to end this. I am looking for excuses, you know, because they've already done the thing, right? They tried to get across, they failed, and then they rescued the people that failed, right? That seems like the negative outcome. I'm not trying to elongate that shit. I want them to get back to the hole in the tunnel and reset and think about a new plan. No part of me wants to keep elongating this, especially, honestly, if it had been very clear and very fun, or not even very fun, honestly. You know, even if it's tense, even if it's stressful, if it was really clear, dead clear what was going on, and this wasn't so frustrating of an obstacle, I might be fine with elongating it. Honestly, I might be fine with an obstacle that feels like it is a struggle to get out of, but I don't feel that way when the running of the obstacle is so frustrating. If I detect this level of frustration in my game, I am trying everything reasonable to resolve it in some way, to make it over. That's not necessarily saying that I'm opting on the side of the players, to be clear. But I'm looking to cut prep. If there's a third wave, I'm making it the same as the second. I'm making it, or there's a gap, it's a little bit far over, whatever. Like I am trying everything reasonable to push this towards a stable resolution when it is this frustrating. If it's not as frustrating, let it go as long as you want. But when it's frustrating, oof. Yeah, I don't know. Just put a notebook down and say this is the chasm. Grab a few objects and say this is grog. I mean that's what they have in like Daggerheart, in like the Daggerheart GM guidance is like use like real life objects. Absolutely. Ooh, you need an element of improv. I don't know. I think this is prep personally. I think even Matt knows they're confused and struggling, but it still raises the question of if the escalation is necessary. Yeah, I guess honestly, with my overall, like my main thought, I guess it doesn't even matter if it's improv or prep. Like at this point, when it's this frustrating, divert. Cut prep, improv differently. Yeah. It does feel like prep. It's essentially another wave. I can see that. I can see that. Maybe, yeah. This is likely projection, but I see an element of one of my worst habits here. Theory. We are post-CC and pre-whatever the next arc is. Matt is doing the equivalent of mechanical vamping. Nothing makes much sense because Matt doesn't know what is next specifically yet. I can see that. And I'm not... I'm certainly not immune. This might be, this might be something that is ultimately pretty low prep by Matt's standards. So he's relying on the things that he did prep. He's maybe grasping too hard to them because if he throws out his prep, he doesn't have a lot extra to utilize. And if you are a higher prep DM, that can be pretty uncomfortable. So I can see that. I can absolutely see that, but it's tough. It's easier to improv when you have a goal you're improving towards, but at this point, the whole thing is just to fill time until the new arc starts in earnest. Yeah. I can feel that. And especially that feeling is probably amplified for Matt, because not only are you trying to stretch content for a campaign, where at a home table, you might be able to say, hey guys, this is just going to be a bit of a shorter session. Harder to say that for an actual play. Harder to say that. Yeah.
Perfect.
14.
14, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Hold on just a second real fast. So for your channel divinity here, it's 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier.
So 8 plus, that'd be 7 plus, yeah, that's right.
15?
1. It's the 1.
14.
What's your proficiency?
No, you're right, 15.
15, yeah. All right, cool. So with that...
Come on.
This is a really cool setup, Matt, though.
It's really awesome.
It's really fucking badass.
It's a pain in our ass, but it's really awesome.
It's really cool.
It's really
dope. The visual...
The visual of it is amazing. Okay. +2. Hard agree. It is incredibly cinematic. Like, even the question earlier of why have it be reverse gravity instead of normal and just have them fall into a ravine, frankly, the visual's cooler. The visual is cooler. But, man.
It is amazing.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying this quite a
dead
bit.
bodies falling to the
Skeletal
ceiling,
hands.
reaching up. Yeah, no, it's cool.
Okay, so...
It's definitely a pretty sure movie.
Yeah, for sure.
There's like it's got a hoo-ha.
Okay, so as this giant skeletal hand reaches upwards to basically scoop up the entirety of the cluster of everyone and gather right at the edge of this ravine, the carpet, kind of pushing them inward, it's almost going to sandwich the party into the palm of this. You watch as Kara, clutching the edge of the carpet, reaches up from beneath his armor and grabs his own holy symbol, clutches it firm in his grasp and looks upward, shouting a whispered word that doesn't reach anybody's ears, but the ones that it's intended for. And as it does, you watch as a piercing bit of light jettisons in an upward or downward direction from your perspective. Towards this hand, and as it reaches out, its outstretched zombie fingers, it bursts, and as it does, the hand is scattered outward in a small shockwave. All the bodies, once linked, are now sent into separate, disparate, spinning corpses that all kind of reach out helplessly as they all go scattering past, upward, and disappearing into the ravine above.
Holy crap.
With that final push, you all get down to the opposite side of the ravine, safe and sound.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I grab you and give you a big kiss. A big, sexy, still tied up makeout kiss.
Hell yeah. Speaking of the essay that Crazy wrote about how the Vex and Percy interact as a couple more often in more like moment-to-moment things and more naturally. Good example of that. Man, that obstacle. Whew. That... You know, the more I watch of CR, the more I understand how they made Daggerheart. Or why they made Daggerheart. You know, it's like, that was very cinematic. It was very cinematic. It was cool. Like, I can't... No part of me is going to deny that, like, visualizing that in, like, a movie is so cool. But man, oh man, was that hard to track with D&D stuff, where D&D, like, cares about exact numbers of feet. You know what I'm saying? Like, even just the moment of the grasping vine with Keyleth, that moment, substantially easier to run in Daggerheart because of just the range definitions. Like, you don't have to think about, oh, well, yeah, they're 30 feet out, but then, you know, because they're tilted up a little bit by the Pythagorean theorem, that's a little bit like, who cares? Who cares? In Daggerheart, they're fucking melee, very close, kind of close far, whatever. It's so much more... Daggerheart is so much more capable of handling cinematic moments that are a little complicated in a way that D&D is not as able to handle. Now that, I don't want to just shit on D&D. I think that D&D's detail allows for more nuance, allows for more nuanced challenges. Something like the fucking flaming skulls, or even something like the dragon. Like the dragon having a 40-foot flying speed, allowing it to be just barely faster than a standard adventurer, but not as fast as a monk or barbarian. That's something you can't accomplish. Like, that tiny level of nuance of, like, yeah, this thing isn't a speeding bullet. It's just faster than you. That's something you can't really accomplish, at least nearly as well in something like Daggerheart. So there's, there are a lot of benefits and there are a lot of detriments towards abstracting and removing nuance. And it's something to keep in mind when you're considering obstacles for your dungeons, Oh, man. I feel like he is stretching so they don't get to the end of the dungeon without Sam, specifically since Scanlan is going through some type of arc right now. Also very possible. also something that I would encourage an at-home table to just deal with above the table. You know, just say, oh, we're right before the boss. I want our buddy Sam to be here for the boss. Let's end the session 2 hours early. You know, I also feel like that might be part of why Care is here. Like, maybe Patrick Rothfuss did really want to join them for this dungeon dive. Or maybe he wanted the paladin there for the undead dungeon. I don't know.
Ads incoming, take cover.
Ads incoming, take cover. But I understand why they don't, present this stuff to their audience. You know, it's an actual play. I get it. But, man, do I wish they did. Man, oh man, do I wish that they did. Again, I get why they can't. But, whew. If you know all future stuff, probably 50% of the lines in Daggerheart sound like, oh, hey, they put this in for this character to create this one scene. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. Yeah, it definitely seems much more their style, their beat, which is great. Like, I'm glad that they did that they made a system that... What's up? We're back. Hello. All right. Now that we're done with the chasm, let's bush.
Say, hey, well done not passing out this time.
Hey,
Good for you.
Thanks for saving me.
You know.
Thank you.
Grog and Scanlan go waving from the other side of the ravine.
I untie the broom and the broom and the.
Don't untie it all.
No, we're going slow. Yeah, no. Yeah.
And I go over to Percy and I say, smitten. Smitten.
I slowly start shoving Keelan back towards the ravine.
Okay.
Just Scanlan's arms crossed and still kind of his eyes are very wide and he's kind of looking around.
Scanlan's with Grog.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This is the Grog.
Yeah, we're just kind of watching the fucking show.
So, what do you think?
I think we just leave him.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
Yeah.
You watch the Scanlan and Grog turn around and start walking back from where you guys came.
Hand around Carrick's
Don't blame
neck,
them.
pulling him in. Thank you. Thank you. Fucking thank you.
So this is just pretty much a Tuesday for you guys, right?
No.
It's more than Thursday.
This is a Thursday night.
This is a Thursday.
I give Kara a big hug.
Tuesday's
Thank
pretty
you.
chill.
Saved the day.
A giant impact is behind you. Another sphere of these corpses slams into the bridge, causing it to snap and
fuck
go limp,
me,
now
right.
hanging against the upper portion of the ravine.
Well, okay, how are we gonna get the last of these? There's still a rope.
Well, I had a question. So like, I take one of my 5 empty jugs out of the bag of holding, and I go to the edge, and like while they were up there doing all that shit, I look down and I just like throw it straight down as hard as I can. Does it immediately go whoop?
Yep. Upwards.
It's a bit of an arc.
Oh, no, wait.
You want to pee, don't you?
What?
I see what you
Yeah.
got, and I grab just whatever, some a rock or something. I try to throw it straight across.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Because it should fall at first, but if
That's
this is
what I was
50-50,
thinking.
it'll fall and then fall the other way and it'll go right across.
But
Right.
if you did a jump, you would go boom.
Right.
So I've got a great
As you
idea.
do, it goes down, and arcs up and
Get
falls.
the arc right.
Well, this is. I've got a great idea. You grab the end of the rope that's still tied to our endless rope. On the count of
I've
3,
just been holding it by a
Scanlan's
second.
going to jump on your back. On the count of 3, they're going to make a running jump, and we're going to run, all of us holding like a giant game of tug of war, and just see if we can pull them across like a
I
kite.
will pull you all into the chasm.
I thought everyone was over.
No, we still have
No.
two.
Scanlan and Grog.
Son of a bitch. All right.
Well, if you tie yourself to the rope too, no matter what, we'll be able to.
Pull him in.
Yeah, so you'll at least be tethered.
Okay.
Can somebody fly the carpet back over, and then like Pike fly it back over, and then she and Scanlan can bamp over, and then I can just try and make it across
Well,
the carpet?
I could go over on the fucking broom again, dear Lord. How about the bodies? Are they still flying?
They're still going past. There's like little singular ones here and there, every now and then, like a cluster.
Grog,
The thing is, I
can
can
you
put Grog in the necklace and bring him over.
Grog, can you backpack Scanlan
I'm a backpack.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what?
and jump really hard?
Chain of return?
And we pool?
Chain of returning is a. Was the range on that?
40 feet? Or is it 60 feet?
It is somewhere.
I got a crazy idea.
Doesn't have a range.
I want to say we have it set at a 30-foot range, but. Sure. Big weapon.
I'm down with that. 30 feet.
Are you touching it to your hammer?
No, I'm not attuned to that. I've got the little hammer.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry, the hammer. Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, that has a furthest range of 60 feet.
How far across the chasm is this thing?
60 feet.
Can you attach the chain of returning to the hammer?
I mean, I can essentially attach it to anything. I think.
I feel like I could go back over.
Sorry.
I know, I rolled a 1 though, you guys. I mean, it was real shit.
How much time? How much time has it been?
How's past?
Yeah.
I'd say you've probably had a good minute, a little over a minute since the very beginning of this endeavor, probably a little longer. Given like time to like look over it since it happened and converse about what to do.
It's my
I
grasp.
say if we have a rope tied to her,
Yeah.
we could bring her back if something bad happens.
Totally.
I'm okay
Totally.
with that.
All right, cool. Attach a rope to me. I bamf trinket out, so my necklace is empty,
Oh, wait.
and then I take off across the chasm.
But we have 2 of them. Are we just going to do it twice?
Scanlan can get on the broom.
Oh, and Grog can get in the
And Grog
necklace.
can get the necklace.
That's very
so
clever.
I want to fly back over.
All right, so
Heart pounding.
Yep,
This was
trinkets.
terrifying. I'm sorry, buddy.
you jump onto the broom, steal yourself.
I'm also gonna anchor this rope also to trinket, so there's like
Yeah.
extra weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trinket happily allows that anchoring to happen.
All right, you guys feed it. I'm gonna be ready.
You barrel roll across.
Yeah.
Across the way.
I'm gonna try to time it so I avoid that as many as I can.
There's a small cluster that comes by and a couple of individual bodies on this side. Make 2 dexterity saving throws.
Okay, cool. Tight. Here we go.
Tight.
Natural 20.
Hey, what's up?
And that one's totally fine too. That's a 29.
You just whip past out of the grasp. You hear the clacking of bones. And
I think it was a natural 20, like steel jewelry.
I will also add, in a tiny bit of Matt's defense, regarding the gravitational change and that being necessary or unnecessary, there is also something to be said for the actual moment of transition being an excuse for difficulty, essentially, for challenge. Like, if it was a normal ravine, it would be difficult to justify making it hard to fly across for Vex on her broom. Even if there is shit falling, honestly. But especially before that started happening. With the gravitational flip, it doesn't so much matter that the gravity is up. It matters that it's different than it is on either side. So a flyer has to account for that, and that is a source of difficulty. That's not something they would be used to doing. So that is somewhat of a benefit of the gravity being flipped and everything being upside down, essentially.
From one of them. Like, that's a nice necklace.
Can you give like a Top Gun high five?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lick your hand, spank
To
him
make it across the other side. And there you see Scanlan waiting, arms crossed, foot tapping at accelerated rate. Grog waiting, like finding another vase to throw, and all of a sudden you watch as Vex comes just screening across and eventually rights herself back up your position, her hair kind of falling normally flat to her side.
Hey guys, and I give her a big high five.
You don't, you're on the upper side.
What? No, I'm still
Just
trying to get.
she made it one way. She's got to come back
Man,
the other way.
Keelan, you
Keelan, high fives from across the ravine. There you go.
Wait a minute. Are you saying this story only exists in our imagination?
Hey, Grog. Do you trust me?
No.
Do you want to get in this necklace?
Sure.
He knows. Modify memory. Back to the Matrix.
And then Scanlan.
So Grog, a familiar sensation once you're back in that chamber I described to you once before.
Yeah.
It's like a nice cocktail.
And Scanlan, like, I want him to, like, affix himself to this broom, like, really tie him on here.
You go to get to the broom and he just latches onto the side of your leg and he's like, I'm fine here.
I still tie some rope around. I've got the rope of entanglement. I can
Okay,
at least wrap us up in this.
You actually magically restrain him with the rope and entanglement. Like, hey! And so he's kind of bound in a spiral fashion to the actual broom as you're on top of it. Bring it across the other side. Okay. At this point, you watch as another corpse kind of tumbles past and kind of looking downward. Not a hand, but what looks like a giant face emerging, built of various pieces of zombified corpses and bones. Kind of, the mouth kind of opening, almost to try and swallow you as you zoom over that way. Make 2 dexterity saving throws. The first is against the singular zombie, lower DC.
Is she within 30 feet of me at this point?
She will be in just a moment.
So her and Pike.
First one she's not, second one she will be.
It's her and Pike.
That's her and
it's me.
Scanlan.
The
Where's
first
Scanlan?
one is I add my dexterity.
Correct. Or whatever your dexterity saving throw is, which I think.
Okay, that's a 26.
First one, squeeze it past that an issue, and that's when you look down and notice the giant face coming out. Second
Wait, she's 30 feet of me now?
She's now getting to 30
I'm
feet.
blessing her.
Okay.
Scanlan is also inspiring.
Okay, that's good though. This is a 27.
27. The mouth comes up to try and slam shut around you, and as it comes up, you just arc out of the way. You guys watch as the jaw begins to close, and just as these jutting pieces of broken bones, skulls, and shoulder blades that kind of make this weird makeshift mouth of this entity begin to close and slam shut, you watch the broom just barely catches out of the top of it, arcs downward, and makes it across the way without impact. Just as Vax finishes his blessing spell on her, you've all now made it across safely to the other side of the ravine.
Now I give her a high five.
You! I untie Scanlan and pop, Grog out.
Okay, Grog released from the
slow clap.
tree, immediately runs up to you and starts looking inside of your face.
Anything in 60 seconds.
That really seemed very easy. I don't see what the big deal was.
You want to try again? I know that you're considering it reasonably.
No,
Don't
no,
put these ideas in his
All
head.
right, so what are you guys doing?
We're all on the other side.
Move forward.
We're all on the other side.
All right,
Okay.
you push forward.
Check for traps.
Check for traps, okay.
Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out there.
Thank you for catching my sister. Thank you.
It's.
Thank
I
you.
mean, it's not a big deal.
Yes, it is. Thank
It's
you.
not.
Checking for traps.
Good. Yeah, hope you rolled well.
I always roll well on this. 18.
Because I rolled a 1 again.
Oh, wow.
You're welcome.
It's better now than a moment
I know,
ago.
right? Yeah.
All right.
Bro, imagine them going into this dungeon last night when they had no resources left. Dude, I was just about to say, just barely beat you to it, Joshua. Oh, man. They just got across the ravine, Crazy Smith. They just got across the ravine. I know. Like, which, hey, I'm fucking down with. It's a little interesting that ostensibly Raishan did not have to go through all of this. Or maybe she did. I don't know. Unclear. Let's see more.
So, as you guys push forward into this dark chamber now, the humans, I imagine you still have your warhammer out for a light, Carrick?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have enough.
Don't worry, Crazy. I peddled it in your absence. When they did the sexy kiss, I was like, look at that. It's Persalia doing the thing that Crazy Smith said they do, with like more consistent loving gestures. I peddled it for you.
Rays, we can kind of make out the scenery and such, which for you, as you progress forward about 45, 50 feet further down this path, you see, looks to be like a small structure built into the ground, almost like a multi-tiered statue of some kind. And you hear what sounds like a very faint bit of trickling, rushing water.
Statue of a what, please?
You're not quite sure yet. As you approach, you look at it, it appears to be a fountain, like a small structure that contains what would be a bowl for water, and then a central smaller tier that opens up into a smaller bowl, and kind of a jagged edge to it. It looks a little sinister. And at the very top, it looks to be a humanoid face that's stretched into this ghastly, horrified expression of terror and gasp. From its mouth is pouring a small trickle of water, but it is upward. And it's just spilling onto the ceiling where it's just kind of pulling and then separating into cracks.
Oh, God.
The path continues past it. It's just in the center of the hallway.
It's going up, but we're not.
Correct.
We're just not light enough.
We're not close enough.
Or we're not in the same. We're not in the area of effect yet.
I reach down and I kind of grab a little pebble
Okay.
and toss it towards the fountain.
Okay. You toss the fountain pebble, and kind of clings, and the fountain is empty. It is just dry on the inside right now on each of.
Bro, dude. I'm gonna finish the room before going too deep, but it is we'll see. This fountain having the water go up from a reverse gravity thing is such perfect, like textbook perfect foreshadowing for the chasm that they just went through. That I am, if it is just another trap, I will be so radically confused as to why it is after the chasm. Now, maybe that is the point. Maybe there's a subversion going on here where we say, we're Vox Machina. We know all about reverse gravity. Didn't you just see us in that chasm over there? We're experts. Maybe. And maybe then there's a different challenge that surprises them. Whoa! Actually, reverse gravity is not the gimmick of this room. So I could see the fact that it is textbook foreshadowing being the twist. I could see that. But holy shit, if it's just a secondary reverse gravity puzzle, that's insane. That's actually ludicrous behavior. We'll see. VM went in the wrong door. Yeah. Oh.
The lower tiers, because the water that is being poured from this face is just trickling upward and hitting the ceiling. And it's this steady, constant stream.
Pebble.
And it seems like such a safer place to deliver that consequence. Like, the consequence from the reversed gravity being what seems like quasi-instant death. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. And then right after that, having reverse gravity where the consequence is you taking a bit of fall damage. Lunatic behavior. But if you reverse that and it's like, oh, you take a little bit of fall damage so you can experiment with the reverse gravity. There's still consequences. You take damage, but it's not that bad. And then you get to the chasm and oh no, it's the same thing, but with much higher stakes. But good thing you've experimented with it a little bit. So now you get to put your experimentation to the test.
The end of the fountain, it just kind of comes to rest inside.
What's on the ceiling? Just flat.
What looks to be, it's just a stone ceiling. The water's just hitting in one particular spot. Roll a perception check.
16.
Okay, you glance up, and for a little bit you can see with your dark vision, the water appears to be impacting something that has a different surface than the ceiling stonework. It's smoother, shinier. It reflects a little bit of light.
How high roughly is the ceiling? Can we tell?
It's about 15 feet up at this point.
Also,
Only 15?
Is it a dead end? Or
No, the path continues past.
I'm
Just straight.
going. Oh God!
We can pour a bunch of water in the fountain.
I don't know if we should touch the water that's coming out of the fountain. I think it's coming out of a petrified human that's been turned into a mystical source of water. Is the vibe I'm getting.
Oh, I just meant pour water out of the alchemy jug.
I'd like to
Like
move
into the fountain?
Okay.
along the outer edge of the room, checking for traps ahead of me.
Okay. So Vax continues forward.
19.
Okay. So you're going to coast ahead, keeping an eye out. There are no traps, but you do sense that there is some mechanism involved with this fountain.
I'm gonna stop where I am then.
Okay.
I'm going to walk up the wall
Okay.
towards, very gingerly doing my best to check for traps or anything unusual, towards whatever it is that the water's hitting on the ceiling.
Okay, make an investigation check.
That's a natural 20.
As you walk up the edge,
Right in the O.
what's your extra perception bonus on that?
My perception? With my perception, that's 28.
Okay. Make
I mean, I'm like kinda with you, Confused Strawberry. I guess we would have really needed to see what could be done, but my impression of the previous room is that if anyone fell, let's flip it upside down just for ease of drawing. So gravity's reversed. So this is the direction of gravity. They fall. There's a pit of hundreds of zombies down here. Hundreds of zombies on the floor. If Grog falls into that, if Grog falls into this, I legitimately don't know how you survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe they're just zombies, sure, but you would take the impact from falling, which is going to be, several d6. Several d6. And then you take the impact from being restrained and smothered and punched and bitten by hundreds of zombies. Maybe instant death is a little strong, but the description of it felt pretty equivalent to it being like lava. Of like, maybe you survive for a turn, but also how are you gonna get out? You're still in this terrible situation that there's ostensibly no way out of. So still really, really bad consequence. You know what I'm saying? It would have been more like their skin was pulled off. Sure, yeah. Yeah. Just kill off one of the NPCs like Pike. You know what? That's so true. That's so true. Like Carrick, probably dead. Grog, nah. Okay. All right. All right. Zombie D&D 5e. Let's take a look. Okay. Slam. Doing fucking 1d6 plus 1? That's 5. Carrick is like level 8. Yeah, I mean, Carrick might just be dead on impact, if we're being honest. So, in D&D 5e, if we are playing totally by normal gridded rules, which Matt was definitely not, but we're going to split this bad boy. Oh my god. What am I doing? We're going to split this into a 9x9. So Grog would land here. And then there are hundreds of zombies, but we will simplify it down to 9. Grog has like 18, I think, is his AC. And zombies just got to hit that. So they're rolling, what is it, an 11.5. So they're rolling about a 15.5. So they need about a plus, what would that be? A plus 3.5 modifier. So they are hitting maybe... I'll take a random, we'll say 2/3 of the time. I think that's maybe a little bit overcounting, but I don't think it'll super matter. So there's 8 zombies hitting 2/3 of the time. So that's, what is that? 5? We'll call it 5. So that's 5 zombies hitting every turn, average of 5 damage, 25 damage a turn. Grog probably lasts for several turns. Like no question, right? Grog, if he's raging, he's probably lasting several turns. Except for the fact that we know that these zombies and these undead that Matt was just running can restrain you. So these zombies, restrained 5e. So they're actually hitting much more often. Because restrained creatures' attack rolls against it have advantage. So probably all 8 are hitting every turn. So about 40 damage a turn. It's like he can probably survive down there for a little bit, but like, what's the end game, you know? Like, how does he get out after taking the 40 damage a turn? What does he do? There are hundreds. He can't kill all of them. They eventually just... And I mean, if we're taking it out of the realm of gridded combat, and we're just talking about what makes sense, bro is going to be piled under zombies. This is me forcing the situation into D&D 5e combat rules, which Matt did not seem that concerned with that one. Bro's dead in like 2 turns, or at the very least, submerged in zombies. And then even if he can break out, he's still at the bottom of a pit. So all that is to say, I don't know how they live through that fall. I don't know how they live in any real respect, unless it's someone like Scanlan that has Dimension Door, right? Scanlan could fall and he Dimension Doors back up. He's fine. You know, he's fine. But anyone else, much less fine. You know? It's a wonder Carrick has survived up until now, honestly. I'd say action economy eventually wins out with that many zombos. I mean, yeah, literally hundreds of zombies. Like, Grog can kill max 3 per turn. I guess a little more if you improv some cleaving rules. But I mean, it's just I don't see a situation in which any of them, except for people with teleports, live through that. Live through actually impacting the zombies at the top. Not even accounting for, actual fall damage. Best bet is getting out with magic. Or AoE magic. Dude, even AoE. Because, again, we're talking about hundreds. Hundreds. Unless you have, like, Meteor Storm, I guess, Bad for Grog that Scanlan can't Dimension Door them both because Matt is ruling this absurd limit. Dude, is that a Matt limit? I actually don't remember the text of Dimension Door, if we're being honest. You teleport yourself, you arrive at exactly the spot you desire, you bring along objects. Your size, one willing creature of your size or smaller. I mean, bro, that's just the text. Like, that's just raw. And I would bet it's raw as well. I mean, that sucks. That's bad rules text. But I can't blame Matt for following pretty clear rules text. I can have an argument if it's like, raw versus rye, rules as intended, whatever. And I think that he should probably home rule it. Because that is kind of lame. It's kind of silly. But I can't blame him for following very clear rules text. I can't blame him. But I also agree it's dumb. Yeah. It's bad raw. Yeah, it's bad raw. I won't disagree with you there. But I also can't blame someone for following bad raw because I think there's a fair expectation that most raw is going to at least have upsides and downsides. It will at least be like a preference thing or something like that. Like it will have some advantages. So I can see there being a, not reliance necessarily, but a level of faith that it's like, okay, like if this is this way for small spellcasters, there must be some upside. Either to it for small casters specifically, or just for being small in general. I think there is a level of expectation there that would be the way that it would go. But the rule should just say small or medium creature. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Yeah. Being small used to have benefits, so downsides made some sense. I mean, yeah, and especially if you're Matt that has experience in older editions where being small had upsides, then your thought process could easily be like, oh, we haven't run into it yet, but I'm sure that there's a benefit to Scanlan being small, and therefore this is part of the trade-off, is the fact that he's a worse dimension door. I can very much see that mindset, even though it's not particularly correct in 5e specifically. Yeah. There's a decent chance he's still learning raw and trying to appease the vocal masses. Absolutely. Yeah. Matt getting hounded by the internet. Absolutely. Unless he directly called it out that he was not following it and like gave a reasoning, and even then they would still probably hound him. So yeah. It's weird. In 5e, small is basically a detriment on par with sunlight sensitivity. The system just doesn't really say that. It's just not very clear, and it's even less clear to people that knew older editions.
Up at the top, and as you kind of glance in, you can see there is some sort of a green emerald-like gem that is embedded into the ceiling that the water is just trickling onto.
Do I recognize the green emerald gem as it's a green gem, or is it a green? Is it residuum?
No, it is not residuum. It is not processed white stone. It is an emerald-like gem, though it is imperfect. It is not, a jeweler hasn't, cut over it to make it a beautiful gem. It is a little rough.
And the water's hitting like that.
It's hitting the gem, and it's kind of just pulling around it and sifting into cracks and being drawn.
I'm feeling the urge to fuck with this. I'm really hoping someone tells me not to.
Well,
Probably
just
maybe
wait.
leave it.
Wait, half a minute.
Okay, I'm going to edge towards it gently, and this is going to sound weird. I'm going to spit at it to see at what range my spit decides to move towards
that sounds all right.
Okay. So you spit at it, and your spit still kind of arcs like downward, no gravity, and then it hits the water and just gets caught up in the water.
Okay, so it's the water itself that's being...
Something in the fountain?
Something maybe in the fountain?
Maybe. Can I do an investigation? Like, can I do a closer look on the fountain?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Man, I hate investigating.
What's the light like?
There is no light other than the source of Kara's hammer.
20 total on the fountain. 20.
20 on the fountain? Okay. There is, best you can tell, some magical source. This is connected to something. You're not entirely sure what.
No gems? I don't see any gems?
I mean, there's no gems based inside the actual fountain itself. The only gem
something
that's
magical about the fountain.
Yes, there's a magical essence to it.
We can try it.
Would anyone mind if I'll do it if no one else wants to? Can you catch some of the water in a jar or container?
You can, if you want to, you can pull out a
Because I kind of look around. I'm like, I don't want to screw up anything, but I'll just catch a little in a bottle. Once it's in the bottle, does it still pull upward?
Once you pull it in the bottle, it rests back into regular gravity.
And does it just smell like regular water?
It smells very stagnant, hard water-ish, like Pirates of the Caribbean or It's a Small World. It's not the clearest of Arrowhead.
Okay.
It's
We
cold.
can have Scanlan do a dispel magic on it.
Let's
Dispel the fountain. Or the gem. Or I could carve the gem out of the ceiling.
I'm standing next to the gem. I
We have options.
can pry it out of the ceiling if we have to.
But that means you have to touch it. I might
have a
have to
sword.
touch
I can,
it.
What can I see down the way I'm looking?
You looking ahead, the tunnel continues, and you're starting to see more and more of the essence of reclaimed stonework. You can see, like, whereas previously this kind of ravine natural, semi-natural tunnel that's kind of pushed forward, the walls begin to get more brick Latin, more, it's looking more and more like a really, really old, for lack of a better term, temple or a structure where you can see there was care put into its design.
Okay, so the statue's in a semi-natural chamber.
Yeah, and the further in, it
turns
becomes more
into
like that. Correct.
carved out, civilized.
Correct.
I might run down the jug to Grog really quickly. Do you have a spare jar or a jug that I can borrow really quickly?
I'll do what you want for it.
I just want to borrow it for like 5 minutes and we'll give it back.
What you got for trade?
I have nothing.
Is that an ascot you're wearing?
Yes, it is.
I'll take that.
It won't even fit around your neck.
I don't care, I want it.
You know how to tie an
I
ascot.
want to be dignified.
I can teach you later, Grog.
Oh, that alone, that's adorable.
It's Europe, World War II.
I tie a bow around his. I tie a little Dickie's first day of school Christmas bow, and I take my little pin and I pin it on him.
Here's your jug.
Ooh, thank you. And I go walking back up, and I have a theory that maybe if we cover the green gem, that might do a thing. So if we start to cross and everything goes weird, I'm going to cover the green gem.
Hey, for science.
For science.
For science.
But let's try and leave this room without doing anything, maybe.
All right.
Besides what you're
Well,
doing.
Well, I'm not going to do anything unless something happens.
How high is the ceiling?
15 feet.
Okay.
Hey, Grog.
Yep.
Well, if it comes to that. Don't worry about it.
I'm
Just
going
plan.
to scooch
We're gonna
forward
just
to the
move
other side,
forward.
looking for traps. Looking for traps.
Okay, you continue to scooch forward.
Stay with Grog and Percy.
Stand
Stand
there.
in between.
Okay, so you guys stay back there?
Yeah.
Okay, Kim and Allura stay back waiting for you guys to scout as well.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys make stealth checks again.
I'm scared of all my dice right now. Just all
Should
of
be
them.
there. Eel.
30.
17.
Okay. You guys begin to very, very slowly make up ahead, and you watch as the path ahead of you begins to, well, the ceiling begins to grow higher and higher, and the hall begins to widen open a little bit, and it begins to split in two directions. Like all of a sudden, the tunnel breaks into two different paths, with the ceiling rising and it growing wider on each of those paths as it presses forward. You're starting to see.
I didn't pre-watch, I swear. Oh no, do these tunnels just go back to the beginning? I didn't pre-watch, I didn't do it.
Portions of it are still the cavern type feel, but once again you're seeing more and more sections. It looks like all these walls at one point were carved stone and had a specific purpose, and then over time, once again, portions of it have kind of fallen to disuse or ruin. So nothing, the fountain did nothing? Currently not yet, no.
Fuck a duck, we've got a fork in the road. What do you want to do?
Let's bring everyone towards you now. Is it time?
Well, this
Also, insanity that the fountain was not before the chasm. Unless, it's so hard when they didn't fully interact with it, so I don't know what it would have done. Unless the point of the order was to make them more wary about interacting with things with with reverse gravity. If that is the point, just to make them afraid of it, weird choice, but sure. Otherwise, the ordering is wild to me.
nothing immediately
I'm
dangerous
gonna try to
appearing.
Go,
focus on
Percy.
dragons again and see if I can
I'm
figure out
going to
which
go
direction
lost
they
because
are.
I'm up here and I'm just use going to another spell cycle.
Oh, that'd
We
be
don't want to pour anything into the fountain.
I don't.
We did nothing to this thing that's right here, magically pouring water up.
It might just be the equivalent of a big red button.
I love buttons.
The world loves buttons.
It's up to you, Grog.
You have a jar of unending water if you wanted it. Next. The sources are still ahead of you. They're still present and still kind of in the direction you guys are facing.
Do I know which fork they're down?
That direction.
That direction. Okay.
I'd also like to use my last instance of divine sense here at this fork in the road.
Okay.
I mean, the thing about this is, Joshua, it's hard to say that Vox went the wrong way unless that is... No. It's it's really hard to say that because, like, it's not like Matt provided them with a map of the island and they chose where and how to go into it. They went into the first entrance that was presented to them. That's a pretty reasonable thing to do. And if I am Matt prepping this session, I'm kind of assuming they're going in the boulder route. And the boulder route had one straight path. So it feels very reasonable to me to consider that the most likely path for them to go down. Now, it's possible that there are alternate paths. That's always a possibility, especially if, there are multiple entrances, multiple exits. But this seems like the path to organize as the intended one. And feels wild to me for those to be switched, Feels a little wild. I was joking about when I said that earlier. I don't remember the dungeons. Yeah, that's fair. If you give your players options, every option should be expected. Yeah, and I mean, if you're creating a straight line path and there's an option for them to approach it from one side or the other, fair enough. You won't, like, the ordering can't make sense from both directions. So I would focus on making it make sense from the direction you think they are most likely to enter it from. Which, given the way that they explored the island, they were very direct. It's, you know, if they had gone all the way around the mountain and found another entrance that wasn't the boulder, I would be fully on the side of like, oh, they're going in an alternate path. The pathing order may not make as much sense. I'd be totally on board for that. And that itself could even be something kind of interesting. But this seems like... this seems pretty direct. Yeah.
60 foot radius on there. No, there's no sense of anything undead, fiendish, anything celestial.
Nothing? No sway?
Not where they currently are now.
Oh, fuck. I meant to hit highlight most recent chat message, and then I was just going to shake my head. But now we're paused. No. Not to my recollection or knowledge, at least. This is the first one. It is a little bit interesting that there is absolutely no tells on which way to go. Don't love that. Unless both paths teleport them to the beginning. In which case, I'm fine with it.
What are you guys doing?
I'm waiting for everyone else to... I'm circling to the other side of the green jam.
And are we all gathering up at this fork in the road?
Yeah, if everyone's going to cross the room.
Okay, so you just move on? Okay. You guys continue and gather at the edge of this fork. You can see a very, very faint bit of light coming from both sides of the fork, just like kind of just glancing off a distant opposite cave wall.
Both have light?
Both have a very, very faint bit of light source. Two of you guys make, since you're up front first, make perception checks if you could.
Focus for me.
24.
24. Glancing both ways for you, it splits off, and they both seem to curve around in a almost like a rejoining direction, or at least they get close to it. Like the split is less of a split, and more that there is just a large column of earth that splits what would be a wide path. That's where they have two paths eventually seem to join again on the other side.
And there's a little bit of light coming
a little bit
from
of light source apparently on the other side of whatever this pillar would be, or at the other side of which each of these different paths that is just barely reflecting off of the cave walls enough for to give you the essence that there's light further.
Okay.
Oh.
Well,
Should we all trot along, or should we send us down?
trap? You want to look for traps?
Yes.
There's dragons are still in there.
Yeah.
Just ahead.
Just ahead.
This could be it, although we thought it could be it twice
Do you
at
want to,
least.
you know, split the party, have
No.
one way, have the other?
No, that's not
No.
If the water were running, which direction would the water be running down? Like if the fountain filled, I'm trying to conjecture. I feel like the fountain's going to irritate me for the rest of the goddamn night.
We can dispel magic the fountain. We've got
It
a
could just
Scanlan
be
that
like
we're
this could be a
giggering.
water canal that we're looking at right now.
I could also get rid of that gym. We have options for
back
dealing with
into
that fountain.
Do it.
Well, I mean,
This diverging path that rejoins, I call it a loop when I'm thinking about it in dungeon design. And dude, the last time I talked about this was the fucking Underdark. So if there's like, let's say that like this is the chasm, right? And now we have a fork, quote unquote, in the road like this, and then it rejoins. This sort of thing is great for battle maps. Like, I don't mind this sort of thing at all for a battle map. Being able to consistently rotate around it and cut off lines of sight, super fun. So, you know, if there's a possibility that a combat takes place in here, or if there's a scripted combat, like maybe with the flameskulls, you know, that's cool. Basically, I don't like it as I don't like a simple loop with nothing else going on it. I don't like this as a choice to the players, if that makes sense. I like it as a tool for the players. So let's imagine this is closer to like, 30 feet long. Battle mappable, battle arena-able. I'm into loops embedded within those sorts of things, because then there's an interesting aspect of playing with lines of sight, and the middle of the loop is normally conceived of as nearly impenetrable cover. And I think that can be interesting. But as a simple choice, unless the choice is meant to be, haha, fuck you, there is no choice, I would want there to be some differentiation here. But Percy grabbed the gem. Why? If I were Scanlan. If I were a player, I would be insanely sus. Oh, yeah. I mean, so this embedded within like an exploration sequence, I'm incredibly sussed out. Yeah. I would hate it if Tal Marisha wasn't a spell slot on, wasted a spell slot on Dispel Magic. Yeah. The fountain is so weird. All of this is so strange. And everything in the dungeon up to this point has basically taught them not to touch anything. And fuck, man, maybe that's the point. But you had to touch shit during the chasm, so that's not even necessarily true. And the flameskulls are about to teach them that you can't just ignore shit and leave it behind you. Confusing. A choice that's given to me and I have to make, but it seems unimportant. What am I missing? Yeah. I mean, at bare minimum, this loop is absolutely begging them to make a choice. So it either should matter, like the choice that they make, and they should have some way to make an even remotely informed choice. 1 out of 10 on the informed scale. Something to differentiate it. Or the point needs to be that the choice doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? That needs to actually be the point. Yeah. Like some of my worst sessions where I put all sorts of subtle things around and the players just aren't finding or caring about it. It's super possible. I just think Matt sucks at dungeons. Maybe. I mean, it's I think parts of Matt's style seem to be a little bit conflicting, especially when put in a dungeon scenario. Simultaneously having a very cinematic style while also wanting a very detailed dungeon crawl, checking around every little corner type of style. With Matt's not going to foreshadow traps. We know this. Matt's not going to foreshadow traps. If they did not ask, or they did not say, I'm checking for traps, Matt will just let them run straight into a trap. And that style, I do think, I don't want to say fundamentally, but I think in a dungeon crawl, it does conflict with the more cinematic style. That style heavily encourages really detailed crawl maps. Like, it encourages you to have the entire dungeon, tunnels and all. Not meticulously necessarily, but it doesn't require it. I want to be careful. You peacing out? Yeah. Bye. Have fun. You look pretty. It requires. I keep saying requires. It doesn't require, but it really, really benefits from a super detailed dungeon map. That sort of really, really detailed, ask about all these things style. Whereas more cinematic play really benefits from less maps and less detailed distance measuring and more, teleporting around to the interesting stuff, right? The cinematic style really benefits from those things. And so you have kind of two stylistic options that kind of want different things. And I feel like most of the time, it's not that much of an issue. Like, when they're not in a crawl, they don't really have to remember to ask about traps all that often. But in the crawl, the conflict is a lot more present, you know. Why didn't they look at the base of the fountain and find the inscription in the ancient language? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the super nuanced, very detailed style, and that's super cool. Like, that's a fun style if you are bending the other parts of your GMing towards it. He was an old school player, DM, right? So it would track if there was still some of that older game style mindset. Absolutely. 100%. Like, that style is way more in line with, you know, checking for traps, re-stealthing all the time, you know, all these very detailed things, hiding clues and, like, needing them to ask specific questions about specific objects in order to find things that are plot relevant, right? That's a very old school mindset. And I think it can be super fun. Like, I don't want to throw any shade at that style or act like I think that style is not cool or not fun. But it's definitely in conflict with the more cinematic, there's a big face coming up to get you, there's a big claw. You know, it's those two things are very in conflict with each other. And you either need to, like, bend a lot of your DMing towards harmonizing those things, avoid types of play, like dungeon crawls, where they would be in conflict, or pick one. Which I think, you know, seeing how Daggerheart was developed, they did ultimately pick one. Yeah. I can't quickly find a system listed for Matt, but he has mentioned his MOM GM for him when he's a kid, so probably pretty early. Yeah. He's not old enough to have played first version when it came out, though. I mean, even second for, 3.5. Those were both much more in that, you know, more detailed, more crawly something, sort of style, much less cinematic. Right. 5e started introducing the more cinematic elements. I liked how Mega spelled mom. I meant mother. Fair enough. I'm just going. Yeah, man. Because there's so many cool ideas on display here, but it seems like everything I don't like is, or not everything I don't like, but a lot of the stuff I don't like seems to come from conflict between the cinematic and the detailed, you know?
If it's itching.
I will say a lot of the things that we've touched have been put there to hurt us if we touch them.
Touche.
But also, the skull that we left behind, you know, ambushed us, so it seems to be a horse apiece in terms of...
Dude, fucking Patrick Rothfuss. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I meant when I was like, oh, you know, there's like, the dungeon has been teaching them not to touch something. Maybe that's like the point of the fountain. But then there's other things that make them think, oh no, we can't leave any stone unturned. 1,000,000%. Yeah, it seems to be a horse apiece in terms of pattern. Yup. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
A pattern here.
A horse apiece.
I figure if you made it this far that you've not touched several things at this point, so...
Right.
This is so obviously well, I know.
I mean, if it's just a trap, then it's just a trap, and we avoided it and we moved on.
All right, look, we've got two identical passages. Do you want to flip a coin? Or can you see any benefit to either side?
It looks like they come back together.
Yeah.
This is just a giant separation thing.
I'm going to flip a coin.
Oh, but I have an actual coin.
Do you? Pull it out.
Where are those coins?
Come on, treasurer.
Brazen.
We're picking a passage.
Well, they're going to figure out they're going to do
Oh, I
something
see.
else.
Are you catching up with them?
Yeah, I'll start walking towards them.
I hang back with Grog.
Okay.
Grog.
Holy shit.
I just feel like,
Holy shit.
I don't know, nothing more sad than an empty fountain.
You have a problem.
What do you want to do? You want to fill it with water?
Hey,
Well, yeah, I feel like that's what a fountain does. You look.
Okay.
I mean, like, if you came across an empty fountain, that kind of a worthless thing.
One on the
Do you think a
left.
full fountain would help our case in this instance?
What are you right?
Are we going in?
I don't know.
We can try it.
All of the traps would be.
Do you want to fill it with water?
Yeah, kinda.
All right. I support this endeavor. If you want to do it,
I'm
Grog.
gonna I hear this over the ears. I'm gonna slowly crawl, not too close back.
Laura and Kira, are you certain you want to do this?
Oh.
Do what now? Do what now?
Well, Laura, like, it's just an empty fountain, right? Like, it's got to have a purpose.
Right. Do you know the purposes of the door back one?
I never really get that far.
I only survived this far on that mindset. That's surprising, but do what you will. Just. Oh shit! I have a theory now. Never mind. I don't want to fuck with it anymore.
Well, Laura, you're all smart with magic and stuff. Why is this horribly terrified face spewing water upwards on an emerald in the ceiling?
She rolled good.
She takes a moment, kind of steps forward and looks at it. Let me see one of your jugs.
Yeah, okay. What do you want for it?
I hand her my jug.
She takes it, kind of sets the jug right in the stream and releases it, and the jug kind of sucks up and essentially covers
Pops
the
it?
gem, and the water kind of just spills across the sides.
And then what?
Well, I think my theory was wrong.
What?
Oh, I'm not there.
But your okay, hang on. What was your theory? Maybe we can do a process of
I was
elimination.
trying to, and you hear in the distance behind where you guys came from,
I'm moving right now.
it sounds like
Collapsing tunnels.
many things falling, cracking, impacting.
Hey, Laura, good theory. Let's run.
Gotta go.
Let's run.
We are running towards Vax. Hey, Vax.
It just reversed the gravity in the ravine.
Which, as Carrick says this, and you all look back, you watch as
Huh. Damn. I don't know how to feel about that. About anything that just happened. About Allura. Allura just divining the correct answer. And it just and it being correct about what I was talking about earlier in terms of the fountain versus the ravine, because now that I know that the fountain is like the on-off switch for the ravine, that does call more into question where it needs to be placed. Now it's not like an objectively like I think it should only be placed before and nowhere else. Now there's an argument for it being placed afterward. But like, what really is the benefit towards it being placed afterward? You know, it's like, what does that really accomplish either than being like, hey, this thing did have interactivity, good thing you couldn't access it? And frankly, that makes a lot more sense with like why there would be any on the bottom. But also, why would there be any on top and they weren't all constantly falling if the only thing that changes the gravity is this water stuff? And also, was the bridge immune or was it not? I couldn't actually tell. This is fucking weird, man. I don't know. And again, Allura, like, being the one to solve it, I also don't even know how to feel about that, because on a base level, I'm like, no, don't have an NPC solve the puzzle. But at the same time, it's not really that much of a puzzle. It's the control mechanism for the previous puzzle, but it's not it feels like Matt was just wanting them to stop investigating that. Like, he knows there's nothing really to find there, so he says, stop investigating it. I'll have Allura solve it so that you don't investigate it anymore. That's what that feels like to me. And, like, at a basic level, it's kind of like, you know, I don't like that, but also it does speed things up. Like, if they're just stuck analyzing this thing that doesn't matter, maybe there is kind of something to be said for the NPC just doing it to speed up play a little bit. Like, sure, that's a bit of player agency taken away, but on a puzzle that doesn't really matter, does that matter? It does, but how much, really? I'm not gonna run ads. We're not gonna run ads. We're gonna push through because we're almost done. And like, I'm putting myself in like dungeon designer mode. I can absolutely see myself as Matt designing this and thinking, okay, one of the flying people, or even Vax with his goddamn knife, is going to get across. They will realize this is too dangerous to try and get everyone across, and they will push forward to see if there's something to help further on. Like, I think that is a silly mindset, but I've been there, man. I've been there. I have assumed some ludicrous behavior from my players before. Been like, oh, obviously, they will understand that anti-gravity is not a natural phenomena. Therefore, there must be a mechanism that is driving the anti-gravity that they will certainly be able to disable. That's all. Those are basic leaps in logic. So obviously, people that can get across easier will do so and then go and look for the anti-gravity mechanism. Of course. I've made those types of ludicrous assumptions, so I get it. And that does kind of feel like, to a degree, what's going on here. Is he intended for the water fountain to be the solution to the chasm? Is you disable it, all the zombies fall down, it's fucking piece of cake to ferry people back and forth with the rug. And frankly, when you have a party where you have someone that is constantly scouting ahead and you see a challenge with anti-gravity, and then you walk into the room and you see little anti-gravity hitting a little magic gem, it's not that insane. It's not the most insane series of assumptions I've ever considered from a DM. It's not the craziest thing. That the person who loves to scout ahead by himself has a method that can get him almost exactly across this gap. It's not the craziest thing. You should not assume it again. But I kind of get it. I kind of get it. It slots some pieces into place for me of like, why is this fountain across the way? I think what could have actually accomplished that is if the anti-gravity was more clearly mechanically driven. Like if they looked at the bottom and they saw, I don't know, fucking lines coming out of the walls and like, fading into like these like this aura that like shoots up. Then it's like, okay, maybe this isn't just like a natural thing. Because remember, this is the world of the Zephyra and the Pyra, where the Zephyra just have a permanent wind that flows out of a chasm. Like, the players are used to some degree of soft magic. The idea of a rift, of a ravine, where the gravity is permanently inverted, not the craziest thing to think. So I think if he gave them some indication to think that this gravity was something that could be turned off, I think this maybe goes exactly the way that he possibly planned. But without that, it's tough to imagine, Yeah. I would have ages ago just walked down a path since there's no way to make a choice. Hey, man, I get it. Yeah. It's not the hardest thing, but there's also a reason why it's such common advice to have second and third ways forward if your players just don't get it. Yeah, I also don't think it's the hardest thing in the world to figure out, but especially after the series of traps that they have been through, Matt has explicitly discouraged them from experimentation. So while it's not the hardest thing to figure out, there's a new level of confidence that the players need to have in their own minds to try anything. Because this place has been so deadly and so punishing for experimenting at all. Like previously, it's like, oh, you experiment, you get hit with 4 fireballs. Fuck you. You experiment, you nearly fall into the tide of bone from the Briarwood Arc. And take 10d6 falling damage beforehand. Like, so even if one of them had the thought of, oh, if we block the water stream, maybe it turns off, they would have to have so much more confidence before trying that. Because the other option is, oh, we block the water stream, and actually the magic water was the only thing stopping the crystal from growing into a basilisk. And now we're fighting a basilisk because we removed the source of the basilisk suppressing water. We should have obviously known. You know what I'm saying? It's like that feels just as likely in this fucking dungeon. Especially after it looking like a petrified human. There's an easy assumption that this thing is gonna fuck your day up if you stop that water flow. So it's tough. It's tough. Set up for Vax to scout ahead and fix it maybe. I think that might be it. That's my assumption. There's also Call Me Ruse to trivialize the way back. Also possible. Trivializing the way back, not a bad thing. Also makes a certain amount of sense from a security perspective of you want it, to be crossable. And then when you're actually in the laboratory, oh, I turn on the fountain and now it's way harder to get through. And then when I'm on my way out, I turn off the fountain and it's easier. So yeah. Goes against the Flameskull region. Does go against the Flameskull region. Yeah. It's after, so when they come back, they don't have the flying zombie to deal with, but they still have to engage. Maybe. Yeah. If Allure explained that leap in logic, would that be better or worse? I don't know. I think probably worse. I think it's pretty neutral. Because to me, Allura doing this is purely a time-saving measure. Like, if I'm thinking about what is best to do here, it is just not have Allura get involved. But if you're 4.5 hours into the session and you just want them to get to a certain point before you call the end, sometimes you implement time-saving measures that aren't good, but that save time. And so I think it kind of doesn't matter if Allura explains it or not. That's ultimately not what it's about in that moment. And I don't blame him. Honestly, I don't blame him for doing it. They're quite a ways over time. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Yeah. I kind of think the fountain was something for Scout Ahead. Yeah. He did Scout Ahead solo earlier. Yeah, so it's one of those situations where I now seeing it all, and that's why I kept hesitating on the Chasm, because like, oh man, now seeing it all, seeing what everything does, I can understand Matt's logic. And I'm the one that always says you gotta take big swings. So I do get it. But this one was a tough one. It was a tough one. You learn things from these sorts of things. You know, I can imagine myself setting up a exploration conceit that falls on its face equally as hard. And you take it and you learn. You know? Your point about teaching the players not to touch anything is almost exactly what you said during the Feywild arc. Dude, you teach your players shit. Especially during a dungeon. Like, Kerr said it, or Patrick Roth was really, said it best of like, players are looking for patterns. We as humans are looking for patterns. And so, but I think people also understand that places are built for purposes. And those purposes generate patterns in their construction, right? If this place has a specific purpose, then that purpose will create a pattern in how the place is designed. So people are looking for those. And especially when you get into a distinct dungeon, they are going to be trying to figure out what is the pattern here? What is the purpose of the place? And what does that purpose, like, does that allow me to predict challenges ahead? Or even not necessarily predict, but like figure out more puzzles. You know what I should avoid, know what I should engage with. So it's really tough. And if you teach your players not to touch anything, follow through on that. Yeah. If the place is meant to try and, kill people that are being greedy, then absolutely put a bunch of valuables out. And then kill people that touch the valuables, and then the party will learn that, and then you move on. So I think you really do. Your players learn the pattern. You teach them things as you go through a dungeon. And then to a degree, that gets reset, I think, for the next dungeon. But over the course of a campaign, you teach them more general things about how you DM and how the world works. Like the soft magic. That's a between dungeons sort of thing that Matt has taught them. Is like, yeah, sometimes, man, there's just some weird shit that happens in the world that is not gonna have strict mechanics tied to it. Like, Gilmore puts up a big bubble around Whitestone. Absolutely. Let's move on. So it's like, you teach them about that. So now when they get to the anti-gravity ravine, they're just like, yeah, anti-gravity ravine. Ooh, that's scary. They don't think to themselves, this is weird. How could a ravine have anti-gravity? They just think, ooh, that's crazy. Maybe that's why he built the shit here, is because there was this fucking anti-gravity ravine. That shit's crazy. And those are both valid mindsets. Those are both valid ways to world build, and those are valid things to teach your players. But it is important to keep in mind what you're teaching them so that you don't make assumptions that diverge from what you've taught them. Yeah. To be fair, VM have fought a basilisk, so at least they know what to do. That's true. That's true. Every time you say basilisk, I hear basilisk. Instead of basilisk. It makes it sound like I have the ick for basilisk. It's like, nah, basilisk. And I don't have the ick. I think basilisks are cool. I want one as a pet. I want to be sitting on my throne and like petting my little basilisk guy, like giving him little nubs, giving his nubs little rubs. I think basilisks are so cute. And it works really well for the idea of Crystal growing into a boss and kicking their butts. That's fair. That is fair. Oh man. If you have the DM and NPC to explain things, might as well have them explain things. Fair enough. I don't have super strong opinions on whether or not she should explain it here, so I can go either way. Yeah. Touch nothing but the lamp. Yes. Yes.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
Of bodies fall?
bodies are now tumbling back
Shut
down
up.
into the ravine below from where they came.
Oh shit. Turn down the wood.
That was so white right now. That was amazing.
We can make it wider.
So white.
Don't make this any wider, please.
Guilty.
We get a shit for our show,
Okay.
please.
I say we take the left way.
Piano riff.
Okay, now I may play Dungeons and Dragons on the internet, but now I'm embarrassed.
Is the water moving on? The water also
Now
going
you
up?
found my shame button.
The water is still going up, and it's still kind of
Welcome to
careening and
my
falling through the cracks. And it's not like a very strong stream. It's just this like a small faucet turned on, and it's all just turning upward and disappearing. But that gem being currently blocked seems to have had an effect on the.
Okay.
Good to go.
All right. I'm gonna go join you guys in.
Are we going to the right or the
Go
left?
to the right.
Going to the right, but hold on.
Same marching orders before.
Yep.
I'm going to go a little bit ahead. 20 feet ahead. Look for traps.
He wants to be.
I don't, but I want to check for traps. Stealth and traps. Stealth and traps.
You're still in the same stealth roll you had.
Okay, great. So traps, investigation is 18.
Okay. Floor doesn't appear to be trapped as you kind of cruise forward around the outside.
Check the ceiling. I look at the ceiling.
Ceiling!
It looks like a ceiling.
Okay.
It's about 25, 30 feet in height throughout this chamber.
Okay.
And as we move through this passage, what do we see as we get closer to the...
As you curve around, you notice that the rocky walls become just stone. You see these gray brick walls that begin to turn. As you turn around, you see faint light source from a series of candelabras that mark the edges of this square-like chamber. There are two distant cages in the far corners that seem to bear some sort of slumped, unmoving bodies inside them. There are two pillars that hold the center of the room that appear to be just strewn with carvings and glyphs from top to bottom.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it. But yeah, man. You don't get to act annoyed that they asked about the ceiling. Come on. Come on. You gotta reap what you sow, Matt. They're not silly for it. Come on.
Surrounding them entirely. Two large scaled crimson eggs lie placed against one side of the wall, seemingly untouched. And on the right-hand side of the chamber, at the base of one of these cages, you see a withered and long dead corpse of Thordak the Cinder King, folded and sagging. You see a tome propped up against a bookstand on the far end, marked by a singular page, where a series of bookshelves and chains line the walls of this apparent laboratory. You see at the current open tome across the way, arms crossed and reading quietly, a tall female with dark green hair and silver shimmery-like skin facing away from you.
And that's where
We're
we'll
gonna get to that next week.
Yeah.
Because it's late.
It is late.
Patrick.
Really? I am surprised. Raishan is still there? Why? I guess if she's just not worried about... If she's just not worried about Vox coming to get her, if she's like that confident, I wouldn't be that confident if I was her. As I always say about Survivor, the moment you get arrogant, you get complacent, that's when you get voted out. And Raishan is about to get voted out. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say about that. No, you are Sarah. I'm confused. What? Oh, shush. What affected the bodies floating? They blocked the gem. Long dead. He died yesterday. Is this that cinematic description or is the body aged? I am almost positive that it's cinematic description because it's been like 2 or 3 weeks for them. Yeah. Bro, she nearly TPK'd them. Yeah, and they nearly killed her, bro. Look, if you're an immortal, a quasi-immortal being with all the time in the world on your side, you gotta be patient. You gotta be patient. You can't take risks with young upstarts. That's how you die. If you can't die to age, then the only way you can die is by being killed. And so you don't take risks. You don't take risks. Take some of the books, transport them somewhere else. Leave. They can only scry on you so much. Keep on the move. Arrogance, bro. Arrogance. It will be her downfall. You know how time passes when you get lost in a good book. A bookworm. Nice. See you later, Brittany. I don't understand the gem bodies thing. Can someone explain it super simply? Basically, there was a statue going like this. You would go bloop, 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 and there was water coming from the statue going up and hitting a gem in the top of the ceiling. And Allura took a jug and covered the gem with the jug, which then blocked the water. So now the water's running off to the sides and not hitting the gem. And once they stopped the upside down water from hitting the gem on the ceiling, then all of the bodies in the chasm fell from the ceiling to the floor. So it appears as though the water hitting the gem was what caused the anti-gravity in the chasm, essentially. Thank you for the diagram. I got you. Raishan was busy reading fanfics. The tome was a physical version of the entire A13. Oh, man. Raishan, you can't. Tisk. I'm not rooting for Raishan. But I especially don't like... I'm not a fan of the trope of genius mastermind is hoisted by their own petard. I understand why it's a trope, because the trope is essentially like, yes, they're very smart. Yes, they think of everything. But they are corrupted. They are foul. They are dark of heart. And that cruelness and corruption affects the way they see the world. And so even though they are very smart, they have an ultimately flawed lens and thereby make flawed decisions and mistakes. I get it. It just doesn't do much for me. It just doesn't do much for me. I don't like because the trope is essentially being evil makes you stupid. And that just seems... That seems like a very... I'm trying to think of how to say this without sounding too... like, pretentious. But that paradigm of evil makes you stupid is a very flawed paradigm to me. It assumes that things that are good will work because the universe is ultimately meant to achieve something good. You know what I'm saying? Like, the idea that doing evil things, it assumes, a bit of objective evil, but it also assumes that doing evil things is less effective than doing good things. And that assumes a level of good destiny that the universe is headed in. And I don't really fuck with that. in real life terms or in fantasy story terms. I don't love that. For very similar reasons that I don't like Chosen One quest lines. I don't like when the accomplishments of the hero are like predestined or preordained, essentially. Because to me, it lessens the impact of those accomplishments. If the universe was always conspiring to send them in a good direction, then the fact that they went in a good direction is nothing special. So I don't know. Yeah. Also, Raishan fleeing would have been expected, and as we all know, you can never predict Raishan. That's fair. This isn't Raishan. This is her other half, Daishan, who shares their body, and they switch back every 12 hours. Dude, if that was actually true, that would be crazy. I'd be kind of into that. Teaching kids being evil makes you stupid. Ill prepares them to fight actual evil in the real world, which is often intelligent. Absolutely. I agree. They want to defeat an evil mastermind, not an evil dumbass. Yeah. Which, it's, And Raishan otherwise has presented herself intelligently. I guess it's just difficult for me to view her staying as an intelligent decision. But I can see that being a matter of perspective. This is why I hate the trope being so widespread that it even hits kid shows. If being evil made you dumb enough to defeat yourself, then good people wouldn't need to actively do anything. Just wait on them to trip over their own clothing. I agree. I'm a bigger fan in related to Chosen One quest lines. I don't like Chosen One quest lines. But I understand why they exist. Like, the trope of the Chosen One exists to justify why the plot is going to happen now rather than earlier. It couldn't happen earlier because the Chosen One wasn't here yet. And the Chosen One is the one that needs to be here in order to facilitate the plot. That's why the plot hasn't happened yet. I am more of a fan of extraordinary circumstances and events. So less of the Chosen One is born, so now things happen. I'm more of a fan of something is happening that is changing the world and rippling out through the world. Basically think Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, Frodo is not really the Chosen One. Like, he's kind of chosen, but not really. He just kind of happens to be there. And the reason that the plot needs to happen now is because now is when Sauron is returning. Saruman and Sauron. Don't name your villains so closely. So close names. Anyways. So yeah, that's why the Lord of the Rings plot happens, is because the evil is returning, so someone needs to step up in order to combat it. The plot didn't happen earlier because the evil guy hadn't returned earlier. I'm much more of a fan of that sort of setup. as opposed to the alternative. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like a lot of real-world evils haven't really been smart, nor have they been stupid. It's just that they have been more forceful. Also, I don't think it's evil is stupid, but evil is arrogant, which goes along with a deadly sin. Yeah, I think this is a good response. Is that, yes, often evil is arrogant, but that is rarely its downfall. Or at least, it feels to me, it is too simplistic to ascribe a villain's downfall towards one of this, like, these 7 deadly sins type beat, right? Unless that is like an overriding character feature. Like, if Raishan had been arrogant at like every moment we ever encountered her, and we even saw her make decisions to a degree based on that arrogance before, I might be more in line with this. But, like, to me, it's difficult for me to square something that is so arrogant as to not run away or make any sort of preparations, seemingly, for Vox. They're so arrogant as to do that, but they are not arrogant enough to work with Vox in the first place. Like, to me, this speaks to a level of arrogance that is kind of, that would have been too arrogant to work with the worms, so to speak. She would have sent a spy or someone else to handle Vox. I feel like she wouldn't have not bothered, but she would have felt it beneath her to do it herself, right? Like, if we're going to ascribe the downfall towards a sin of arrogance, I want that sin to be dictating a lot of their decisions, because otherwise it's difficult for me to really get on board with. It feels convenient. It feels like this is a sin that does theoretically make sense with Raishan, and that's why she's staying. But we haven't really seen a lot of that sin before. She has seemingly gotten over her arrogance when her intelligence informed her to in the past, so it feels contrived that she's not ignoring her arrogance so that she stays in one place and the heroes can kill her. That's the tough part for me. Is it feels like the arrogance is only there while the characters need her to stick around so she can die. What's the opposite of plot armor? It kind of feels like the opposite of plot armor to me. You know? That's the tough part to me. I don't like the opposite of plot armor. I wouldn't have minded so much if it was more about the heroes than the villain. Did the villain lose because the heroes are awesome because the world rejected evil? No, it's because they are arrogant and the heroes could have done nothing and they would eventually get so arrogant that they defeated themselves. Awesome, glad I did nothing. I don't think it's that extreme with Raishan, but yeah, I'm in a similar wavelength when it comes to the trope in general. I feel like the arrogance just goes along with Greek myths, and that's how stories just repeat. To a degree, but I would also say that Greek mythos, that Greek myths are often, their flaws are colored throughout their decisions. They often, at least, do not ignore their flaws, or their flaws don't disappear at times that are convenient for the plot to happen. Like, Hercules gets so pissed off at his tutor that he fucking kills the guy when he's like 5 or maybe 10. I don't know. And like, it's not really brought up again. He just fucking murders the guy. Like, wrath is so built in to Hercules that it exposes itself even when it does not matter. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what I would have... if I had seen more of that with Raishan, I think I think I would be more on board with this. Like, if we had seen her be arrogant to the point of... basically kick the dog. Basically kick the dog, right? Raishan's main two kick the dog moments, theoretically, are the Pyra and the Melora Temple. But neither of those really speak to a level of arrogance, right? Like, I think that's what I would have... That's a little bit of what I would have needed. But to me, I kind of got the opposite. I kind of got the sense that she is willing to set aside their ego. Or that she's willing to set aside her ego in order to accomplish a greater task. And so that's why I think this feels a little bit, you know. But it's the reason that story is so prevalent and is largely historical, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Yeah. Her downfall should be connected to her being a sneaky liar if they are letting a trait be her downfall. Yeah, if she was a sneaky liar and somehow that came back to haunt her, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. If her downfall was precipitated by her being a sneaky liar, I'd love that. I would absolutely love that. Yeah. That does sound interesting. Yeah. It would have to be like... It would be much harder to execute. I won't lie. It'd be way harder to execute. I can imagine some sort of scenario where there are lies that she told them that specifically dance around like one particular fact. Like there's a fact that she has mentioned several times that they later find out to not be true. Something akin to like the palace has been completely wiped off the map. Or Tofor is super dead. Super duper dead. Tofor Bro Torres, never heard of her. She's fucking dead, bro. And then they get to Iman, and Bro Torres is alive and well. And they go, Tofor, Raishan said you were dead. And Tofor goes, what? That's a little weird. Why would she have said that? And then Vox is like, I don't know. What have you been up to lately? And Tofor is like, oh man, well, you know, I wasn't doing much, just funneling supplies back and forth between the city and Raishan's secret lair. Like, that's really all I was doing the whole time. And then they find her secret lair. They don't even have to scry on her. Obviously, that is a big, you know, that's a hyper simplistic way to do it. Wouldn't be that satisfying. But that's the sort of thing that you could do to have the sneaky lying be part of it. Because in that case, if Raishan had just never, you know, if Raishan had just never mentioned that Tofor was dead, then Vox Machina might not have thought anything of it. But because she was being so sneaky and so liar-y, it draws attention to it. And then they find her, you know. And then they find her. Greek myths protagonist flaws are in neon a bit. Yeah. I don't feel like the arrogance is overbearing most of the time, but that's just me. What? Her arrogance, Raishan's arrogance, or Greek myth arrogance? Because I think most Greek myth protagonists have different flaws. Like a lot of the Greek myths are to teach about a specific flaw. Like they're like a morality tale. So I don't feel like Hercules is arrogant, like at all. I think he is just wrathful. And the wrath is pervasive. But, I think of that is the intelligence of Barry Allen. He's a complete dumbass or genius, depending on what's convenient. A little bit, too. Raishan just admitting that she killed the Pyra in front of Keyleth is kind of arrogant. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends. I guess in my mind, I kind of assumed that Raishan didn't have like a detailed dossier on each member of Vox Machina. So I kind of assumed that she didn't realize that would go down so poorly. And she was just specifically going for like radical honesty to try and convince them. Like and I'm not saying I'm correct, but my interpretation of that scene was Raishan having a lack of knowledge in a certain area, combined with her really desperately trying to get them to trust her in order to like execute on the broad plan. So I didn't read that as arrogant, but honestly, if she had known ahead of time, that's pretty arrogant. Yeah. She basically called VM ants she could stomp on. This is true. But again, if she truly thought about them as ants, she wouldn't have worked with them. So to me, that was a display of she is kind of arrogant, but she is willing to suspend that arrogance and ego in order to get the things that she wants. And I mean, I guess that calling them an ant is an ego to a degree, but it's less arrogant and it's less of an ego than not even working with them in the first place. And that's the level that I feel like it would have to be at for her to stay right now. But I don't know. That screams of arrogant. It does. It does. I think I just interpret her more as being willing to set that aside. Yeah. Yeah. She was trying to sound arrogant while begging, so like it wasn't completely gone, but still. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah. The Temple of Melora's arrogance to me, she thought those weak cultists could never even touch her, let alone hurt her, and got cursed with you gonna die disease because of it. Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is... that doesn't really seem arrogant. It just seems ignorant. Like, if anything, these examples make her think that, like, she did kind of tear through the cultists. You know, the Melora Temple. Her description of it is like, yeah, dude, I fucked their shit up. And then that dick ass, you know, gave up their eternal soul to curse me. I didn't even know they could do that shit. And again, you know, there's a level of arrogance on display there. But it's the same level of arrogance of Vox Machina walking in to contest Kavarn, right? Like, going into somewhere that you're pretty sure you have the capabilities to beat, and then they pull out some weird tech as they're dying to where, like, you won, but they say, fuck you on the way out. If that's arrogant, Vox Machina is super arrogant too. And that should, and if it's that level of arrogance can precipitate your downfall and make you make, you know, kind of stupid decisions, well, I guess I know how Vox Machina will perish. Raishan was almost unwilling to negotiate VM, wanting the deal immediately, which again screams of arrogance. Why is she wanting the deal immediately? I mean, she didn't want to fight. I mean, I guess, yeah, she wanted to make a deal immediately, but she didn't even need Vox to deliver on their end of the deal immediately. She was like, hey, your end of the deal is killing Thordak. And she came and like helped them with Vorugal first. And like, So I see like a little bit of arrogance there. Again, like all of these things are like, yeah, it's tinged with arrogance. It just doesn't feel that. It doesn't feel that arrogant, you know? I don't know. Yeah. I never saw the meeting came across as begging. I always heard her as her trying to manipulate VM. I guess to me, manipulation would imply that she is trying to get them to do something other than what she is directly asking them to do. Like, she's directly asking them to help her kill Thordak. And the thing that she wanted them to do was to help her kill Thordak. Which is also, like, rooted in why I don't feel like she really deceived Vox all that much. Is because she kind of directly asked them for something, and then they directly provided it. And it was the thing that she wanted. And then she was like, hey, and I get to talk to Thordak's corpse afterward, right? And Vox Machina is like, nah, we're gonna fucking kill you afterward. And she's like, okay. So I guess I just don't see the manipulation there, you know? It could also be if I make Keyleth mad and the other party members think she's overreacting, they will side with me. That's true, that's true. Your ants, but I need you seems more like I know my CR and think Thordak is higher. Help, please. Yeah, that's more of what I got from there. I agree with Crazy Omega. Even if we disagree on how earnest she was definitely unambiguously trying to appear arrogant in that convo. I agree that arrogance is a trait laced throughout Raishan's interactions. It is just surprising to me the level of it. I don't feel... It's kind of like Scanlan. Where it's like him sending off Jarrett to get more sued. Yeah, it's not something that's totally out of the realm of his flaws from my perspective. But it's a new depth that sort of back characterizes all of his actions. And it's kind of like, man... If he really didn't care that much, it's sort of weird how he acted in the past, honestly. Like, it feels a little off to me. And that's kind of this with Raishan, is it feels like if she's this arrogant, to me, I don't feel like she would have made certain decisions in the past. But that is, you know, that's a personal perspective thing. I don't feel like her arrogance up to this point has been displayed to be that magnified in order to make this decision. But it's a perception thing, you know? She did threaten them that she'd attack Whitestone if she didn't get her way, and them agreeing to her terms. Yeah. That seems like a negotiating tactic. I'm not even trying to win the argument here. I just don't really see it there, yeah. Vorgal fight was her specifically trying to get the deal with VM. The deal hadn't been in place because VM wanted proof she would help. Yeah. So that feels like, she's like willing to, like, you know, she's willing to work with him. I don't know. This seems like pretty standard business dealing. I like her as a villain because she's such a foil to VM. Stubborn and confident that they are the biggest badass in this plane, despite all evidence to the contrary. Man. Yeah, I guess I'm just having trouble seeing her that way. Like, her being willing to even accept help from Vox. Be willing to even accept it. Like, I guess, to me, it's just like... To me, well... I guess you could still think you're the biggest individual badass. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could still think that. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. She will negotiate. She keeps her word. VM are the bad guys in this situation. Yeah. It's like, I guess the way that I can see her as the most arrogant is if she does truly think that individually she is more powerful than Thordak and more powerful than all of Vox Machina put together. But she needed Vox Machina's help because Thordak had so many allies. He had the whole army situation. So she still thinks she's arrogant enough to believe that she is the biggest badass and could have taken on Thordak solo and or could have taken on Vox Machina if they hadn't called in Devosa. But she is not so arrogant that she is still willing to ask them for their help directly and make a deal with them, as opposed to just manipulating them from a distance, like manipulating them as assume to get what she wants. Like, I think this is my thing. It's like, if she was supremely arrogant, right? Why reveal herself? Like, at the end of the day, she saw what Vox Machina was doing. She saw that they were going to kill him. And they didn't know where she was. You know, they knew where Vorgal was. They knew where Umbrasyl was. She was kind of a question mark, you know? So it's like, if they're already doing it, why not just stay as assume and make sure that they do it in the way that you want them to do it? Because at the end of the day, all she really wanted was to kill Thordak. And so it's like, if you're that arrogant, to me, it just feels very strange that you would even reveal yourself. To me, the benefit of revealing yourself would be so that you can plan on a more even playing field. And you can, you know, increase the likelihood of the plan working. Like, it's not even like she needed to reveal herself as a necessary component of the plan working. It just increased the likelihood. And so if she is willing to work with them directly as herself, something that she didn't even do in the Pyro, you know? If she's willing to work with them directly as herself, it feels very strange to, like, I can imply a level of arrogance in how she talks. But I just can't picture there being that much ego and that much arrogance. It's like, if there was that much ego, why not just stay as assume and, like, you know, take the slightly lower... I guess I can put it more succinctly. Her ego is small enough for her to be able to set it aside for a marginal increase in the likelihood that Thordak dies. It's small enough to set it aside for that marginal increase. And that level, that, like, small level, doesn't feel enough to justify the behavior in this episode to me. I think that's my overall thing. Dogs, no. She's also a dragon. Aren't they inherently arrogant? To a degree. But we also know that these dragons are special dragons, you know? It's like, to a degree, yeah. But also, dragons inherently don't work with each other. But Raishan put together the Chroma Conclave. You know? It's like, even from that perspective, she is the driver of non-dragonoid actions. You know what I'm saying? It's like she's the one that put together the conclave and was like working on all this stuff. So it's like she's, even if we fall back on, traditional dragonoid actions, she's been the subverter of those. So I don't know that we can necessarily rely on them, Yeah. I think the outward arrogance was remain deception. Maybe. Doesn't mean the book stats are completely gone. No, I mean that's true. That's true. They're definitely not gone. Yeah. Is it arrogance if she's right? Because you could argue she's a stronger enemy than Thordek. I mean, you could. She couldn't solve her own disease. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want. I do think this is rooted in a perception. Like how reasonable it feels for her to still be here is definitely rooted in in how arrogant. I think it is. I think it is rooted in how arrogant Raishan comes off to you. And unfortunately, that is rooted in the actions and presentations of the self-described deceiver, So it is kind of like, at the end of the day, I very much get why several of us can come out on different sides of this. And it's like, man, one to some of us are probably being deceived. But it's kind of like, who is? I don't know. Because we're never going to truly get a look into her brain and know what she was thinking at all of these points. We can only know what she presented, and we know without a doubt that at least some of that presentation was a put on. At least some of it was deception, To me, it feels like she was arrogant in the past, and with the Temple of Melora, learned to keep her ego in check. Maybe. I could see that. Yeah, some character growth. When she's threatening Whitestone, it was, if you try to get me, you will win, but I will take a lot of the city with me. That doesn't sound very arrogant. That's true. We need to watch the XNEP now? No! We could next step. We might next step. We might get some more internal perception into her thought process about like why she stayed here. And I mean, to an extent, she escaped once. Despite everything I've said, she has escaped from them once. So, maybe I'm being a little bit harsh on how dumb her staying here is. Look, I'm a warlock. I mess with unknown powers and beings and eldritch knowledge that is forbidden from mortal men. But I feel like you gotta be cautious about it. I feel like being cautious is how you survive. And the moment you stop is the moment you fall off a half dome. But there is a level of like, well, she did get away last time. So is it that arrogant for her to stay here? She knows that Vox Machina has to go through all that bullshit to even get to her. So they're gonna be weakened again. So is it actually that arrogant for her to... Is it actually that arrogant? Is it actually that dumb for her to stay here? If she escaped once, maybe she can probably do it again. To me, that feels a little bit dumb. But I'm also incredibly risk averse. In contrast to my love for playing with powers that I shouldn't be playing with, I am quite risk averse simultaneously. So my perception of how intelligent or not intelligent this decision is might be a little bit skewed by that. Oh, man. She could have flown away from Whitestone, lol, so she might not have died then. That is true. How excited are you for the next episode? Oh, man. I am pumped. I am excited to get some monologuing from Raishan. I want to see the tea that she spills. But unfortunately, I have no real predictions. Because her... Oh no. Okay, I've skipped two ads. So I'll do a quick prediction. It's difficult. It's difficult because I feel like her motivations are incredibly straightforward. So I don't really know what tea she could drop at this point. And I also don't even know, I don't know what, like, it doesn't feel like she could really tempt them with anything. It doesn't feel like she could be like Sondor and be like, hey, I'll give you this cool bow if you don't kill me. You know? It's like, what's she gonna offer them? Some generic magic item? They've been hunting for vestiges for like 50 episodes. I don't really know what she could offer them that they would take at this point. So it's like, I don't know what information she could trade them. I don't know what material or monetary thing she could tempt them with. Like, I don't know what she could say that stops them from immediately attacking. My only thought process is she drops some lore about Vecna. But even then, I feel like their response would be, oh, you learned that from all those books? Sick. We'll just kill you and then we'll have plenty of time in this library for ourselves. Like, she's not in a good negotiating position here. So I feel like, you know, call a meteor storm down on their head. Fucking try to snipe one of them and, you know, thin out the herd for next battle. And then bounce. If I'm Raishan. I focus fire on a single one of the party members so that they're not around next time. And I fuck up their body a little bit, or even I maybe take their body. Actually, that's a better idea. If I'm Raishan here, okay, I'm Raishan. I feel like I could beat Vox Machina relatively easily. You know what? Fuck it. Let's even say I can set up teleport for contingency, right? Right? Is that correct? Contingency 5e. Let's see here. What level of spell can I set up? 5th level or lower. What's teleport? Is teleport too high level? Teleport might be 6th level. Teleport 5e. It is 7th level. Aye. Okay, so no teleport. I could dimension door as long as the surface is at least 400 feet away. Seems possible, but maybe not immediately likely. Let's see. What's the easiest way to get as far away as possible? What about teleportation circle? What about teleportation circle? I don't know how contingency would work with that. Bum 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 ba. You draw a 10-foot circle as you cast the spell. Ooh, got a casting time of 1 minute. That has a casting time of 1 action. So teleportation circle doesn't work either. Interesting. All right, I gotta find the spell. If I'm her, I gotta find the spell that can give me they can get me the furthest away that works within contingency. Or just do haste again. That's all right. If there's not a better spell. So you set that contingency up for half health. Then I'm Raishan. I look at all the munchy little gribblies. Who went down last fight? Scanlan, I think, and Vex. Whichever one of them looks more intimidating right now to me here, I pick that one, and that one gets every single one of my attacks. Every single one. I just go ham nam 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 nam. All at Scanlan. Then, when Scanlan goes unconscious, I grab up his body, and if my contingency hasn't gone off yet, I teleport. I go hum, and then I teleport. And I go to Wildmount. Or Marquette, or Asilra. Wherever. Doesn't matter. And then once I'm over there, because I'm pretty confident they can't follow, otherwise they probably would have, then I go hum yum 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 yum, and I eat the body. This isn't dungeon meshy. You're not reviving those bones by the time you find me. And then if I'm Raishan, I rinse and repeat that strategy as long as I can until Vox Machina is ultimately defeated. I don't see any reason to not do that. You know? And then eventually they buzz off. And then you get all the reading time you want. Yeah. Do you think she'll live through the end of the episode or not? Frankly, I think she shouldn't. If I'm being real honest with you, regardless of her staying here, I don't think there's a universe in which she should live through next episode. That said, I think there's a decent chance she dies. Or I don't think there's a universe in which she should die this next episode, but I think she will. Holy moly, I caught up to live. Woo! Could tempt him with the library. He loves to read. Which one do you target? Which one would be the easiest to take down? The most emotionally devastating? Hardest to take down is probably Grog. Especially because he's Bear Totem. Or no, he's not Bear Totem. I still think the hardest to take down is probably Grog. Just the sheer amount of HP. HP is the most powerful resource in the game, bro. Yeah. So I think it's probably Grog would be the hardest. Maybe Vax? Because evasion, mobility, uncanny dodge. Maybe Vax. Also maybe Keyleth. Although Keyleth really doesn't love using her wild shape in combat. So maybe. Now no one will know where Vecna's phylactery is. I mean, frankly, that seems like one of the most convincing things she could say at this point. Yeah. I'm not confident that I TPK them and I might die, so I'd want to make it costly to follow me, but I still go in planning to flee. Yeah. I want to exact a cost from them right now because I know that they were pretty spent, or maybe not pretty spent, but they were damaged after the Thordak fight. And yeah, they did call in Devosa, but it was still close. So at this point, if I'm Raishan, I'm like, okay, I feel pretty confident I can kill one of the munchies, but I should be careful about this. I should be, particular about this. Make sure they can't get revived. you know. Because she did kill 2 of them, to be fair. She did kill 2 of them, and then they just resurrected them. And so now it's like, all right, learn from my mistakes. If I kill one of them, they go down the gullet. That's what happens now. That's what happens now. Dimension door to the outside and teleport to Isilra. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Gotta teleport away from a mage with counterspell. You do, which is why that's also why you go after Scanlan. Actually, great point. That's why you go after Scanlan. Is because you get rid of that counterspell. And then you're better off. Yeah. I probably wouldn't take a body or kill anyone lest I make it a blood feud. I want them to think it's too expensive to catch me, not turn into a blood feud. Nah. I've seen the tenacity. I mean, this is if I'm a villain, right? I'm not even trying to inhabit Raishan's mindset anymore. If I'm just me in Raishan's place, they're already after me, you know? I'm not wholly convinced that if I let them go all nice that they're gonna let it go. I'm not super convinced about that. I think I need to whittle them down slowly. So I mean, ideally I'd kill and eat more than one of them this combat, but I'll settle for one. I'll settle. And then, hey, if my contingency goes off early and I'm not able to kill any of them, then c'est la vie. You know, that's what happens. Oh, yeah. I guess you could go for dead if you resign to TPKing slowly. To me, that seems like the best way to disable Vox Machina. I just don't think they're going to let it go. They're kind of persistent assholes. I don't foresee them letting this go. So I think I do need to TPK them, and I do think I need to do it somewhat slowly. The rest do not give up. That's true. My solution does kind of guarantee that they never give up. But honestly, I'm good with that. Then at least I know where they stand. If I'm just trying to make them give up, I don't know, a year later, I'm chilling in my lair and they bust in and they say, hey, we changed our minds. Time to die. I don't want to look over my shoulder the rest of my life. I want to put them in the ground, move on. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder. Tie up loose ends, you know? Oh, yeah. Please acknowledge Dingo's comment. Oh, where's Dingo? Where's Dingo? Karen, I have the 3rd book of this fence. You know, I read that as Karen and did not even process. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Blitz the counterspell person is best tactics. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Vax's counters, uncanny dodge does pretty close to negate her breath weapon. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. This is true about her elemental, but yeah. Allura might have counterspell. No idea if she does. That's true. Honestly, if anyone displays the ability to counterspell, they get priority. But only one of them at a time to make sure to try and blitz down their hit points. Yeah. Yeah. The thought of Raishan saying, learn from my mistakes in Victor's voice is killing me. Long stream today. Bit of a lengthy one, yeah. In that scenario, VM has become HOTUS. Absolutely. And if I am Vox Machina, I very much would have taken care of HOTUS by now. I do not like that shit hanging over my head. I deal with that. I don't like owing people money. Same shit. I do not like them just hanging out there, even if they say that we're cool. I've killed you twice. I don't think we could ever be cool. Now, I don't blame Vox Machina for not having gone after HOTUS. You know, he attacked them during the middle of the Chroma Conclave arc. They had Thordak to deal with, but If I'm Vox Machina, oh man, and maybe they do this now that I say it out loud, because if I'm Vox Machina, my priorities probably are Raishan and then Hodis. If we're talking about me, the person, and my personality, those are probably my priorities. Like, outside of a storytelling perspective, if I assume this is real life, I'm closing that loose end of Hodis. I'm going in and making sure I don't have to deal with that anymore. Yeah. Just saying Allure can counterspell maybe, but who the heck knows? VM gets a whole town backing them up next time and they fight if Raishan is killed and eats Scanlan. I mean, sure, maybe they escalate then, but also maybe they escalate if you let them go. I just truly don't see a world in which Vox ever lets this go. Similar to Hodis. I don't think Hodis is ever going to let it go. And to be fair, Hodis did come with assassins the second time. And I bet he'd come even more kitted and fitted the third time. Like, after you kill one of them, you do probably have to start being a little more active. You probably have to stop waiting for them to come to you. You have to start picking them apart a little bit. You know, actively go after them. But you're a shapeshifter, dude. What are they gonna do? If you're even a little smart about it. One thing to think about the gem controls the reverse gravity chasm. If it's your lair, it could be a control panel when intruders come inside. That's the only reason I can see it's on this side of the chasm. I think you're right. Like, in retrospect, seeing that the fountain controlled the chasm, I get why it was on the other side. I thought it was a totally separate puzzle at first that just also used the reverse gravity mechanic. And in that lens, I was like, having it afterward is insane. But knowing that they're connected and that it's essentially the on-off switch, I get a lot more of the rationale for why it was on the side it was. I get it. Because otherwise, it's like a riddle puzzle, essentially. They had dragons to kill. They absolutely had dragons to kill. This is not on Vox for not going and getting Hodis. I wouldn't have gone and gotten Hodis either. Thordak was the priority. But now it does kind of go Thordak, Raishan, and then Hodis. Those are kind of the three that are after him. Yeah. Target priority is Scanlan, then Pike, then Keyleth, whoever is hurting me the most. I could see that. Anyways, it's been a long stream. The dogs are upset. I'm going to go take them out. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Goodbye.